in the front end of technology, and this proved itself in this war.
Right, but you would also admit that the Iranians have got quite a lot of resilience. They are still able to penetrate Israeli air defense. Your three-tiered levels. In fact, they claim that the Khorramshahr penetrated a 7-ring of defense, and it was able to land at Ben Gurion, where they were clearly targeting the tankers, the on mid-air refueling tankers. That's what their target was.
The question is always that with the Iranian, there's some gap between the rhetorics and what they advertise and the outcome on the field. It's true that in the previous exchange there was one hit near the airport. I don't think they succeed to hit strategic targets in the way they advertise it. And of course, from time to time, civilians are getting killed. It's indication also they don't have the right precision. I think all around, the technology is proving poorly with respect to the Western technology, and also it's a message, I think, for the Iranian people. When your government advertises its superiority in some domains, and then the gap is so dramatic, reconsider what they tell you, because this is really, I think, in terms of technology and superiority, that I myself think there's no question. The only issue, of course, you're talking about if, God forbid, there would be boots on the ground, then this is a different battlefield.
Yeah, but seems to me, and Ambassador Rajiv Dogra and Dr. Ranganathan, coming to you, that the Iranians have already moved to guerrilla mode. And for the Iranians in guerrilla mode, one suicidal speedboat at a tanker, one drone that they drop in the Strait of Hormuz. See, they've got their objective there because they've got the jugular. They control the Strait of Hormuz as of now because there's no traffic there, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. And that's going to weigh on President Trump and the Israelis very soon, because nations are not going to like this. It's going to economically hurt. And anything that hurts those who believe it's not their war, they will turn around and say, stop this. Ambassador
Exactly, Anand. It seems as if a billionaire from UAE read your thoughts, because he's addressed an open letter to Trump saying exactly this, that why have you dragged us in a war which we did not want? But it's not just going to be the countries or the states in Gulf who are going to be negatively affected by all this. It is India, it is all the other countries who are dependent on energy imports, gas imports, or trade with Gulf that will bear the long-term consequences of what is happening now for the last 1 week. The other thing is, there is also the larger question of international law. If America today has decided that it must change the regime in Iran, and partially they have succeeded by killing Khamenei, but what about China? Can it not do the same, not just in Taiwan, but in any other country that it does not like? Or how can you then blame Russia for doing what it is doing in Ukraine? So the issue is that economic well-being of the world has been affected already and may be affected for some time to come. Second is the international order, which is doing fine, taking along quite well so far, reasonably well, has now been punctured. And we don't yet know the long-term effect this would have.
True. I just want to put out some of the pictures. I'm going to check with the team. Dr. Ranganathan, they have made the cost very dear, and they're going guerrilla is going to hurt. If you can call up the Shahid drone graphics and details here. Cost-effective kamikaze suicide drone, and really it's become the bane of everybody's tactics and existence as far as the US-Israeli combine is concerned. Look at the places. It's all these kamikaze drones. It's not even the missiles that are doing the damage. Be it the third battery near the Al Sadr area, the Al Dafra air base. We have so many pictures. Each of these pictures show more than the ballistic missiles which they claim to intercept. This tiddly drone weighing 200 kilograms, carrying a 50 kilogram payload, has caused the kind of damage which Trump has now dialed Zelensky, saying, come and tell me how am I going to neutralize, how my forces going to neutralize this, Dr. Ranganathan. So the Iranians know how to fight a low-cost war, and they just need to send 5 drones a day at different targets, 20 to 300 kilometers or 3 countries separate. And that's it. it's going to be panic all over.
No, absolutely. The stakes are high, and Iran knows this. On the other side, not in Iran, because for Iran, this was the end game that they had been expecting for decades. Please remember that it is a dictatorship, and the one thing that the dictatorships fear most, if they are not supported by any world power, is that they might be gone any moment. And even if they are supported by world powers, there's always this fear lurking in the background that this might be, my last year or my last week or my last day. So they've known this for a very long time. Their backs have been against the wall. They are prepared for this. The question is, was Trump prepared for it? And I think Trump was prepared for a very short, swift war. The reason that America has never won a long drawn-out war. I mean, the comparisons that you can make is, for example, with Vietnam, where when you had the body bags coming in, 47,000 of them, America simply went away. The same thing happened in Afghanistan. But coming back to the warfare that has taken the shape that it has, as you correctly put it, Iran, that has nothing to lose. And I was reading an article in CNN that up till now, all the technology that Iran has used is actually 9 years old. They haven't even come to their, what you would call a frontier technology that Iran already has a stockpile of. So yes, the decks are loaded. But here I have to say one thing. There are people who criticize us all the time, sometimes rightly, sometimes wrongly. But we had our own, Anand, and you've talked about it ad nauseum last year. Our own Akash defense system that could track 64 targets simultaneously, that thwarted 1,200 Pakistani missiles and drones within a span of 4 days, and neutralized with an accuracy of 99.4%. That is the power that we have.
I think there's also, Dr. Ranganathan, I'm interrupting you, it's just simple common sense. The 23 the old guns, you decided that, okay, if the enemy is using low-cost warfare into me, sending $20,000 drones or 25,000 rupee drones, I'll kill them with 2,500 rupee bullets. I'm not going to use 2 lakh rupee counter mechanism. That's what we were able to do. We were able to integrate them, and these L-70 23 they were able to do the job. The UAE, the Qataris, all these guys don't seem to have those guns anymore, and they are not using them to shoot down these drones. That would have been a far more cost-effective way to do it. If not, if you don't have EMPs, or if you don't have places where you can jam. But the point is, those drones will drop wherever they drop, and they will still cause damage because they have got payload. They're suicide drones. Yes, General Pandey, and then one comment from Colonel Avital. Yeah,
I'll just quickly say a couple of points. One is Iran is going to fight the war with their strength. And their strength is low cost, suicide kind of a war, right? And unfortunately, neither the world is prepared for it, nor can be the Iranians Israelis or Americans are prepared. It is going to bound to be this thing unless you are able to control it. Right. Even if you are able to control the regime, you'll still have the fringe elements coming out and carrying out the strikes onto Hormuz or something, and they will always say, okay, it was not this thing, we are not aware of it, and we are going to look at it, right? One is that. A country like Israel has lived the low-cost element of suicide battles, which has been happening with Hamas, Hezbollah, and these in that region. So let's wind up that, and this is where Iran is going to fight, and they have built up Shahid, right? Now, second part is that even this is a lesson for our Indian policy makers. Right. Time and again, Indian policy makers also want to shift to high-cost, high-value platforms, and they say that once you got this, you don't require Zu-23s or you don't require S-70s. And this brings to bear for a lesson from Sindoor and also from this war that they need to continue to this spectrum of a high-tech war will be there. But you need to continue to look at the low-cost, low-end, low-edge point protection system which is required to be with us. The last few points which I'll quickly say is that please understand that the billionaire statement, right, that is not our war. The same billionaire, after about 2 years, would have said that when the Americans and the Israelis and the Gulf knew that Iran is going to weaponize the uranium and the ballistic missile system, why did you not attack or carry out the removal 2 years back?
Correct.
So, you know, it is very easy to start judging today rather than looking at
well,
into
you
the
know,
past.
I'm going to use
and the last point, Anand, is very important, is my heart goes out to the Israeli finance minister's, deputy minister's son, right, and the family. I wish through this, even our top level of hierarchy, politicians and bureaucracy and everybody takes a lesson that you also need to go and fight in the front to understand what it risks.
Not necessarily fight in the front, but then get into national service. That's what's important. Yeah. Every Bharatiya needs to be some form or the other as part of all that covers the national security doctrine, be part of any of those services that will help the nation. And they need to be part of that like yesterday, not even today. I've run out of time. I thank all our guests. I know we need to have a longer conversation. We'll do that. But viewers, as we take a pause here, we'll also now set up something very, very special. It happened in our studios a short while ago. Have a look. Right. On day 7 of the conflict, intense military exchanges continue between Iran and the US-Israel coalition with escalating regional impact. Iran is launching fresh waves of missile and drone strikes at Israeli territory and US bases in Gulf states, triggering alerts and interceptions in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and Qatar. Israeli forces are responding with air operations, including strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. In the Gulf, Iran's Revolutionary Guards reportedly struck a US oil tanker in the northern Gulf, causing fire damage. Gulf states continue to tighten air defenses and scanning routines amid ongoing threats. Pentagon leadership asserting US-Israeli forces are gaining control of Iran's air defenses and missile networks, although Iran persists in low volume yet sustained strikes across multiple countries. They have gone into quasi-guerrilla mode. Let's go straight across to our guests and understand from them their perception of this fight, this fury in the Gulf, and how long do they believe this is going to last. Sitting right next to me is Erik Solheim, President Europe Asia Center and former Under Secretary General of the UN and former Minister of Norway. He is with us in the studio. Erik, thank you very much. Next to him is Gianni Vernetti, former Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs of Italy. Thank you so much. Vailava, the familiar face, senior journalist with us. Thank you very much. And Jeffrey Van Orden, Vice President, New Direction, the Foundation for European Reform, former leader of the British Conservatives in European Parliament, former Chairman, European Parliament Delegation for Relations with India, the United Kingdom, and Distinguished Fellow, Gold Institute. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's start from the far corner. Jeff, do you see this ending any soon, or is it going to just increase the headache globally?
No, it's got to end soon. I would imagine that there are talks going on discreetly at this moment. It's difficult to see at this stage what sort of government will replace the mullahs, but the mullahs need to go. That's very clear. Probably some sort of technocratic government in order to give the Iranian people sufficient time to organize for democracy. Democracy is not something that's going to come overnight.
Regime change, the mullahs need to go, is the US-Israeli Vailava. The Iranians believe regime continuation by any form is victory for them. How do you see this?
Well, I don't see this finishing very fast, because definitely the Iranians have prepared for this kind of an attack by the United States and Israel. Having said that, I would say that they already knew that this attack going to happen anytime. And besides, they are already causing damage and they are causing pain for both of them, despite the fact that the United States may be going for another alternative kind of attack on Iran to make sure that they calm down and to succumb to the pressure of the United States. But however, there is no sign on the air that they are going to do it soon. And the longer the war continue, the more the American will be in trouble, and the Israelis as well, because Iran is a geopolitically a very important country to deal with. And secondly, it's not a small country like Iraq or like Libya. or you can, or Venezuela. It's a country with the power to reckon with.
Right. Gianni, your thoughts? Europe seems to be in two minds about this whole conflict. Some nations have endorsed support, other nations have said, we don't want this war. How do you see this?
I see that Iran, during the, let's say, 3 decades, pose an existential threat to the state of Israel, systematically export terrorism and instability, promoting and supporting Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthi insurgencies around the Middle East. So it was an agent of chaos for many, many years. And I think that regime change is a possibility on the table, and it's expected. It's not an easy task. It needs time. As said before, democracy cannot arrive overnight. But I really convinced, I really think that this confrontation will not stand for long, because I think that it should be a short military operation.
The Iranians like the long haul. They're in it for the long haul. They like a scrappy fight. Trump is not someone who's got the stomach for a long fight. Eric, where is the world seeing this go, and is this going to perhaps create a certain amount of flux economically also, along with perhaps redefining world order?
Look, if there is one lesson from history, is that it's very, very, very easy to start a war and very difficult to end it.
Right.
I mean, you think George W. Bush would have gone into 20 years of war in Afghanistan if he had the choice in 2001? You think he would have started a war in Iraq if he had known that it would last for 10 years?
Right.
Of course, no. And Trump, I think, has no plan. The United States is totally dominant in military terms. It can wipe out every asset in Iran, everything.
Yeah.
But it's very weak in political terms. It has no mechanism to force a regime change. Regime change in history has never ever happened from the air. But if it's lucky, a new and better regime could come up. There's no different view on that. I mean, this regime in Iran has not been flexible, not been pragmatic, been very ideological, and created a lot of international chaos. But he has no mechanism to replace it with something better. So most likely it will go on, and exactly because the Iranian government is brutal, it has a very high pain level.
Yeah.
It will be able to take a lot of pain without giving in.
Without giving in. Please don't wait for me to ask questions. Please jump in with your thoughts. It's a conversation, not a Q&A. Yes, Jeff.
Yeah, well, I mean, I disagree that Iran has the capacity for a long conflict. They don't. Their capabilities have been seriously eroded already. They have no means of defending the airspace over Iran. We're seeing now a serious degradation of their ability to carry out missile and drone attacks. So I don't think they have the stomach for a long conflict, and I think you will find elements now in the Iranian armed forces that will very rapidly seek to bring about a change.
You think it will come? Yeah, yes, sir.
I mean, the best possible outcome would be a less ideological, less extremist Iranian government, maybe run by some people from the Revolutionary Guards or from the military. Democracy is just a dream. It can never happen in this form.
Right.
But we must remember also that this attack by Israel and the United States and Iran is against any global norm.
Absolutely.
And it's very dangerous. It's also totally undermining the European position, which is, the Russian attack on Ukraine was illegitimate.
Yeah.
And then always, maybe it's, the United States is allowed to attack Venezuela and Iran. This is absolute hypocrisy, and it completely undermines the European standing in the world, which should be that we oppose all attacks on foreign nations, whether Russia do it or the United States of America.
By the way, I think that the people of Iran is tired of this regime. Remember, just a few weeks ago, there was an uprising all around in the cities, in Tehran, but also in the small villages all around the country. And there was very harsh repression. It's assessed by 30,000 young people dead in the street. So people is tired. The minorities, they were very much oppressed. Think about the Kurds, think about the Azeri, the Baluchi. So the different ethnic minorities in Iran were very much oppressed during that time. So I think, of course, it's not easy, but there are chances that there is a positive democratic transition. It will take time. It will be a tough issue. But I think this regime is more and more weak, and especially from within, not just from the external attack. So I'm quite optimistic on that.
My take here is: are we legitimizing this war? The war is already illegal. It's against UN Charter. It's against any law in the world.
Yeah.
We have to agree on that. The second part: who appointed the United States as the policeman to attack any countries, whether they can take Libya, they can take Afghanistan, they took Iraq, they're taking Venezuela, tomorrow Greenland, Algeria, Nigeria, name it. I mean, we need to understand, as a human being, this country have been surviving with an elected government by the people of Iran. They have a supreme religious leader. You went to the country saying that they have an illegal military thinking of nuclear programs. When you and a undeclared nuclear state go and attack them. I mean, I need to be logically understand if I belong to that region of the West Asia and the Middle East, I want to understand who gave you the leverage or the liberty of attacking another
who gave Ayatollah Khamenei to say death to Israel, death to Jews?
This is 1953. No, it was American there. They were the American there. No, we know it. It's not the question. You see, Israel said they wanted to throw a bomb in Gaza. Does it make that sense also? They said, let's throw a nuclear bomb. Rhetoric is always said by everybody.
No, not rhetoric. Absolute action.
Absolutely.
October 7. Did Iran not hail October 7? Why did Iran hail? Why did they back October 7?
I tell you, this is our wrong reading of history. Yeah. Every European understands the fight in the Middle East because of the creation of Israel at the cost of the Palestinian. The two-state solution was there. Where is the Palestinian state? The whole fight is taking place in occupied territories.
Yeah,
and that is your legitimate right to defend your territory.
For that, creation of Hezbollah is okay, creation of Hamas is okay, creation of the Houthis is okay. All of that came from the Iranians?
No. So, the creation of Hezbollah is because of Israeli occupation of south of Lebanon, 1982.
Okay, Eric Solon wants to say something.
I think we can have two thoughts at the same time.
Yeah.
One thought is we go into the law of the jungle if every major power is free to attack a smaller nation. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
There are many rough states in the world, and Israel is one of them. I will not advocate that anyone should attack Israel because of all the atrocities Israel has done. Netanyahu is indicted for the International Criminal Court. Right. Still, we should not attack Israel, and nor should we attack Iran, even if we despise the government there. It's possible to both be upholding global principles and being opposed to the government of Iran. But unfortunately, this is likely to be much longer than people think. And then it will have huge ruptures. Trump may give in because the gasoline price will hit him in the upcoming elections in November in the United States. We do not know. What we do know from history is that I can think of one or two wars in all of human history who was shorter who those who started the war believed they would be. Nearly all wars are much longer, much more bloody, much more protracted, and are difficult to end.
Well, the only war or conflict in recent times that ended in less than 90 hours was Operation Sindoor. But
exactly,
but there the political objectives were very clear.
That is a stand-alone example of a wise leader, Narendra Modi, understanding we need to make a case, but we also need to stop the war. That's not the rule of global diplomacy. It's exactly the opposite.
No, does it not stem from a clear political objective, Jeffrey? Here, is there a clear political objective? Because every day the goalpost seems to be changing. One day it's regime change, next day it's ballistic missiles, third day it's nuclear. Now it's back to a regime that is palatable to me and I get to choose.
Well, I think the clear political objective is to remove Iran as the source of terrorism and trouble in the Middle East and beyond the Middle East. That is the objective. Now, it's multi-layered, the solution to that. Yes, we must prevent them having a nuclear capability. Yes, you need to release the oppression of the Iranian people and get rid of this mullah regime, give the Iranian people a chance to breathe. And we need to stop all this intervention in other countries. We've heard about Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis. These are all Iranian creations. They are Iranian creations. And not only that, we've seen terrorism around the world sponsored by the Iranians. They are a menace with this regime. The Iranian people are desperate for freedom. They're a great people. It's a wonderful country. They need to have the opportunity to breathe again. And the women get off these veils and to be able to live lives. That's what we all want in our countries. We want a better life for future generations. We want children to have good educations. We want people to be happy and prosperous. In all countries, we want that.
Right.
You can't do it with these oppressive regimes.
Yeah. I'm just asking you this.
Yeah.
This entire invasion by the US, Israel, and the bombing and this war, taking it, an outsider coming in, will this, even within the domestic fraternity, bring them all under the flag, despite them not liking the regime? That's one part. The other thing is, there is a sizable Shia population across the world in various countries, even in Europe. There will be a certain resentment and anger simmering in. Now, how does society and how does the world deal with this? Is this going to spawn more radical entities, or is there a peaceful alternative to this?
I think that the issue within Islam is not just anymore the confrontation between Shia and Sunni, but within the Shia community and within the Sunni community, there is a confrontation between two different views, an advanced, innovative and modern views of Islam, fully compatible with democracy and what we really think it's necessary, and another conservative views within both communities. So I'm not sure that the Shia community in Iraq or in other country will follow the Iranian regime in its systematic export of instability and terrorism. I may add something. A few days ago, President Zelensky said that during 4 years of the large-scale invasion of Russia in Ukraine, 57,000 drones, Iranian drones, were launched by the Russians towards the Ukrainian cities, towards Ukrainian civilians. So Iran is an agent of chaos, is exporting instability far beyond the Middle East. So, and that's, I think, is a crucial point.
Is Iran an agent of chaos, or has it taken an anti-America position? So whoever backs America, America's friend is my enemy, and whoever is America's enemy is my friend. Is that the position the Iranian regime took, or would you want to agree with Gianni here?
Look, the arguments we hear for this invasion is exactly the same argument we heard for the need for the West to stand 20 years in Afghanistan. I mean, that invasion was there was good reasons to do it in the early days, but it lasted for 20 years with enormous suffering for the Afghans.
Right.
It's exactly the same arguments we heard for the invasion of Iraq. I mean, Saddam Hussein was an enormous threat to the entire world, we were told, and he wasn't. And we have seen the suffering, and also in the United States. And now you struggle to find the one American who is in favor of the invasion of Iraq. At the time, 95% supported. This invasion is not even supported by the majority of Americans, and it's highly unlikely to achieve the result. The result which the two gentlemen here argue is that the world will be better off with a new government in Iran. But what's the space for people in Iran who oppose the government under the attack of the United States to go out in the street and do something?
Correct.
Trump even told the Iranian people, you should stay at home when I bomb you. Well, how can any regime change happen on the ground in...
because they wait for the bombing to end, we will clear the passage for you. Or did they miss the window? When the January uprising was happening on the streets, should the outside intervention have happened then? Or have two events happen at disparate times, and that's why they are not
We should
synced?
accept that there are limits to foreign interference. If you don't like a government, and there are many governments in the world I don't like, leave it to the people of that nation to change their government. If you try to do it from outside, in all cases you fail. There are a few examples, but nearly all American regime change operations in the last 70 years have failed. Many of them spectacularly hit back towards the United States, as the gentleman said. And the attack on the Iranian Prime Minister in the 1950s spectacularly was as a boomerang hit the United States. So why involve yourself in all these regime change operations when history tells us it's much more likely to fail than to succeed?
Somewhere I'm just asking you this, did Trump have this in his head, even in his first term, that there are 5 rogue nations and I need to sort them out for stability? Venezuela needed to be sorted, and because of the Chinese influence, and China is the main adversary. Iran needed to be sorted because of China's investment in Iran, so much so that the technology transferred to the level to which their ballistic missiles program, it's all been helped and designed by the Chinese. That's the level of involvement. So is that the larger game, that let me take out the rogue elements that have been planted who got Chinese and Russian support one by one and reduce it to 1 or 2 rogues only and remove the rest? Is there any logic in Trump taking this line and then approaching Iran?
I'm not sure if this logic is within Trump's mind, but by the way, that's for sure there is a growing confrontation in the world between autocracies and democracies. If you think about the very strict coordination between China, Iran and Russia on many different issues. And as you said, China was the most important purchaser of oil from Venezuela and Iran, and both under sanction. And China transferred technologies to Iran that was, with this technology, Iran was able to build a ballistic missiles program. And it's difficult to deny that the ballistic missiles program, together with the legal nuclear program, poses an existential threat to the state of Israel. You said before, October 7th, that does not came out from nothing.
There is fundamental issue here, is that when the United States started the policy of regime change by force, we all saw throughout the 3 decades of this policy being followed up. Whether it's in Iran, also 1953, Mossadegh, Prime Minister, the democratically elected, was removed by the American, the CIA and the MI5 and even the Mossad. And then they brought the Shah. That's okay. If you want to bring democracy, you do not have to attack a religious leader, of a supreme leader, of sentiment among the Shia community in the world. This is one. The second part, you're attacking a school, you're killing 160 children between the age of 10 and 12, and you people asking the President Trump, did you attack a school? He said what they were doing on Saturday. I mean, there is no difference whether the children died or no. It's for him that Saturday school is open. So what I'm trying to say, regime change, President Trump himself, criticized his predecessor.
Killing of the 170 odd children is tragic. But those 30,000 protesters who were shot dead point blank.
How you know 30,000 protesters?
So,
we know.
Even if there were 3,000 protesters who were shot down point blank, how can you broad brush that?
I'm not saying
just justify
this is
that?
the largest demonstration in Iran since 2006. I have been following it.
The religious leader issues a fatwa with a clock tower saying 2027, 8,000 ballistic missiles and death of Israel. We're going to wipe out Israel, and it's celebrated out there with his sanctions.
Israel Ben Gurion said the Arab want to throw us to the sea, and then he said it, and we adopted.
What is the doctrine of the Hamas? Wipe out the Jews, kill all Israel. Wipe out all Jews. Death to Israel, kill all Jews. That's the doctrine of the Hamas. What did the Khomeini declare after the 12-day war happened? 8,000 ballistic missiles, and 2027 I want to wipe out Israel. Why did he say that if his intent was not there to try and do? See, moment you have this kind of a position, I will wipe you out or you will wipe me out, and everybody worries, if I don't wipe him out, he will wipe me out. There will always be conflict. Yes, Jeff.
I think any sensible people recognize that there's got to be an accord with Israel and recognition of the right of the state. But the recognition of the right of the state of Israel to exist by all the countries in the region. We saw with the Abraham Accords a real movement in that direction. Saudi Arabia was on the point of signing up to the Abraham Accords, and that is what triggered the Iran-sponsored Hamas attack on Israel on October the 23rd. So Iran wants to ensure that chaos and catastrophe continues in all of those areas.
But do we justify the killing of 67,000 Palestinians and buried 20,000 underground?
It's not about justifying. It's about who wants peace, actually. Which entity wants peace? Eric, we've got 5 minutes. That's all. So we'll just focus on the Strait of Hormuz problem also after you make your point. Yes, Eric.
I think we need to go back to what is global recognized laws which are enshrined in the UN Charter, which says you cannot attack another nation,
Correct.
even if you don't like the leader of that nation. And it's fair that people didn't like Mr. Khamenei because many of the accusations
What
said,
about Russia's attack on the Ukraine? What
which
did
is
the
of
United
co-
Nations do about
which is of
that?
course completely illegal, and we need to condemn both the Russian attack on Ukraine as well as Israeli attacks on Gaza, as well as the US attack on Iran. If we don't do that, there's no any laws left longer in the world, and it's a law of the jungle, and any nation which is bigger than the other can freely attack that nation with any excuse.
Yeah, because China can attack Taiwan
But
tomorrow.
just
It gives them the
one
reason to
comment
do that.
about
Yeah.
China.
Yeah.
Because China has a very different approach to the US. By the way, China has the same approach as India,
Yeah.
which is they work with whoever is in government everywhere. Both China and India has worked very well with the Khamenei government of Iran, but they will work very well with the new government also, because they don't interfere in the internal affairs. If a new government of Iran comes forward and work with the international community, China will be very happy. They work with the new government of Venezuela and import oil from there, because China's interest is not in who is running any other nation. China's and India's interest is international trade, good global relations, not to portray one leader for another
I
nation.
have to say, it's a travesty to say that Israel attacked Gaza. Hamas attacked Israel.
They have been
Israel then responded. Israel moved out of Gaza in 2005. They forcibly removed Israeli settlers. They handed Gaza over to the Palestinians. And what happened? Within days, there were rocket attacks from Gaza into Israel. That is the problem.
The attack has never stopped ever since the Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip.
Now,
never.
See,
It's
but-
written
but-
in.
but the point is, every time you're going to say you did wrong, the other side is going to say you did wrong. But where's the solution to this? Right now, all of our countries are going to suffer because the Strait of Hormuz is blocked.
Yes.
There's no trade, there's no commerce, there's no economics. Both sides are going to, no side has,
So that brings me to the answer of your questions, that the United States is fighting two wars in the region. One is a global war. It's a conflict of interest with the superpower. They wanted to control the Strait of Hormuz, the Red Sea, the Mediterranean. So the global trade is affected and impacted. European and China and India and the rest of the world affect. And the second part, this is our narrative, what we understand. It's not the conspiracy theory, that Israel dominance in the region is to be prevail economically, militarily, and
the Gulf countries are afraid of Iranians. The
Why
Muslim
they're
nations
afraid?
themselves, the OIC
Why
itself
they're
has
afraid?
not come
Give
out
me-
and backed
give me
Iran.
history of-
And
So,
the Gulf
yeah.
countries made the right choice with the Abraham Accords. That solution is peace. Solution is dialogue. And when United Arab Emirates and Bahrain decided to sign a peace deal with Israel, with the Abraham Accords, made a great choice, because
why you have to go
they
for
bet
a
on
new,
peace.
Why you have to go for a new
Iran
sort of
invested on
religion
missiles.
when you
No,
can
no, no,
implement
no.
what you
The
have?
Abraham Accords were supposed to be signed by all nations to bring stability.
Exactly.
Who disrupted it?
We always want.
That's a question.
We
Jeff,
don't have a problem
Jeff,
with the Jew.
Jeff to your left, and Gianni to your right have
Iran
asked this
disrupted.
question.
I already.
Iran, exactly.
Final word, Eric. We're going to wind this up.
But not
Saudi
even
Arabia
Saudi-
refused
not
to
even
sign
Saudi
it.
Arabia.
They were
agreed
going to
the
sign
Abraham-
it,
sorry.
and then suddenly
Yeah,
you have this whole
not-
attack on Israel and so on.
Not even Saudi Arabia agreed to the Abraham Accord, because they wanted Israel out of Gaza before
But it
they were
would
ready
have
to
done.
do something
It
like
would
that.
have done.
But
It would have
let's
done.
agree
It
with
would
the
have
last
done.
comment from our Italian friend here. What is needed is a dialogue to resolve the core issues here and to stop the world moving into the law of the jungle. That will be very dangerous for India and for everyone else.
Absolutely. Fair point that the gentlemen here make. Let's hope the wise men have spoken and wisdom prevails overall. We need peace and not conflict around us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us here on this broadcast and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you. Thank you. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians. Are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus on the US
disruption, guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export, or normal life actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes, or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Yeah, it's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran, we'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
The war in Iran will be entering exactly a week tomorrow. Over 1,000 people are dead, including the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And it is unrelenting. It's not like Iran has stopped either. Iran too is responding in kind. It has dragged the entire region from UAE to Bahrain to Saudi Arabia. And now all of this is taking a huge toll on global energy prices. Countries like India and China are getting squeezed because of this Middle East war, as a result of which the United States Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, today announced that the Treasury Department is issuing a temporary 30-day reprieve or 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. The move comes even as America seeks to stabilize global energy markets amid rising tensions in the Middle East. The US also came with these ongoing tensions. Even as missile strikes continue, the ambit of this war is now widening, and several Gulf countries have not been able to produce oil, or more importantly, transport the produced oil, because refineries have come under attack as well. The situation has become even more tense because of Iran's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which is a narrow maritime choke point which handles about 20% of global oil supplies. So here's what the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said, and I want to bring that up on our big wall here. Scott Bessent taking to X, the social media platform, saying that President Trump's energy agenda has resulted in oil and gas production reaching the highest levels ever. To enable oil to keep flowing into the global market, the Treasury Department is issuing a temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. He also went on to add that this is a deliberate short-term measure, and it will not provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government, as it authorizes transactions involving oil which is already stranded at sea. Remember, Russian oil has been a touchy topic with the United States. President Trump had imposed earlier 25% tariffs, singled out India for import of Russian oil, and now, after that has been taken off, now there is a 30-day waiver to purchase Russian oil. Now, India's Russian oil purchases over the last year or so have been coming down progressively, not least because of this 25% tariffs. Now, in January of 2025, it was 1.6 million barrels a day. This is just when Trump took office in January of 2025. But progressively, if you look at India's purchase of Russian oil, import of Russian oil, it's been coming down steadily. In September of 2025, which is after Trump imposed the 25% additional tariffs, it came down to 1.6 million barrels a day. Progressively, it kept coming down. In November, remember, the two biggest Russian oil companies, Rosneft and Lukoil, were sanctioned. So in December, it fell substantially to 1.25 million. And in January, it was just 1 million. 1 million barrels per day is what India was importing from Russia. But that has now significantly changed and will change, because the other countries, the Gulf countries that India was hoping to import some of this oil from to make up for the shortfall of Russian oil, those countries are under attack. Their production facilities are under attack, and more importantly, their transport facilities are in jeopardy because Iran has been blocking the Strait of Hormuz. So now suddenly the US is giving a 30-day waiver. Now, Indian government sources are indicating that India's oil purchase choices have been dictated by global issues, and whatever is cheaper for India, India will purchase from there. Now, it began with less than 1% of Russian oil. This was during COVID. 1.47 million barrels a day it went up to. Russian oil then came down as India started looking at alternative sources, which has also worked out to be cheaper for India. Remember, this progressively has been coming down from August of last year, and after November, after Lukoil and Rosneft were sanctioned, it has fallen quite substantially. Crude is continuing to flow. $15 billion worth of energy is coming in from the United States. Now, government sources also contending this whole political argument. The Congress has said that how can the US allow India to purchase Russian oil? In 2012, under US pressure, India had cut supply from Iran by 11%. So this is not new, is what government sources are indicating. But this has become a big political face-off between the Congress and the BJP, because the Congress is alleging, first, the US stopped India from importing Russian oil, imposed 25% tariffs, and now, because of its own war, and as a result of that, global oil prices going up, America is giving India a 30-day waiver. So even as politics is erupting at home on how America is getting to dictate to India who it buys oil from and how much it buys oil, first take a look at what the Indian government is telling about this situation. Now, India is saying that India has managed to diversify its oil sources to more than 40 countries now, beyond just the Gulf region, beyond just Russia. It is trying to maximize and prioritize domestic LPG production as well. There's no worry for the consumer, at least in terms of natural gas supply, LPG supply. Remember, India imports more than 80% of its LPG, but the government is very confident that it can see through these possibly the next few weeks of this war, when global energy supplies will be disrupted as a consequence of that war. So on the one side, this whole hangama around why is the Treasury Department of the US giving India a 30-day waiver? Why should the US decide who India buys oil from? And then you have the US Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau, who was in Delhi as part of the Raisina dialogue. He has said, and pretty bluntly, that Washington will prioritize its national interests in economic engagement with India. It will not repeat the same mistakes that he believes America made with China 2 decades ago. Listen to what he had to say. Meanwhile, External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar today met with Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Saeed Khatibzadeh, a day after talks with the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. India is also very clear that it doesn't want to pick sides in a war that it has no part in.
Excited about the trade deal that is almost at the finish line now. But again, India should understand that we're not going to make the same mistakes with India that we made with China 20 years ago in terms of saying, oh, you know, we're gonna let you be able to develop all these markets, and then the next thing we know, you're beating us in a lot of commercial things. We're going to make sure that whatever we do, it's fair to our people.
American has decided to put an end to the existence of Iran. Israelis have been promising this for many decades, and this is our response. We have no option just to put an end to the presence of United States in the surrounding area of Iran.
I want to go across to Radhika Khera, national spokesperson of the BJP, Bhavya Narasimhamurthy, spokesperson of the Congress Party, Ajay Bagga is a market expert, and DP Srivastava is former Indian ambassador to Iran. Radhika Khera, this is what the Treasury Secretary, Mr. Besant, has said, that they are making a 30-day waiver for India, allowing India to import Russian oil for 30 days. The same Treasury Department and the same US administration 6 months ago had put 25% tariffs on India for importing Russian oil. Is America now going to decide who India imports oil from and how much?
Zaka have a number of reports, one from CNN as well, which state that Russia remains India's top crude supplier in February in 2026. And I believe that the day on which the US attacked Iran was 28th of February, the last day of the month. So the entire month of February, Russia has been our largest supplier. So have we been taking permission from anyone? They've written something. They've been saying lots of things. They've been saying planes have been down. Whatever they write is for the Congress Party because they're the only ones who go and believe them. Nobody else. The fact of the matter is, let's talk on figures. I'm sure you have the figures. Let's take out all the figures ever since this entire thing has happened where the US has been putting sanctions this, here and there. Has India ever stopped purchasing Russian oil? No, we have not. We have made it absolutely categorically clear that for us, the nation stands first. And we are only going to purchase oil and as much oil as we think deemed fit, which is going to be beneficial for our country. Indians are first for us, the country is first for us. So whoever gives us a better rate, a better deal, we will purchase from them, which is why Russia continues to be our largest supplier. And that is, let's talk on fact and figures. We're not going to be...
One second.
Yeah.
So in February of 2026, the the Russian proportion of import in India was 19%. In June of 2025, 6 months ago, before the 25% sanctions, it was at 40%. So you've literally halved your purchase of Russian oil. Why?
According to the commodity market, India's total crude imports in February stood at approximately 106 MB/d. Russian crude contributing to 1.042 MB of the total. Again, facts and figures, I've told you exactly how much. And like I said, CNN has reported the same.
So that's exactly what I'm saying. In February, you're importing 20%. 6 months ago, you're importing 40%. Why? Is it for Indian consumer, or is it because America is telling you not to?
We're buying for Indian consumers, which is why Pakistan, our neighbor, has already got petrol pumps shutting down, while India still has reserves. While there's going to be shortage, there's going to be problem in every country across the world, but India still has no shortage, and we have 25 days of reserves, and we've said that always. We've never had any shortage problem, which is why you will have no problem, and you will not have to stand in line.
Bhavya Narasimhamurthy, the point is that India is free to buy or choose who it wants to buy oil from. India never bought Russian oil before the war in Ukraine started. The reason why it started buying from Russia was because it was discounted. There was a cap that was put by the Europeans and by the Americans on Russian oil, and India took advantage of that price cap. Now, after the sanctions have been imposed, after the 25% tariffs have been imposed, and the differential worked out to be less than $1 or $2 a barrel, the price economics did not work out. Therefore, India has stopped or relatively reduced the purchase of Russian oil. Now, a war that India did not start, India has no role in. Because of that, global oil prices are going up. Why not go back to Russia and to cheaper Russian oil? What's wrong in that?
Tell me again why the Strait of Hormuz was closed for Indian ships? Why only Russian and Chinese and other Iranian-friendly nations this Strait of Hormuz is open to?
No, it's not only for Indian ships. It's closed for all ships. Not only for Indian ships. That's not correct.
We had a friendship treaty. One second. We had a friendship treaty. Russian ships and Chinese ships moving, right? Without any sanctions. We had a friendship treaty with Iran. One. Since when did it close? Again, after the war started. What has India got to do with this? I'll tell you what. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, is compromised in 3 ways. He compromised the collective moral conscience of this country by standing with Israel and USA and not with Iran, and by not condemning the killing of its supreme leader. Second, by not condemning the killing of its sailors, the Iranian soldiers on Iris Dina, who were a guest just days before they were killed in international waters. They might say it was like, away from the Indian nautical mile. Weren't they a guest? Is this how you're going to treat your guests just because they left your house and they were killed by someone? You won't even condemn that? The cowardice of Narendra Modi has compromised the interest of Indians today. It has compromised the sovereignty of this country today. Now, America will dictate. India, tell us that they will give us waiver of 30 days. Who are they to give us? According to them, we still haven't even signed the deal, right? US trade deal. They were discussing US trade deal even before the Supreme Court came out and gave the ruling. When opposition leader, when Rahul Gandhi, he came out and he asked why this was done. The same BJP said it was still not final. Then why is America dictating us? Who are there to waive off 30-day deal for us? And if they are giving all of this on their official channel, why is Narendra Modi not coming out and saying that, nobody else should believe America? Why is Congress believing? The BJP spokesperson here says only Congress believes. That's America, for God's sake. That's a global power. The president there says...
30 seconds quickly.
One second. Let me go to Mr. Bagga and to Mr. Srivastava. One second, please. Let me go to Mr. Bagga and to Mr. Srivastava as well. Mr. Bagga, the point is this. This is not a war that India started. This is not a war that India has any part in. India is the second largest importer of crude in the world. China is the largest importer of crude in the world. All countries are getting affected. if India is getting a 30-day waiver for importing Russian oil, which is clearly cheaper at this point of time, then why not take advantage of it? Should we be unnecessarily politicizing it? Or do you think, the Americans are now deciding who India can buy from and cannot buy from? 6 months ago, they put tariffs on India saying don't buy Russian oil. Now, because of a war that they started and global energy prices have spiked by about 15% in the last 2 weeks, now they are saying, okay, you can buy Russian oil.
Yeah, Zakab, today the Brent has crossed $90 for a short time. Again, it's 89.9. That's just splitting here. So 25% increase in the Brent crude price this week itself from Saturday to now. So it is a crisis for India with 85% of our crude oil coming from abroad. We have to supply our industries, our consumers. We have to have cooking gas for the crores of connections that we have added over the last 11 years. So it is a crisis. The government is taking care of it. And I would say in terms of national interest, not only the Russian oil on high seas, but any Russian oil that we can buy, we should be buying. The Europeans are telling Ukraine to allow Russian gas and oil to flow through the pipeline, which used to come from Russia through Ukraine into Western Europe. So EU has decided that we should open that pipeline. Zelensky is not opening it yet, but everybody is now looking at staying afloat. This is a very grave energy crisis. So I would not paint it in any political color.
If you can just put this into context for our viewers, Mr. Bekaa. So every $1 increase in a barrel of oil, I believe India's import bill surges by about $10 to $12 billion. So basically you're saying in the last month, it's gone from $60 a barrel to now almost $90 a barrel. So that's $30 a barrel that it is increased just in the last month. So we're basically looking at what? $300 billion in excess in our import bill?
No, that's $10 per every $10.
Every $10, okay, got it.
Increase of about $12 to $14 billion in our import bill. So we are looking at, if this stays, we are looking at $30-40 billion more. But Zaka, the issue today is the Russian oil, which used to come at a discount in February. Today, when our companies have bought that Russian oil, it's coming at $12 premium, Zaka. So we have bought at $100, not even 90. Because right now you are just looking that I should get the molecules. You're not looking at the price, not the political color. You have to stay afloat, so you are buying. China has 200 days. I would not take Pakistan as an example. It's a failed state. It's a beggar state. China has 200 days of reserves. And has 250 days. We have 25 days. So we have to act. We cannot wait for US or anybody. Getting oil from US takes about 4 weeks. By that time, the story is over. Because 20 million is not coming every day, Zaka. So 20% of the global supplies are constrained for the last 7 days. And unless Trump signs today, then it will take about 2 weeks for the oil to flow again. And it will take about a month to normalize. Today you saw Kuwait saying we are stopping production except for domestic. That has led to this Brent going to $90 Zaka. So, and Kuwait is about 4% of the globe.
So Mr. Srivastava, what is the way out? I mean, the whole world is suffering. Countries in the global south are suffering. India is suffering. And all because of a war that we have no role in, or we have no, a reason to take a side on. The issue is, how can one country hold 20% of the global oil flow almost hostage, inconveniencing and clearly, I mean, as Mr. Bekaa was saying, this is almost a life and death situation, not just for the countries involved in this war, but the entire world. I mean, should there not be some kind of, rules or something that allows for flow of commerce, flow of oil particularly, which is an essential commodity, or there are no rules that govern war? It's a war between America, Israel and Iran. They lost their supreme leader. They've been hit inside their territory. Their sovereignty has been violated. There's a regime change that's going on. Therefore, why should they play by any rules or anybody's rules?
Thank you. Let me put things in perspective. Situation is much more grim than it has been brought out so far. To give you a historical example, the second oil price shock in 1979 was caused by removal of Iranian supply. Now that was 10% of the global oil consumption. With the Persian Gulf traffic or Hormuz, 20% of oil supply going through Hormuz, which has come to a standstill. You have double that amount, 20% of the global oil supply. So this is a much bigger shock than the second oil price shock. What we are actually looking at is the beginning of third oil price shock. Now the second part, how long will it last? It's not a question of few days, because this time it is not that the Iranians are buying, it's the Persians, the global insurance companies who provide insurance to the ship and the cargo. They have simply stopped
insuring ships anymore, yeah. All right, we've lost that link with Mr. Srivastava. We'll try and go back to him in just 1 second. Yeah, Radhika Khera, again, it comes back to, if we had friendly relations with Iran. Iran seems to be making some exceptions for certain countries. We are now at the mercy of either America or Russia, or in this case now Iran. The Gulf countries are not exporting as a result of this war. Basically, we are at somebody else's mercy.
First of all, Iran has also made an exception for India and has opened its borders to let Indians travel back to India. And that exception is only for India. So those people who have been crying
the Strait of Hormuz, we are talking
can
about
you please
trade.
Control this lady? I didn't speak over her.
One at a time.
We are speaking about
if she's so
trade.
interested in war, she can probably
please.
go to Iran.
One at a time. One at a time.
They need all the hands that they can
One
get.
at a time. One at a time, please. One at a time, please.
We'll help arrange flights for them. Having said that, now, interestingly, how this ecosystem today, which is screaming that India is under US pressure, conveniently forgets its own history. In 2012, under the UPA government, where Dr. Manmohan Singh was the puppet prime minister, where the government was being run by remote control via Mrs. Gandhi and Mr. Rahul Gandhi, India actually cut Iranian oil imports by 11% after US pressure, which was openly reported, and you covered it as well. I'm sure you covered that. And today, under Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's leadership, the reality is exactly the opposite. Russia has remained India's largest crude supplier, despite as many sanctions that the US has imposed on India. Despite anything, Russia still remains to continue to supply the largest amount of oil. We have not reduced it, but yes, it is a matter of fact. And on record that in 2012, Rahul Gandhi's government succumbed to the US pressure and reduced the oil imports by Iran by 11%. Wasn't Iran India's friend back then? Why did we succumb to US pressure and not take oil? Let's not forget that. That is how India used to succumb to pressure, and today we are not. And yes, today, when the country is under attack, when Iran is under attack, what do we see today? We saw that their deputy foreign minister is in India, a country which is in conflict. Dr. Saeed is in India, and when there was a brief meeting and the reporters asked him about what is India's stand and did you have a conversation with India, he said, yes, everybody is supporting the international law. That is what India's stand is, and that is where India stands with Iran. We are not the ones who reduced buying oil because we US se dar gaye the. Daro mat.
But we are, yes, you did so in 2012. There were sanctions against Iranian oil. You stopped purchasing Iranian oil. And now this is a war of not of our making. If it is dangerous to transport oil, then it affects everybody. You can't make a political thing out of it.
Okay. In 2012, Iran even accepted Indian rupee when there was sanction against using dollar and pounds. One, taking a decision for the people of India, for the interest of Indians, is very different from taking decisions to protect one individual called Adani and save yourself from Epstein's file. And just for the fake medal, you go to Israel and within 48 hours, a nation, weren't you aware of it? If you were not aware of it, if your intelligence, I'm talking about Narendra Modi, was such a failure, what kind of a prime minister are you? You didn't know in 48 hours they are going to attack Iran and make an unprovoked attack against Iran, a friendly nation. And did you even condemn it? What is Radhika even comparing? And she didn't answer your question, saying she didn't even answer your question. Your question was about Strait of Hormuz, right? Why Indians are not allowed there when we have a friendly relationship with Iran? But she has no answers to it.
Okay. Mr. Srivastav's line is also back, so I want to get quickly a word from him. Mr. Srivastav, do you see Iran making exceptions for certain countries with which it has had friendly relations, or this is a situation that's going to continue until there is some kind of a winner or loser in this war?
It's not a question of Iran making an exception or any other country, because, as I was saying, the transit through Persian Gulf, through Hormuz Strait itself is blocked because the insurance companies have walked away, which is 20% global oil supply removed, which is double the oil price shock, the second oil price shock. So we are looking at the beginning of third oil price shock.
Okay.
Now, this is going to last longer than the previous one because this is not because of kinetic action. Even when the kinetic action is, that is, the war is over, it will take some time for the insurance rates to come back to normal. The Red Sea war, where the Houthis attacked, the insurance rates have still not normalized. Now, the third thing, there has been discussion about buying Russian crude. The basic issue is how much Russian crude is available, because most of it is already committed to China. This exemption or whatever exception which US president has said covers the seaborne Russian crude oil that is currently 7 million barrel. India gets 2.5 million barrel a day. So even if this was available to us exclusively, it would not last more than 2 days. Now, the only way, and it's not a question of only India, we need not make it a partisan debate, because this has already affected the entire world. The only way out is to bring this war to a closure. The problem is that the Israeli and the American war aims expanded. Initially, it was nuclear talks, which could have been resolved. Omani's foreign minister had said, after the talk on 27th February, a day before the war, that peace deal is within hands. Now, then Israel and America struck. Now, unless this nuclear deal is possible, because Iran has agreed to zero stockpiling. Without stockpiling, you can't have not zero enrichment, zero
stockpiling.
Stockpiling. Which means without stockpiling, you cannot have nuclear weapons. They have also agreed to dilute the earlier stock which was enriched up to 60%. So nuclear issue can be easily resolved.
But that's not the goalpost. The goalpost has been shifted.
If you have moved the goalpost to regime change, you are looking at a longer scenario, and it's. I have served in Iran. It's not going to take 4 or 5 weeks, as President Trump has said. I think this is a massive miscalculation. Iranians are a resilient people. This will go on.
Okay, we've got to leave it at that. I'm completely out of time, but thank you very much, Mr. Srivastav, Mr. Bekaa, and the spokespersons of BJP and Congress for joining us. Like I said, this is the world's problem, and India happens to be also in the line of fire because of oil prices, because of what has been happening. Let's see, and let's hope and pray that this war comes to a close quickly. All right, I want to go across to Ms. Goldie Gomari. She's an Iranian rights activist and also a former member of the Provincial Council in Ontario. Thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Gomari. I want to first start off by asking you, there's a lot of propaganda on social media by both sides, by the American and Israeli side, and certainly by the Iranian side. They've made it out to be that, a great man has been killed and he's a martyr and so on and so forth, completely discounting the fact that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and the regime terrorized the Iranian people for close to 40 years. How would you speak to this propaganda war that's going on?
I think it's incredibly shameful that there are people out there who are glorifying what we Iranians call the modern day Hitler. Khamenei was an evil man. He has the blood of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people on his hands. And the day that he was exterminated was an amazing day for us Iranians and many other people around the world who have been victims of Khamenei. I myself am so grateful to the United States and Israel for getting rid of this very evil war criminal. I think the fact that there's so much propaganda about this on social media, it points to a bigger problem of how much the Islamic regime has radicalized people around the world. And I think that is a very serious threat.
Especially speaking to that concern as a woman, as an Iranian woman or a woman of Iranian heritage, especially given how this regime went after women. We saw a few years ago with Masha Amini and the anti-hijab protests. This must be like a liberating moment. But why aren't we seeing enough such voices out there in the international media, on social media, etc.?
Well, for one thing, the Islamic regime has shut down the internet. So ever since February 28th, they shut down the internet. So it is complete internet blackout right now. The reason that they do this is precisely for what you are saying, is they don't want the world to know how Iranians think and feel. However, we are getting some small videos coming out. And those of us who are outside of occupied Iran, we are trying our best to get the voices heard and make people be aware of what's going on, because this is a big tactic of the Islamic regime. Whenever they want to control the narrative, they will shut down the internet to silence Iranians, but then they will push their own propaganda. The reality is that Iranians are incredibly happy, incredibly grateful. And one of the reasons that you don't see them out in the streets right now is because President Trump himself has said now is not the time to go out into the streets. It is dangerous. There are bombs dropping on the Islamic regime. President Trump has said, stay at home, be safe. When the time is right, we will let you know, and then you can go out and reclaim your country.
I do want to speak to you about that, because there are a lot of people are saying that that's never going to happen. The regime has a tight fist in the country. We saw what it did just a few months ago, just a few weeks ago, in fact, both in December and in January. The boot, the iron fist of the government crushed the protesters. So no one's going to come out, is what the critics are saying. But President Trump, as you said, has been sort of goading the Iranian people to come back and take their government back. Do you see that happening? And by when do you see that happening?
Well, I 100% see that happening. The reality is what happened back in January, Iranians are unarmed. So they were facing unarmed and they were facing armed Islamic terrorists who were out in the streets shooting them down with military style weapons. However, this time around, those same terrorists are being exterminated by President Trump. All of their bases are being destroyed. The police stations are being destroyed. The prisons are being destroyed. Their ammunitions, weapons depot, all being destroyed. Is the threat still there? Absolutely. But President Trump, the United States and Israel are slowly eliminating that threat. And I truly believe that when the time is right, Iranian people will go out. Why? Because we actually have a leader. His name is Reza Pahlavi. He's the Crown Prince of Iran. He's the leader of the Iranian national revolution. That's the person that all of us trust. He has not said anything wrong so far. He has always been guiding us on the right path, and we 100% trust him. So we are right now waiting for Reza Pahlavi's signal so that we can go out into the streets and reclaim our country.
And one final word, again, there are skeptics who say that Reza Pahlavi does not have the kind of popular support in Iran. His support may not be more than 20 or 25%. Anyway, there is no appetite amongst the Iranian people to go back to a monarchic kind of system. How would you speak to that particular criticism?
Well, first of all, the only name that Iranians in occupied Iran are chanting is Reza Pahlavi. They're saying Javid Shah, which means long live the king. They're also saying In akharin nabard Pahlavi barmigarde, which means this is a final battle, Pahlavi will return. But here's the thing. His Royal Highness has not said that he's going to be returning as the Shah. He has said that he will be returning as a leader, and his role will be to transition Iran from an Islamic dictatorship into a functioning secular democracy. Now, what kind of democracy that's going to be, whether it's going to be a constitutional monarchy or if it's going to be a republic, that will be up to the Iranian people to determine in a national referendum. But all of us are committed to a secular democratic society.
All right, Goldie Gumari, thank you very much for joining us, and more power to you and Iranian women like yourself hopefully the people will come out onto the streets and take back your country, as President Trump has been talking about. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, this is now having international ramifications. One player who has been relatively quiet in all of this, despite the fact that for the last 40 years they have been the best of strategic partners and friends, is China. China has now commented on the US-Israeli strikes on Iran, saying that it's violating international law and it now risks expanding the conflict across the region. Beijing has affirmed its support for Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Beijing and Washington's ties have been further strained at a time when in the next few weeks, President Trump will be traveling to Beijing and meeting with Xi Jinping. And China and the United States are the two large countries who have still not signed a trade deal. So how much will China push in its criticism against this joint Israeli-American strike on one of its long-standing friends and partners in the Middle East? Or will it risk upending the entire relationship between the two biggest superpowers, the two biggest economies, just because one of its friends has been attacked in West Asia? The current thaw between China and the United States was already fragile. Now it faces a fresh new strain. The killing of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in an American-backed strike that Beijing has denounced as a blatant attempt at regime change. China has moved quickly to condemn the American and Israeli strikes on Iran, with its top diplomat Wang Yi accusing both governments of assassinating another country's leader. He's also pledged to support Tehran's sovereignty and security. The killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei came less than 2 months after American forces captured President Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela, who was another close partner of China. Together, these two moves, one in Venezuela, the other in Iran, amount to a forceful display of American power against regimes that China has cultivated as part of its broader strategy. Yet, for Beijing, the question is how far to defend Iran, its closest diplomatic partner in the Middle East, without hurting its own economic interests or worsening tensions with the United States.
美国和以色列未经安理会授权对伊朗发动军事打击，违反国际法。中方对战事外溢波及周边国家深表关切。中方认为，海湾各国的主权安全和领土完整也应当得到充分的尊重。我们敦促各方停止军事行动，防止战火进一步蔓延。
Beijing is likely troubled by the potential ripple effects of the American and Israeli strikes. China is the world's largest importer of energy, and Iran has already threatened to set on fire any ship that's traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. Over the past week, Iran has shown it can block almost at will this crucial waterway off the southern coast of Iran, through which a fifth of the world's oil travels. That could drive up prices, and that could badly hurt China's economy. There is also a quieter domestic sensitivity to foreign-backed regime change. Xi Jinping, who is China's leader and who's been in power since 2012 and is widely expected to get a fourth term starting next year, presides over a political system that brooks no dissent. Under the Chinese state media's censors, news about Khamenei's death was welcomed. Internet users, in fact, congratulated Iranian residents, and they wondered aloud who the next leader might be. Many of these social media posts were then scrubbed off the Chinese internet. But domestic concerns aside, Beijing is likely most focused on its relationship with the United States. President Donald Trump and Xi Jinping are just weeks away from a summit in Beijing where they're expected to extend a trade truce between the world's two largest economies. The White House has said that the meeting between Xi and Trump would take place between the 31st of March to the 2nd of April. But China is yet to confirm the details of this meeting or when and where it will take place. China could still consider cancelling or postponing the meeting with President Trump to show its displeasure with Washington and its use of military power against Iran. But whether they will cross that Rubicon remains to be seen. Despite its sharp rhetoric over Iran, Beijing has strong incentives to keep its relationship with the United States on an even keel. China wants Washington to agree to extend the trade truce, reduce its support for Taiwan, and ease its restrictions on technology exports. Beijing cares much more about managing the United States than whatever is happening in the Middle East. The trip to China, which would be the first by an American president since Trump went there to Beijing in 2017, is seen as vital to maintaining the truce that Xi and Trump had reached last October in Busan in South Korea. Before that, China and the United States had engaged in a blistering trade war that sunk their relations to the lowest point in more than 50 years. For China, postponing or cancelling the summit meeting with Trump would carry its own costs. Trump has signaled a willingness to avoid any kind of confrontation with Beijing. His administration recently delayed the announcement of an $11 billion arms package to Taiwan, which is the self-governed island which Beijing claims its own. It's also eased restrictions on the sale of advanced American chips to China. Trump, in fact, refrained from mentioning China in his State of the Union address, which is an unusual omission. The legal landscape has also shifted in favor of Beijing. The recent US Supreme Court ruling, which struck down many of President Trump's tariffs, but his new 10% tariff on global imports is actually beneficial to China. China earlier had 34% tariffs, which has now been reduced to 10% after the US Supreme Court's decision. Beyond the summit, the conflict could reshape the strategic landscape in ways that benefit Beijing. Already, the United States has amassed the largest military force in the Middle East since 2003 and the invasion of Iraq. It has deployed aircraft carrier strike groups, also dozens of fighter jets to the region. And if that effort proves sustained, it could draw American attention and resources away from Asia. Beijing may not be bothered if the United States becomes bogged down in another unpopular war in the Middle East that distracts it from its main adversary, which is China. Beijing also must thread a diplomatic needle with Tehran. China has forged deep economic ties with many countries in the Gulf that Iran has launched attacks against in these recent days, like the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia. Now, unlike the United States, which has formal defense commitments with dozens of its allies, China has only one ally, which is North Korea. Its partnerships with Iran, with Venezuela, these are all strategic, they're not military alliances. Still, the strikes on Iran have laid bare the gulf between the two superpowers and their military capabilities. Despite its rapid investment in recent decades, China does not possess an army like the United States. The US Army can project power in any part of the world at any time. They've shown that in Venezuela, they've shown that in Iran. And that rankles Beijing. Because what that means is no country, not even China, can stop the United States from taking whatever action it pleases in any corner of the world. The demonstration of raw, hard power is something that will worry Beijing. It certainly complicates Xi Jinping's own plans to reunify Taiwan by 2027. The Governor-West State government war has now taken another turn with the latest reshuffle of governors, particularly in poll-bound states like Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose has been replaced with the controversial Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi, who has had quite a few run-ins with the M.K. Stalin government there. And the relatively subdued Governor of Kerala, Rajendra Adlekar, now gets double charge. He gets the state of Tamil Nadu as well. Mamata Banerjee has already sounded the political bugle on this. She has said that this is blatantly a political decision, coming as it does just ahead of the elections. She's questioning what is the pressing need to change governors right now. She's alleging that this has been done with political motives because Governor Bose was not listening to the central government and to the Union Home Ministry. But there's been a series of run-ins that governors have had with state governments, most notably R.N. Ravi and the Tamil Nadu government. If you look back to his tenure, right from the early days, on the 5th of January 2023, R.N. Ravi had suggested that Tamilagam would be a more appropriate name than Tamil Nadu. Nadu means country, and he didn't want Tamil Nadu to be referred to as a separate country. The DMK slammed him by saying that Governor Ravi should stop acting as the second state president of the BJP. Again, a few days after that, he said this was a customary address by the governor to the state assembly. Mr. Ravi skipped certain portions, praising the Dravidian model of government, and certain other portions, prompting the Stalin government to move a resolution which approved the text that the state government had drafted for the governor. The governor then walked out of the house. On the 12th of February, Mr. Ravi declined to read the full address prepared by the state government. In 2025 April, several bills that were passed by the Tamil Nadu Assembly were kept pending by the governor or returned back to the state government, and that led to a massive political as well as legal dispute. The state then moved the Supreme Court and challenging the delay in granting the governor's assent to these bills. In April of 2025, a body of Tamil Nadu educationists also met with the President Draupadi Murmu, demanding the removal of Governor R.N. Ravi for violating constitutional secularism by allegedly asking college students to chant Jai Shri Ram during a public event. And then just earlier this year, Governor Ravi refused to again read the state government's prepared speech for the third year in a row, and his office provided a long list of reasons for why he refused to do so. So this classic clashes have happened not just in the case of Tamil Nadu, but even in Bengal. It's not just Mr. Bose, who's now recently been relinquished of his position, but also prior to that, Governor Dhankar, Jagdeep Dhankar, who was the governor of Bengal before he became vice president, he too had a massive showdown with the Mamata government from 2019 to 2022. Mr. Dhankar's time as governor was there was frequent criticism of the state government, whether it was the post-poll violence, law enforcement, allegations of corruption, irregular university appointments. In retaliation, the state government accused him of sitting on crucial bills that the assembly had passed. In fact, that face-off peaked in 2022 when the state legislature passed a law stripping the governor of his role as the Chancellor of universities, assigning instead to the Chief Minister. This was a clear rebuke of the governor's approach. Between November 2022 and March 2026, although Ananda Bose initially shared a cordial relationship with the state Chief Minister, that led to the state BJP unit expressing its displeasure over his appointment. Things later took a turn for the worse. The governor started expressing disagreement and disapproval on a host of issues. His tenure was marked by confrontation with the state government and ups and downs in his relationship with the chief minister.
इलेक्शन के पहले ये क्या हो रहा है? इलेक्शन कमिश्नर गणेश कुमार को मिसयूज करके पॉलिटिक्स कर रहा है भाजपा।
अगर प्रेशर है क्या नहीं है, टीएमसी सब कुछ कर सकते हैं। टीएमसी के ऊपर कोई विश्वास नहीं है, वो संविधान को मान्यता नहीं देते। वो राज्यपाल के खिलाफ भी हो सकता है, किसी के भी खिलाफ हो सकता है, लेकिन उसके बारे में भी राज्यपाल जी वो बताएंगे।
I want to go across for a quick face-off on this. Tuhin Sinha is national spokesperson of the BJP. Tawseefur Rahman is spokesperson of the TMC. Tuhin, the question that's being asked by Mamata Banerjee, she put out a tweet last night itself criticizing this move, linking it to the polls and saying, what's the pressing hurry? Why not wait for the elections to get over and then change governors?
Well, good evening, Zaka. Good evening, everybody. You know, the appointment as well as the replacement of governors is entirely the prerogative of the central government. The central government is not obligated to consult state governments, be it a BJP government in the state or a non-BJP government, as far as understanding of the constitution. Not just with Mr. Bose, even with Jaideep Dhankar before that and Keshrinath Tripathi before that, there is not a single governor with whom Mamata Banerjee has not been at loggerheads with. She has opposed SIR, which is a constitutional process. She has threatened to, not to allow CAA to be implemented in Bengal, which again goes against the tenets of the constitution. So Mamata Banerjee over here has no business in deciding who the governor of the state should be. As far as BJP government as the center is concerned, let me just state one fact that would establish our, credentials insofar as respecting the federal structure of governance goes. The previous Congress governments in the country had, imposed president's rule nearly 90 times. There is not a single instance when BJP has done that. So BJP has always respected the constitution. People like Mamata Banerjee should be well behaved and equally adhere to the tenets of the constitution.
The problem, Tuhin, is that, the choice of your governor for Bengal, Mr. Ravi, is not exactly an uncontroversial figure. He's had frequent run-ins with the Tamil Nadu government of Mr. Stalin. Why appoint such a controversial figure, and that too days before elections are going to be announced in Bengal?
The same Mr. Ravi has had exemplary, excellent credentials as an IPS officer and as an intelligence officer. So just because, a state government, an opposition state government wants to besmirch his reputation, I don't think that should, the opposition state government should be giving character certificates to our governors. There is a lot which the DMK itself needs to introspect insofar as, the role of Mr. Ravi is concerned.
Tawseef, it's not just non-BJP governments or opposition states where the governors have been replaced. The Bihar governor has been replaced. The Nagaland governor has been replaced. The Maharashtra governor has been replaced. These are all BJP-ruled states or in alliance or on their own. So this is a routine exercise. Why are you politicizing it? Why are you linking it to the elections?
Good evening, Zaka, and good evening to everyone. Well,
I don't understand. Sometimes they want to talk about history, or sometimes they want to talk about the present. But the way we attack, they just go back or forefront. I don't understand. But whatever Tuhin said, I want to counter it, Zaka. The Union Home Minister appointed R.N. Ravi as Bengal governor without consulting Chief Minister Mamata Bandyopadhyay, violating, let me get established here, violating established constitutional convention that exists to maintain federal balance. Article 154 and Article 163 established that in matters concerning the state affairs, the governor must consult the chief minister. Now it's okay, but you know, this is what democracy is being killed over here. Loktantra ki hatya ho rahi. And yesterday also I said one thing. चिट्ठी ना कोई संदेश जाने वो कौन सा देश CV Ananda Babu कहाँ तुम चले गए. The sudden resignation of the governor just before the West Bengal Assembly elections raises serious concerns, Zaka, about the center intentions and respect for constitutional conventions. The unilateral appointment of a new governor without consulting the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee undermines the spirit of cooperative federalism and the dignity of the state.
But Tausif, the governor of Tamil Nadu has been changed, the governor of Maharashtra has been changed, the governor of Telangana has been changed, the governor of Himachal Pradesh has been changed, Bihar has been changed. None of these chief ministers seem to have a problem. Only Mamata Banerjee has a problem.
Zaka, if someone doesn't want to talk about democracy, if someone doesn't want to talk about the freedom of expression and freedom of right, that's not our fault. We want to talk about it. This is what same happened with Bihar. There was no information given to these people before cutting their names during SIR. But now we are fighting. We wanted this logical discrepancy by Election Commission. Thop diya hamare sar pe. I mean, such action create unnecessary suspicion at a sensitive electoral moment, Zaka. I mean, what you are saying, Tuhin is saying, wo hamara right hai. So we have a right to question, nothing else.
Okay.
I mean, just before the assembly election, this fair badal, I mean, I don't know whether
Tuhin again,
the boss was incompetitive
it boils down to both the timing of this move and the choice of candidates. Mr. Ananda Bose did not necessarily have the kind of confrontational relationship with Mamata Banerjee that, let's say, Jagdeep Dhankar had or that Mr. Ravi had with Mr. Stalin. So therefore, because he was slightly more conciliatory, you've changed him, and you've changed him just maybe a week before elections are going to be announced.
You know, Zaka, before I come to that, I think we need to call out the hit and scoot politics of TMC. You know, I'm sure, forget TMC, I'm sure CNN must have done its own research. You put forth, you tell me the constitutional provision which tells you, you read out the constitutional provision which tells you that the central government should consult the chief minister before the appointment of the governor. There is no such constitutional provision. They can, you know, they can just throw some clause, they can throw some article over here. I'm challenging you, read it out to me. So that's point number one. You know, this ignorance of the TMC, chosen ignorance, needs to be called out. Number two, like I have mentioned, you know, we have an exemplary track record in the last 12 years. You tell me one instance where, you know, we have imposed president's rule barring money. Ideally, we should have done that in Bengal in 2021 when TMC cadres indulged in the killings of so many karyakartas of ours. But we did not. Okay. So I don't think we should approach this entire issue with such a cynical mindset. There are so many states which have had a change of governor. Not one has complained. And that includes opposition.
Tausif, you know, the fact is that Mr. Ananda Bose also had his ups and downs with Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, whether it was the RG car rape episode, whether it was Sandesh Khali, you know, numerous instances where he has taken a divergent line and criticized the Chief Minister. So there was really no love lost there between Mr. Bose and Ms. Banerjee.
See, Zaka, this is what I'm talking about. The difference between a concern and a complaint, it's huge hell and hell difference. I mean, I want to show you the pattern. The pattern is now crystal and clear. Jagdeep Dhankar was made governor of West Bengal, created constant friction within the state government, then elevated to vice president, and was eventually forced to resign from there also. Now, CV Ananda Bose replaced him, continued the confrontational approach for 3 years, and now suddenly resigned, citing ill health just before the election. Now, see, we are not complaining. This is what Mamata Bandyopadhyay, Abhishek Bandyopadhyay spoke about. It's about the concern. Bhaiya, iske piche aapka raaz kya hai? See, if the governor is not walking hand in hand with the chief minister, no problem.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export, or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for
the big headlines, viewers, on the Hard Facts tonight, and it is looking like one of those big operations by Donald Trump. Whether he honors them or not, we don't know, but Trump makes it clear amid the West Asia onslaught, says there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian says some countries have initiated efforts for mediation, but while Tehran is committed to lasting peace, it will not hesitate in defending the dignity and authority of Iran. That's the other big headline coming out of Iran, viewers. It's a full-out war of words and, of course, a hot war. Israeli Air Force expands strikes on Hezbollah units in Lebanon, hits Iranian embassy in Beirut as it tries to outflank the guerrilla tactics of Iran. And as oil prices spike sharply, big energy boost for India. United States issues a 30-day waiver allowing India to continue purchasing Russian oil. Viewers, this is a massive U-turn by DC. And it's not looking good. It's not looking good for the Gulf allies of the United States. Qatar's energy minister warns oil price could rise to $150 per barrel in 2 or 3 weeks if tankers remain unable to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Says this will bring down the economies of the entire world. And viewers, Iran launches fresh strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait, while a state-run oil refinery is targeted in Bahrain. A US base is hit in Kuwait. The Saudis are feeling the pinch. The Gulf is aflame because of Trump's war. Viewers, Donald Trump has done a massive somersault. In a surprising turn of events, Washington, D.C. has declared that it will allow Delhi to purchase Russian oil. Now remember, viewers, one of the preconditions for signing a trade deal with Russia, with the United States rather, viewers, was that India would stop purchasing Russian oil, because Donald Trump has said that when India purchases Russian oil, it finances Putin's war against Ukraine, and that hampers any attempt to mediate a peaceful resolution of that conflict. And now, viewers, Scott Bessent, US Treasury Secretary, has come out and said that there will be a temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. That short-term measure won't provide significant financial benefit to Russia, only authorizing transactions involving oil already stranded at sea. India is an essential partner of the United States, we fully anticipate that New Delhi will ramp up purchases of US oil. So viewers, here is a bit of give, but there's also a take. The threat of US sanctions has led India to slowly taper off purchases from Russia. And let me break this down for you viewers. You can see it on your screens on the extreme right. In January 2025, let's keep those visuals on the side and keep the war visuals in the middle. Yeah, that's the screen we want because it tells you the whole story, viewers. In January 2025, 1.67 million barrels per day was what India was importing from Russia. In September 2025, that came down marginally because Russian discounts had started tapering off. So Russia was giving us big discounts after a while it decided not to. And that led to India in December cutting back almost 30-40 million barrels of oil per day from Russia. By January 2026, we had almost got this down by 65 million barrels, viewers. So it was on a downward trajectory, but we did not stop importing Russian oil even when a gun was literally put to our head, a tariff gun, not a real gun. But now India can reverse that trend, which is a much needed reprieve, given that millions of barrels of oil and gas are stuck near the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow Gulf choke point through which nearly half of India's crude oil and gas imports transits. The stranglehold has led to the spiking of oil prices. Tehran has threatened to attack vessels attempting to pass through since the US and Israel began their war against Iran. And this is what the Iranians said: the Strait of Hormuz is off limits to US, Israel and Europe. Violators will face drone and missile strikes. We have the right to control the Strait of Hormuz. Viewers, in waiving the sanctions threat on India, the US has exhibited classic show me the man and I'll show you the rules hypocrisy. Why? Because one of the unintended and clearly unanticipated consequences of the US war in Iran has been the disruption of one of the world's most critical economic arteries, the Strait of Hormuz. With that single move, Iran has dramatically escalated the economic cost of Trump's war. As long as Tehran can threaten a chokehold on Hormuz, it retains leverage, wildly disproportionate to its fortunes on the battlefield, and that leverage is already visible in the markets. Washington knows that a sustained spike in oil prices could fracture the fragile coalition backing its war effort, which is where India enters the equation. Given its centrality to the Indian Ocean region and West Asia, New Delhi is perhaps the single most consequential ally whose cooperation the US cannot afford to lose. The waiver therefore stems from strategic necessity. The BJP has naturally claimed the reversal as a big win for India's oil diplomacy. BJP national spokespeople have been coming out and saying India's oil diplomacy has succeeded. And it has gone on to say our action averted market disruption. The question remains, has Trump's overreach on attacking Iran, on bullying India, misreading the fallout of the war returned to haunt him? Let's open this up because there is a conversation to be had here, viewers. And I want to begin with Errol Morkic, who's a senior spokesperson to the Republicans overseas. Errol, thank you very much for joining us. And I know these are difficult times, but I want you to have a look at what the consequences of this catastrophic war that is being waged are. One of them is that the Strait of Hormuz has emptied out of vessels, fishing, oil tankers, trading ships, all gone. Which means that a large number of people who the Americans count as allies are feeling the pinch. Has Trump realized this, and has he therefore pulled back, at least in India's case, from that position that at the end of the day, if India were to import Russian oil, it would face huge sanctions? Is this a realization?
Well, it's certainly the reality of an ever-changing battlefield. So the objective, of course, is to keep oil prices down to reduce Putin's ability to conduct his war. By closing the Strait of Hormuz and interacting with Iran, as we've done, of course, that's caused it to spike. Now we need Indian buyers to clear the market of existing Russian oil off the oceans so we can hopefully at least stabilize the short-term OTC markets there. So, I mean, in some ways, it's a little quid pro quo, it's a little bit give and take, but the United States didn't enter into this event without the knowledge that Iran would do this. This was basically their only strategic play. As you said in your monologue, this overshadows their actual battlefield competence, and I agree with you entirely. On a 22-mile narrow strait, they can do whatever they want.
Are you saying that the great strategist sitting by the Potomac in Washington, D.C. did not game theory a response of this nature? I mean, this looked the most obvious. The first thing that we knew. Well, if you did, then you seem to suggest that you didn't. But if you didn't,
no. To be very clear, this is the only expected retaliation by the Iranians. So this is their only leverage they have. So during this time period will be the increased strikes, the increased military actions, and then of course diverting American resources, Venezuelan oil, finding these new supply chains, allowing the Russians to sell to the Indians, hopefully bringing Russia more economically to the table as that conflict is there. So I would say the great strategists around the Potomac are certainly pulling the strings, and everybody is coming along gracefully, we hope, as we, of course, eliminate a common enemy in the Iranian Islamic State.
Gracefully. Viewers, I just want to go across to this big map that we've got up here for you. What is this map? This is the Strait of Hormuz, viewers. This is the strait. It's at one point about 40 kilometers wide, and at certain points it's only about 20 meters or so deep. And you can see it's completely emptied out. All these ships that bear oil, trading vessels that bear cargo, perishable goods and so on and so forth are all stuck here. If you just pull back a little bit, this is Dubai, this is Sharjah, that's Abu Dhabi. All the ships are in port. They can't move out, viewers, and they're not going here. And ships that are bringing material, and you can see some of these arrows that point to tell you the direction in which these ships were supposed to go. These ships that are bringing in goods that would have actually fed all these city-states are stuck here because Iran has decided that anything that goes across will be targeted. So, viewers, you have a situation where there is a potential economic crisis and the cost of war is escalating. Now, America knows that if this cost goes too high, this fractious coalition of support might actually crumble. And there are already noises coming out of Europe and out of the Gulf countries. So it's decided to throw a bit of a bone. And look at the hypocrisy here, Sushant Sareen. I find this absolutely hypocritical. I know America can dictate terms right now because, you know, some people believe that we are not really in a multipolar world, we're still in a unipolar world, and that America holds all the cards because it's a power and this, that, the other. But look at the hypocrisy. When the Americans need something and they want interests to serve their cause, they will relax the moral position. Then the poor people of Ukraine who are being bombed by Russian missiles and so on and so forth can go to hell while we buy Russian oil and fund Putin's war for another 30-40 days. I mean, show me the man and I'll show you the rule. What kind of diplomacy is this?
But Rahul, that is the fundamental principle of diplomacy. Everything else is for public consumption. You know, I think it was written 2000 years back in Western literature. In our literature, it probably predated that as well, that the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. Now, that is the fundamental principle of international relations. Now, having said that, I think if the Russian oil sanctions, number one, it is utter nonsense for anyone to argue that because India was buying Russian oil, Putin was profiting and he was getting money to fight his war. So if that is the logic, then why don't you take action against China? but you could not take action against China because China held you by the unmentionables, right? So you said, okay, fine, we'll take it out on India. Fine. Now, I think this is a good thing as far as we are concerned, because let's face it, for now it's 30 days, but this is likely to last longer because this war is not coming to an end anytime soon. And even if you were to take out the missile batteries of the Iranians, they have enough drones by all accounts to keep targeting the oil facilities of Gulf states. And the Iranians know that if they can damage not just the Gulf economies, but the international economy by disrupting oil supplies and oil availability in the markets, they will be held to pay, because it will affect not just the Arab states, it will affect Europe, it will affect Asia, it will affect the rest of the world. Now, I think from our perspective, if the Russian oil is available, I think it's good for us, because we can process that oil, and at one level, we can make sure that there are no oil shortages in India. And then whatever is left over, and there will be plenty left over, we can sell it to the rest of the world. So fine, it will be we who will benefit from what is happening. We will not suffer the shortages which are likely to come. There will certainly be a price hike. I believe Russian oil prices have gone up by $4 or $5 a barrel.
Yes.
So this is bound to happen. Also remember, Rahul, there were about 40 million barrels, actually about 120 million barrels of Russian oil which are on the sea, right now as we speak. But out of which about 40 million barrels were oil which they were sanctioning in a big way. The rest is going to countries which are beyond American sanctions, like China and others. So about 40 million barrels of oil are already available. And this figure is likely to increase for one reason. Please remember that it is not just important that oil is produced, but also that oil is refined. Not many refineries have the capability of processing all varieties of oil. I think India has 2 or 3 huge refineries which have those capabilities, which is why that oil comes to India. Secondly, not only will the Gulf states, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, I think Kuwait also, they're not only shutting down the oil fields, their refineries have been hit. We know that the Bahrain refinery has been hit, a couple of others have taken hits, and perhaps, God forbid, something more might happen going forward, which means that you will need all the refining capacities you can get. And India is one of the few countries which has those refining capacities.
Yeah.
So I think we're in a sweet spot as of now. What happens 15 days from now, what happens 2 months from now, nobody can say. So I don't think we should be cribbing about, what's happening. And just, Rahul, allow me half a minute more.
Yeah.
There is this thing that there's been a lot of outrage in this country today. The Americans saying, we will allow India. Okay, they've said allow India. And, everybody's got their nickels in a twist. The point is that focus not on the semantics. Focus on the substantive. The substantive is what I just told you earlier.
That's true.
The semantic is, they could have said, we are giving you a waiver. A waiver is also allowing you to buy Russian oil.
True.
They could have said, we give you a carve out. So
no, I understand that. I think that point is well made and well taken. But let me tell you, Sushant Sareen, that there are even those who were at one time supporters of India-US ties. And even they today are disenchanted. And I think that's where the exceptional is. I'm not talking about the politicians because, the Congress party and all of that in India, I'm not even going down there because they will react reflexively to anything. Yeah.
India should stop tilting at the windmills. Yeah. Every statement which comes, every move which somebody else makes, there is this outrage industry in India.
Okay, but that is not, look, we're a democracy, we're a noisy democracy, and it's good to be one. So that, look, what we should do or how we should behave and all of that, that's a different conversation. I'm not getting there. That's why I haven't invited any politician here from the opposition or from the BJP. But I just want to say one thing, viewers. When you use words like allow, we will allow. Who are you? Who are you? What do you mean allow? Who does the American Trump regime, and I'm going to call it that, viewers, tonight, think it is? We will allow. India should remember this arbitrary weaponization of trade and patronizing attitude of the US and not buy US oil actually in the long term, viewers. We shouldn't. In any case, it comes out of shale, fracking, horrible for the environment. Just like, viewers, these Western countries say that we are not going to buy goods from Indian sweatshops which might have that kind of labor and this kind of labor, we should say, well, we're not wanting to buy oil that comes out of the soil, which actually causes environmental depletion by draining water aquifers and all of that. You can make some excuse. Don't let them get away with this. Angie Wong, I have to ask you this question. Are American morals so elastic that now you're giving up the pretense that the money that you pay to Russia for its oil is going to go to further Russia's ambitions maybe by 2 or 3 months in Ukraine? Is that what it's come down to?
We're not giving money to Russia. In fact, we have sanctions against working with Russia and their oil program. So
no, but you've just relaxed those sanctions, right? You put those sanctions on India. Yes, so you said India was one of the biggest buyers of Russian oil, and that's funding Putin's war. Now, when you are feeling the pressure, when you've realized that you miscalculated, misread the battlefield, you say, oh my God, this is going sideways. This is escalating costs for all our allies, and if the world's biggest democracy says, actually, we don't agree with what you're doing in Iran, let's keep them happy, let's keep them sweet, let's give them a waiver, let them buy their Russian oil for a month or so, maybe even more, who knows, they'll be quiet and happy, let's throw a bone to them. That's what this is coming across as. Can you dispute this?
Yes, I can. I think that was complete misinformation. I think Trump considers Modi and India a real ally. Right. I know that Modi and Bibi Netanyahu, they met just 2 weeks ago, and they spoke about what was going to happen, what was going to take place in Iran. So they understand that this is a global play. Now, what has actually happened, not that we're allowing you to just buy oil from Russia, is that there's a 30-day waiver. This is temporary. This is for all the shipment that you've already purchased that's stuck out in sea. And Trump is saying, well, get it back into your country because we're going to give you 30 days to do it. So this is a temporary license that has been offered. Now, if India wants to continue doing trade with the U.S. in the future, this is going to be the conditions, right? We're going to have to work together. We can easily cut off the H-1B going mainly to Indian citizens here in the U.S. So much American dollars are being transited out of our country back into your country. So we can do things.
Angie Wong, the only people who are actually creating jobs in your economy are Indian startup companies. A lot of them, by the way. I'm not saying the only, but a lot of them. And let me also tell you something else, false. Angie. I'll also ask you a question.
Please.
Who buys the most Russian oil?
I have no idea.
You have no idea.
Have that fact coming in. No,
wow,
I do not
viewers.
have that fact
Look at
coming
their
in.
inward. I'll tell you which country, viewers. It's China. China buys the most Russian oil, not India. How much of a sanction was slapped on China?
And understand that
zero.
President Trump and
viewers,
Xi Jinping,
zero. This is how much Donald Trump loves the Ukrainian people that he is trying to save. The country that buys the highest amount of Russian oil in the world is China. And China gets away with zero sanction. We get slapped with a 25% extra sanction, which he now says could go up to 100% if we buy Russian oil. But when it suits him, Trump decides that he is going to completely wave that threat aside. That, viewers, is not how you treat an ally. That's not how you treat a partner.
Lies.
That's not a lie. It's a fact. Ma'am, go and do your research. Angie Wong, do your research. Don't come to this show without your research. Don't accuse me of lying. I have made an absolute factual point. Go and Google, ma'am, and look at the number. Go and Google and look at the amount of Russian oil China buys. Come on, come prepared. Come prepared. We're nobody's fools.
Xi Jinping later
Angie
this
Wong,
month.
I'm not going to get into a word war with you.
But you are
Please
actually
come with
lying
your
on
facts,
air.
ma'am. Please come with your facts. I will request you. I will request you to look up right now, use your phone, and find out how much Russian oil is being purchased by China. Do me that favor. I'm going to go to the next guest. General Dillon, let me ask you this question, sir. Has the time come when we stop soft peddling the United States of America on the basis of this so-called exceptionalism that it resorts to?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And just to quote the point which was being discussed, Ukrainians' life has no value for America. It is America's war which they want to fight. They are not interested, they are least bothered if Ukraine can fight or not fight or what Russia does to them. Suits them, they will speak it. When it suits them, they won't. Now coming to your question proper. See, India cannot be wished away. We are 1/6 of the world in population. We have our domestic needs of petroleum products. And if the Strait of Hormuz is closed because America decided to launch a war against Iran, and Iran did what it did, and America thought they will finish it off in 3 days or 4 days, and then 4 weeks, and then we will fight till ever, then there is going to be a crisis in the world. And India being 1/6 of the world in population, as I just said, we are going to feel the pinch, and we are the world's largest democracy. And we have stood on our 2 feet when the sanctions were imposed. Today 20%, tomorrow 50%, then this person, that person.
Right.
And good thing is, the strategic thinkers in America understand the value of India in this region of the world. They understand the strategic value, they understand the economic value, they understand the partnership value, they understand the trading value of India. We are a nuclear state. We are the world's largest democracy. We are 1/6 of the world. Anyone who makes even a needle has to come to India to sell it. We are a mighty military.
Well, the time is...
And these are the things they cannot ignore.
The time
and this
is
now.
now.
Sort of a face saving that we allow you.
Yes.
We give you 30 days waiver. These are face saving things. They had no other option. And India was to buy Russian oil because our priority of our public, our citizens, is the foremost for our government.
Here, viewers, is a live fact check on the hard facts. I don't come unprepared for debates, unlike some of my panelists. This is a headline from Reuters. This is 16th of February, 2026, which is less than a month back. China's Russian oil imports to hit new record in February as India cuts back. Viewers, China's Russian oil imports are set to climb for a 3rd straight month to a new record high in February, as independent refiners snapped up deeply discounted cargoes after India slashed purchases, according to traders and ship tracking data. Russian crude shipments are estimated to amount to 2.07 million barrels per day for February deliveries into China. Now, viewers, I want you to see that at our highest, we didn't purchase more than 1.67 million barrels a day of oil. China is doing that as we speak. Highest more than India. What is the penalty slapped on China? 0. Because I'll tell you why. Trump always chickens out. Trump doesn't have the guts to take on China. That is the fact, viewers. It's a live fact check, and I had to do this because I was accused of misleading our viewers. I never mislead you, viewers. That's why you watch us. I leave it to this, viewers, because I think the message needs to be delivered. None of this namby-pamby diplomacy. We've got to tell DC where it needs to get off. And it's about time that Delhi did so. Enough is enough. Let's transit, viewers, to another debate that I have done with 3 very well-informed panelists. Let's go straight across. Viewers, hello and welcome to this special edition. The war has extended into week 2. The Iranians are showing no signs of letting up. The Israeli and American campaign seems to be stuck in a war of attrition, in a battle of attrition. Many people are thinking that this could lead to another situation like the Russians found themselves in Ukraine, a war without end. That itself, of course, is a debate because everyone has an opinion on whether the Russians are actually stuck or they're making progress. And many people believe that the debate will continue even when it comes to this particular conflict. The other big questions that are being posed are by US allies and partners, increasingly restive, increasingly depleted, finding that perhaps the costs of war are not what they anticipated. And if this does turn into a cost-prohibitive conflict, where do they stand? Have they been sucked into someone else's war? Was Trump prepared? Did he actually game theory the outcomes? Did the United States anticipate the pushback from an Iranian regime that is hell-bent on surviving? And what are these are some questions that are being asked of the Americans, but that doesn't stop us from asking these questions of our panelists. And I'm joined by some splendid guests this afternoon. I have Tatiana Kukureva, who's a senior Russian journalist and an expert on foreign affairs who comments very often, and you've seen her on our shows here, CNN News 18. We also have with us Derek Grossman, professor of international relations at the University of Southern California, who I hope will hold up the American end of this conversation. And we have with us Patrick Kugil, Chief Analyst of the Polish Institute of International Affairs. Thank you very much, all of you. Let me start first with Tatiana Kukureva, because I know that she will set up this debate. Tatiana, do you agree that perhaps the Trump regime did not see the consequences of their actions, or that they don't really have an end game in mind?
Absolutely not, Rahul. And first of all, let me comment on hearing the words American and regime on the same sentence. You know, even if it's a Trump regime, still, you know, music to my ears in some ways, more ways than one. But also, you know, we know that this campaign was months in the making. We can be sure of that. I mean, both Donald Trump and actually Benjamin Netanyahu has said that, you know, well, we decided on the phone. Of course not. I mean, campaigns like this take months to prepare. We saw American ships pull out from the Gulf, you know, so we know they were preparing. We also know that, and we can assume, I'm sure, we don't know because, you know, it's difficult to know with Iran, but we can assume safely that Iran had been preparing for this. You know, we're seeing a response, and it doesn't look like just, you know, a barrage of uncoordinated attacks. They're very, it feels like there is a strategy to what they're doing. And also, again, assuming that that was some sort of a spur of the moment thing, it kind of is based on the idea that Donald Trump is extremely impulsive, which he's not really, not if you listen to what he's actually saying. And there's also the Israeli side. Having lived in Israel, having worked with the Israelis, you know, there's a very clear, and we had the privilege of listening to Israel's foreign minister yesterday. There's a very clear message that they're sending, and it's once you sift through the surface level of the narrative being that, you know, we are doing the effort, but the regime change has to come from Iranian people. At first, it kind of, it looks logical because we're talking about democracy and all things good. But essentially, that absolves Israel from any sort of responsibility for the said endgame, which means that they're not looking for a regime change, really. From the Israeli standpoint, you know, and they do perceive that as an existential threat.
Right.
It's more about weakening Iran, not even the government, not even the regime, if you will. It's about weakening them, pushing back the effort to obtain a nuclear weapon. Because when you live in this war kind of mentality, which Israel does since its inception, because it's been at war with, or rather its neighbors have been at war with it, it depends on which side you're looking from. You do not think like 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead. It is about pushing back the work on the nuclear weapon. For the American side, and I'm not sure if my fellow panelists will agree, I think it is about money.
It's about money?
Absolutely.
Okay. What are the objectives then?
Well, thanks for having me, and it's very unfortunate that we have to have this conversation. The objectives are very unclear. I can sit here right now and give you at least 10 different potential objectives, and none of them would necessarily make sense.
So let's list them.
Well, I could list a bunch of them. So, okay.
Academic exercise.
So one of them is regime change, right? So Trump was unhappy about the protesters being executed and warned the Iranian regime not to execute anymore. Otherwise, the U.S. would respond. And he said very publicly, I have your back to the protesters, right? So that's, and he hasn't really had their backs as far as we could tell. All right, so that's one explanation. Another is oil. We saw that during the Venezuela operation in January, that we got our oil back, right? Well, we know Iran pumps a lot of oil. That oil is under sanction. I think President Trump would like to have that oil in our inventory so that gas prices will go down even further.
So that's Tatiana's point.
So that's part of money, right? Another reason, I think, is because after kidnapping Maduro in Venezuela, Trump had some momentum, had some pep in his step. Well, military to do all things. Maybe I should use it even more, right? It's winning begets winning in a way, right? Another aspect of this is Trump always chickens out. Taco, I'm sure you've heard that.
Right.
Everyone's heard that. And so in order to build an anti-taco narrative, sometimes you actually have to push that little red button. So,
not the red button yet.
And we haven't even talked about the
Are you saying he's so impulsive that he would, or his ego is so big that it would be bruised by an acronym?
Oh, absolutely. 100%. 100%. I mean, if all you have to do is watch them in one day and you can tell, or 1 hour, or even just a few minutes, and you can see that everything is highly personalistic, everything is a personal slight. And I mean, we haven't even talked about the Israeli angle
so, Derek,
yet.
there is nothing redeeming about this campaign. Is that what you're suggesting? I mean, there must be something.
I mean,
he must have a beating and bleeding heart. He must love the Iranian people that he wants to save from these absolute oppressors.
Well, so
ayatollahs.
when you look at the second Trump administration's foreign policy over the last year or so, the idea of supporting values worldwide has been totally tossed out the window. We are now not in the business at all of supporting democracy, freedom, liberty, human rights, any of that stuff.
But were we ever?
Well, no. Was the United States ever? Was that? I think we were
the
at certain
world. I mean, it's not as if. I mean, look, you can have the veneer of enlightened diplomacy, but at the end of the day, when you really peel back the patina, you see the naked motives. I don't believe anyone has intervened anywhere in the world in defense of really strong values, to be honest. Maybe in the Second World War you could make that point, but I didn't see the Americans leaping out till Pearl Harbor happened.
Well, I think I think we at least used to talk about values as something that was important to us, but also important to, and now you're going to hate me when I say this, the liberal rules-based international order. I know here in India, not a popular topic, right? Did this rules-based order or liberal rules-based order ever exist? We can have that debate. But after the end of World War II, the United States, Great Britain, and the Soviets decided that, yes, there is going to be a rules-based order, right? And so that has been completely shattered if it hadn't already had a lot of cracks in it prior to Trump. Now it is shattered, right? And it's just kind of a new paradigm. And oh, by the way, I didn't even mention trying to get Iran to stop enriching uranium, stockpiling uranium, to get it to eliminate its ballistic missile arsenal. All of these things are additional potential objectives, right, in going to war with Iran. And frankly, with so many objectives out, right, it's really hard to make heads or tails of anything. And so my assessment of it is that it's too muddled to really work in any way.
That is not the point of view that I was expecting, but I respect it. At the end of the day, that's his point of view. Patrick, do you believe that this particular activity that is being conducted, I don't know what to call it, because look, no one wants a repressive regime that exports terror around, let's be honest. But I don't quite believe that someone else from outside should have the right to decide. So let's for a moment assume what Tatiana was saying, that this was at the outset an attempt to try and weakening the regime in Tehran so that the people could find expression and do the needful. If you were to narrow it down to that particular objective, are we close to that objective 1 week into the war? Maybe it's too early, I don't know.
No, not at all. Yeah? If history is any teacher at all, we know that that kind of regime change from abroad and democracy support has never delivered desired outcomes. Yeah? We have been through this in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya, in Syria, and we actually must agree with a long-held Indian position on this, that democracy cannot be imposed from outside. It must be a homegrown process, yeah? and it should have been left to Iranians to select the leader. Maybe there are some other options how you can support pro-democracy movements and etc. But using bombs to liberate people is probably too far. And then in this sense, I might add one element to the list Derek made already. There's this geopolitical competition with China and with Russia. Yeah? So after taking out Maduro in Venezuela, Iran was easy next target. So this is maybe also about the weakening of this axis of Russia and China. First of all, to stop supply of oil to Iran, to eliminate a kind of ally and friend for China in the region. So this is probably one. If we can go away from this personalistic, egoistic motives and reasons, and we can try to find any strategic reason behind this war, that may be can be another perspective through which we can look at this, and we just need to remember that this war was long in the making. I can agree with Tatiana, but even extended much further during the first tenure term of the Trump presidency. He was already quite close to decide on that some kind of intervention in Iran. Yeah? There was in 2018 or 17 or 19 even. I also remembered also Poland at a conference on Iran in Warsaw. We did not went as planned for the American administration. There was some kind of preparation but then Trump's presidency ended. He did not realize this. He tried his long-term goal to take care of Iran, if we can put it this way. And last year we had a 12 days war. Probably it was still business unfinished. It was like first intervention in Iraq in 1990. Victorious for the US, but they did not take away Saddam Hussein, and then they came back in 2003. So this Iran case is probably one of the unfinished businesses for US and democracy building. I believe is not the main reason, because we know it is not working this way.
Well, it's interesting because you sort of focused on the money angle, but there are many people who say, as Patrick was saying, that this could be a slingshot at trying to starve the Chinese of energy. And by extension, you have the Russians impacted too, because you're going to have an important source of geopolitical balance taken out. So do you see that actually impacting China in a way that is going to make China desperate, and by extension the United States, Russia?
Well, I think, first of all, we're a long way from desperate. If I'm not mistaken, the Americans have just admitted that they have no means, for instance, to repel the Shahed drones. So Iran has several things up its sleeve, and we go back to even the discussion of whether the US has enough missiles to actually prolong it to an extent where, because it has to be a serious impact for China to get desperate. So that remains, I'm afraid, to be seen. Especially in terms of the military capabilities, because for now, from a narrative standpoint, we have come to a situation, and it's very clear. It was very clear when the special military operation in Ukraine started, but it is more so clear now, because from the media standpoint, we've come to a war of slogans from both sides. If you look at the reports from side by side, from the Iranian side and from, for instance, the Israeli side, they contradict each other completely.
Right.
It is a war of slogans. So there is literally no source of information that would actually be verifiable. Specifically with Iran, because first thing they did, closed off the internet. We don't have the numbers. We don't know what's happening. We have a bunch of experts, specifically coming from the opposition, who they grew up in the West, who claim to know something that they cannot technically know because they haven't been in Iran for years.
So we don't even know how much stockpile they have, of what they have, and where they have it. And
with all due respect to the Israeli, intelligence, we heard in June last year, we heard that Iran is on its knees. We hit all of the facilities. But the facilities, the very next week, they showed us didn't show us the facilities, obviously, but the facilities were up and running.
So hang on. Let me come back to the question, because many people are alluding to this theory that China is the end point. Now, we know that Trump is going to be meeting the Chinese president very soon, and that's a slated meeting. And he wants to go there with something on the table, some leverage. Is that really why Iran has been knocked about?
That might be a leverage, because as well as we all do, that Donald Trump negotiates in a very specific way. We've seen it. His negotiations with Prime Minister Modi shocked the entire nation, I believe. But to argue my previous point, I genuinely believe that everything he's done so far is about the money. Even considering his negotiations with India, he eased up on the sanctions on buying Russian oil. So you're not sponsoring the war anymore,
for at least
suddenly,
a month.
Yes. Because the objective, it was never about Ukrainian children. It was just as I believe genuinely he does the protesters, because his concern is, and it should be, the American people. He wanted to sell American oil to India. He got his wish. He then wanted more oil. We all know how he got that wish. Now, what do we see with the oil prices? And guess which country doesn't necessarily, in that respect, use the Strait of Hormuz, and has a large, resource of oil that it just so happened to obtain this year by very special means, and that would benefit from it,
Okay, so Derek Grossman, this gentleman, Donald Trump, has decided that he's going to take down the world. I memean, if you were to extend that hypothesis, then everyone suffers. At what point do they turn around and say, can they?
Who's they?
That's right.
Okay.
You're looking at Europe, you're looking at the EU, you're looking at perhaps countries like India, you're looking at China, you're looking at Russia, you're looking at Several other countries, South Korea, its markets are hemorrhaging. You're looking at the Gulf partners. Amazon facilities there have been targeted. Their oil is stacked up in cargo ships that aren't moving through the straits. And there's a possibility of they being constantly attacked over the next years altogether in acts of reprisal, which could be random but terrifying enough that their economies that are built on now a diffused future, not reliant on oil, suffer. So is a pushback going to come, or is America completely immune from all of this? They firewall themselves, they have their energy. Where does this go? I mean, is Trump out of control?
Yeah, so I think that pushback is already afoot, both internationally and domestically. Now, whether it will work, that is a different question to answer. But right now, internationally, you see China expressing very deep concern about not just Venezuela, but now Iran. I actually think that there is not an insignificant chance that China cancels the Trump's visit to Beijing later this month. They know that he desperately wants not just to negotiate, but for nationalistic reasons, right? To show that he is a strong man sitting alongside Xi Jinping as a fellow strongman. And I think they're going to consider that possibility depending on what happens over the next few weeks. We've also seen the Russians now supporting Iran. We see Iran standing up for itself and saying we're prepared for a ground invasion. We see the Europeans taking on more of their own self-defense. The French, for example, are now going to have some of their military aircraft deployed with nuclear weapons aboard, so less dependent on the United States. India has in the process of negotiating with China, there's a thaw in the relationship, clearly. Some of this precedes Trump with the land border negotiations, but I think Trump winning the election and wrecking the relationship with India over the last summer hastened that development, that trend, right? So I think you're already seeing some international pushback, but at the end of the day, it's the domestic pushback that's really going to matter. So we saw the Supreme Court ruling on February 20th that overturned the constitutionality of Trump's reciprocal tariffs as a blanket tariff. So he can still do some other things, right? He can do 15% tariffs, blanket tariffs up to 180 days. He can do sectoral tariffs, things like that.
Sure.
But his power is much diminished now when it comes to tariffs. We see Congress taking votes on whether to limit the president's ability to wage war without a declaration of war from Congress. The two votes failed, no doubt, but by slim, very narrow majorities. So when you consider the midterm elections that are on the horizon this November, if the Democrats are to win one or both chambers of Congress, that can dramatically change the situation. You also see the MAGA base starting to fray, because MAGA is all about not just America Great Again or America First, but being led by the nose by other countries, right? And not getting into foreign wars, forever wars, those sorts of things. And Trump is walking right into that. My understanding is there are folks
I'm
within...
reading commentary that a lot of people are saying that Israel is sort of leading Trump up the garden path and so on and so forth, sort of suggesting that he knows no better and being fooled by Benjamin Netanyahu. Is that what you're talking about?
I think there's, that's the latest case, and probably the most prominent case. But the idea that the president is spending a lot or even most of his time on foreign policy in and of itself is an affront to the MAGA base, who think that he should only be focused on domestic policy and helping the working class that voted him into office, right? So and why is he doing that? Because the president, and it's not just Trump, but traditionally, the U.S. president has had wide latitude on foreign policy and national security, and they don't really answer to anybody unless Congress stands up or the people stand up. There's a process that needs to take place in order for the restraints to come on, right? But in the meantime, the president can basically have a free hand on foreign policy, at least between now and the midterm. So I think what you're going to see is an intensification of that free hand. So what I'm telling you here, Raul and everybody, is that it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Okay, that's okay. That's something that one doesn't want to hear. How worse can it get if you agree with him? How bad can it get before it gets better?
First of all, let me...
I mean, what could really go more wrong than it already is?
Always it can go worse, but maybe I'm more optimistic. Yeah? I think Trump can finish this war every day. They realized a lot of its objectives. So
okay, so you're saying that the off-ramp is... Okay, so let me ask you this question. I've got 5 minutes on the show. Let me go around the table. I'm going to ask you, where do you see this war headed? Is it going to end anytime soon?
First, I would like to recall an excellent article by Raja Mohan, excellent strategist, Indian strategist, in Foreign Affairs recently, titled, I think, The Illusion of Multipolarity. And he claims that we are still living in the unipolar world. And shortly speaking, Donald Trump is doing this because he can, and this is probably an explanation. So as long as he will be allowed to do this, he can continue along the path. There is a very easy off-ramp from this. Yeah? Trump needs to save a face. He can declare victory. He attained some military objectives of the action. We've heard that radars and missile launchers are destroyed. So maybe that could be an excuse to declare the victory and go back to take care about the American voters. So I think we do not need to go further along this line. A lot will depend on the behavior of its allies in the Middle East, but also Europe has a role to play. Unfortunately, for now, Europe is kind of divided on this very issue, but it's leaning towards more assertive position towards the US. We would like to also to hear more clear position from India that is also not risking the wrath of Donald Trump at this very delicate moment. But I do hope that even living in the unipolar world, it matters what other countries has to say, and we as a friends of the United States, I think Europeans has a role to play, to somehow
pull him back from,
to help make peace in this very strategic region of the world.
Okay, what about you? Final comments on where this is going, and will it end soon?
Yeah, I do agree on the fact that he can end it anytime soon. And I think that with Trump, it's all about the perspective, it's all about the perception. So whenever the real objective, and I don't buy the regime change objective for a second, because we've seen America sponsor revolutions. We specifically in Moscow have seen America sponsor revolutions very close to home. We know how it's done. They know how it's done. They know we know. But at the same time, as soon as he can portray this, just as has been said, we've had objectives. We've hit, the ballistic missile program is years behind. The nuclear facilities are damaged. Whether we'll, know that it's not true, that's another story. I do believe that it also has to do with midterms. I think that he's going down a very familiar route, and he's sort of kind of saber rattling and showing him in a position of a strong man, kind of solidifies the support. And also, should America benefit from the current fluctuations of the energetic market, that would also ensure that the same working class actually gets somehow the support that it awaits from the president. In the meantime, the one I agree on is the notion about unipolarity, and this is, I think, very important. I think that as we step away from this binary perspective that, something is right and another thing is wrong, because it genuinely doesn't exist in the real world, the Indian position is actually very clear. And it's a very strong one. We don't need to take a side.
Okay.
Not every day. Some things you just need to watch unfold.
Derek?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that was already said. I mean, Trump can end this war tomorrow, today, if he wants to. The question that I have, though, is, I mean, the law of unintended consequences, right? I mean, are there certain things that can't be put back into place because of the ill will and the destruction that's been wrought over the last few days? That's possible, but I think when you look at the signaling from the Iranians, they're ready to call it quits, so long as the U.S. and the Israelis stop the aggression toward them, right? And I think the Chinese and the Russians are advocating for that, and I think India is advocating for that, and most of the world is advocating for that. So I don't want to make this sound like a nice, neat little war, because it may not be, but I think over the next week or so, we could easily see a back to status quo ante.
Well, thank you, everybody. We've run out of time. We've had an engaging conversation, and we didn't know where time went. So I'll leave it at this. I'm closing without comment. It's for you, viewers, to figure it out for yourselves. Thank you very much for watching.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another U.S. airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US
disruption, guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export, or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes, or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read this?
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. Simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to $122 million 590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards. And per day, you know, the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us. And these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases. And are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles.
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Today is Friday, a holy day for prayers across the Muslim world. But right now there is fear and death. Israel and the US continue their lethal air campaign against Iran and the regime is responding with force. We'll bring you the top updates and the top visuals from the war. Also on the show, why is the US now asking India to buy Russian oil? Does Donald Trump really have a say in picking Iran's next supreme leader? He says he should, but the regime has hit back. Can the US push Kurdish militants to fight the Iranian state? And what is the cost of the relentless US onslaught on Iran? All this and more lined up. The headlines first. 2 Indian Air Force pilots killed after a Sukhoi 30 fighter jet crashes in Assam. The aircraft was on a training mission, but it went missing shortly after takeoff. The wreckage was later found after an overnight search. Karnataka proposes a ban on social media for children below the age of 16. The move aims to protect children from the adverse effects of excessive screen and social media use. If implemented, Karnataka will become the first state in India to introduce such a restriction. Indonesia has also announced a similar ban today. The US economy loses 92,000 jobs in February. The drop in employment is driven largely by strike activity in the healthcare sector. The unemployment rate has also ticked up to 4.4%. The figures raise fresh concerns about the strength of the US labor market. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney meets Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi in Tokyo. The two leaders agree to boost defense cooperation, intelligence sharing and economic security. Carney's visit to Tokyo comes as part of a larger Indo-Pacific tour. And Kosovo's president dissolves the parliament, paving the way for the country's third general election in just over a year. This comes as the lawmakers fail to agree on a new head of state. Kosovo has been in a political crisis since last year. It's day 7 of the war in West Asia, a full week of relentless bombings and deaths. And today was no different. Israel and the US continued airstrikes in Iran. Meanwhile, Iran kept up the missile and drone barrage. Even on day 7, the goals remain the same. The US and Israel want to talk and and Iran wants to survive at any cost. US President Donald Trump says he wants just one deal from Iran, and that's a deal on total surrender. He says he wants to install a new leader and make Iran great again. But how close is he to that goal? As always, let's look at the latest updates. Israel carried out another wave of airstrikes on Tehran. The target was regime power centers, including the presidential palace and the residence of the supreme leader. Both targets were bombed on the first day of the war. But today, they were hit again. So why the double hit? Israel claims both these locations had underground bunkers, and the objective was to destroy those bunkers, basically ensure that it cannot be used by other Iranian leaders. Israel is also striking targets in Lebanon. They have asked tens of thousands in southern Lebanon to evacuate. The idea is to create a buffer zone in the region and from there weaken the Hezbollah. Footage shows a sustained bombing campaign on the Lebanese capital Beirut. Now to the other side. Iran has launched another wave of strikes on the Gulf and Israel. They appear to be using heavier missiles now, including the Hezbollah 4. This is a missile with a massive 1.5-ton warhead. It's capable of inflicting heavy damage. After the launch, sirens were heard across central Israel. Some reports also claim that the Ben Gurion airport was hit. Kuwait is also being hit today. Iran attacked a US-flagged oil tanker near Kuwait. They are also firing projectiles at Saudi Arabia. Locals reported interceptions over the kingdom's skies. Meanwhile, the UAE continues to be peppered. The Emirates has reported 9 missiles and 109 drones from Iran. Over the high seas, there was action again. Sri Lanka has given protection to an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean. The ship had sought help from Sri Lanka. Tehran claims that the vessel is facing engine problems. But chances are they fear another torpedo strike by the US Navy. Sri Lanka is transferring the ship to Trincomalee. It has 204 sailors on board. They've been taken to land. Now let's look at some key numbers. Iran has fired more than 570 ballistic missiles. It has also launched around 1,400 drones. And casualties? 6 US soldiers killed so far, 1 multi-billion-dollar radar damaged, and 3 US fighter jets downed. On the other side, Israel and the US have struck over 2,000 Iranian targets. Their strikes have killed over 1,300 Iranians. That's civilians plus soldiers. Over in Lebanon, the Israeli strikes have killed 120 people. The question is, what comes next? Iran is preparing for life amid war. The regime will be opening government offices from Sunday. Around 20% of the staff will be reporting on site. But Israel and the US are not done yet. Israel is warning of quote-unquote surprises in the days ahead. And what would that be? Iran's security chief says the US is considering putting soldiers in Iran. He has warned that the regime is ready for it. Remember, the US has not ruled out putting boots on the ground. Reports say the decision has split Donald Trump's cabinet. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is opposing a ground invasion. Meanwhile, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is in favor of it. He wants a ground invasion. Hegseth has promised fire and fury against Iran. He says the US will not follow any rules of engagement. And we are seeing that. On day 1 of the war, a school in Tehran has been hit. More than 100 schoolgirls were killed on the The US military is investigating the strike, and reports say it could have been a US attack that killed them. Now, this won't be a one-off. Israel and the US are in a race against time to defang the regime, to take out their missiles and launchers. But what happens after that? It's not missiles that kept the regime intact. It's the iron grip over institutions and power centers. Airstrikes cannot weaken that grip. Only putting soldiers on the ground will help. And history shows that's a mistake. And with that, it's time for our top videos. Today marks the 7th day of the war, as we've just told you. By now, we've seen it all: the missile strikes, the drones slamming into buildings, the bodies piling up, and the terrifying videos of people running for cover in sheer panic. The attacks are still on, but the intensity appears to have diminished, at least for now. And yet, the tension on the ground remains as high as ever. So let's start with video number 1. Usually it's always a video of drones and missiles, but today we are starting a little differently. It's a video of Donald Trump. He is sitting in the Oval Office surrounded by church leaders. They're placing their hands on him, praying for his strength and guidance. Ironic, right? This is a president who has bombed 7 countries in 1 year. Last week he bombed Iran again, and now they're praying for his strength. The internet has called it tone deaf.
For your presence today, lifting up the arms of our president. We pray for your continued blessing and favor to rest upon him. Wisdom from heaven to flood his heart, his mind, and guide him in these challenging times that we're facing today. I pray for your grace and your protection over him.
Which brings us to video number 2. It's back to war visuals, this time from Iran. It shows a swarm of drones being prepared and launched. Since the war began, Iran's drones have been hitting multiple sites across West Asia. In fact, they're causing damage than missiles. And they're cheaper to make, the drones. Iran says these drones, the ones on your screen, targeted Israeli sites, including a radar installation. And as Iran launches yet another wave of attacks, cluster bombs were seen over the skies of Tel Aviv. Now, cluster bombs are weapons that release tens of or hundreds of smaller explosive submunitions. Like in a cluster, these bombs, these are often called bomblets, the smaller bombs, and they're released mid-air. Some of them often fail to detonate. So as these cluster bombs headed towards Israel, sirens rang out in different parts of Israeli cities. People were seen scrambling for shelters. Meanwhile, Israel continues to bomb Beirut. It started this week after the Hezbollah pledged to join this fight. The Hezbollah is a militant group, a regional proxy of Iran. So Israel is now bombarding Beirut. They say they're targeting Hezbollah military sites. Over the last week, we've also been telling you about curated war videos. And here's yet another one of them from the United States. The US Central Command, or CENTCOM, has released new footage. It shows FA-18 Super Hornets operating from a US aircraft carrier at sea, Jets can be seen taxiing across the flight deck. Ground crew guide them into position. Moments later, the fighters launch into the sky. Other scenes show jets landing back on the carrier. A helicopter is also seen touching down nearby. CENTCOM says the footage is linked to Operation Epic Fury. That's what the Americans are calling this. But the exact time and location were not revealed. The exact time and location of these launches. So the footage cannot be independently verified. Right now, the United States has 2 aircraft carriers deployed in West Asia. One is the USS Gerald R. Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier. The other is the USS Abraham Lincoln. And even as the war rages on, hundreds of people had gathered in Tehran for Friday prayers today. There were also demonstrations against the US-Israeli strikes. Take a look at this. Now you may ask why we do this every day. Why do we show you the top videos of the day every day? Because of videos like this one. Watch it first. Well, this is a video of Israeli Defense Forces hitting a helicopter. But is it a real helicopter or just a painted decoy? This question is going viral online. The Israeli Defense Forces posted a video on the 4th of March. The video was shared on their official account on X. It shows grainy infrared footage of airstrikes inside Iran. 2 locations appear to be hit. Explosions destroy buildings and military assets. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, claimed one strike hit an Mi-17 helicopter, but many viewers noticed something strange. They said the video does not show a real helicopter. Instead, it appears to show a painting or drawing of a helicopter on the ground. Some believe it could be a decoy target. Others argue the low-quality infrared footage might be misleading. The debate is now spreading across social media, and there are many such videos that raise doubts, which is why we keep saying, before you share anything online, please verify. If you can't, don't hit the forward button, because in this war, misinformation is flying faster than missiles. The US is doing what it does best. It is trying to solve a problem that it created in the first place. America's war on Iran has created an energy crisis. Tehran has blocked off the Strait of Hormuz. This is a crucial waterway in West Asia. It carries nearly 20% of the global crude supplies. It's the preferred export route for the Persian Gulf states. And if Hormuz is closed, what happens to the oil? Well, this was a big concern for India. We get nearly 40% of our crude through this waterway, and right now we have around 50 days worth and fuel reserves. After that, we could face shortages. And guess who's trying to solve this? The Americans. The US Treasury Department has issued a 30-day waiver, 30 days. They say they're allowing Indian companies to buy Russian crude. Not new shipments, but shipments already at sea. Do you see how absurd this is? First of all, America and its allies reduced Russian oil purchases. Then they asked India to buy this oil instead. And then America decided to sanction Russian oil. They asked India to stop buying Moscow's crude. And now the same America wants us to make another U-turn, to resume buying Russian oil. This episode raises 2 questions. 1, why is the US doing this? And 2, what is the impact on India? The United States is basically spooked about energy disruptions. Washington may be energy independent, but prices are still set in the international market, and the oil market works like any other market. Less supply equals higher prices. We are seeing that happen right now. Dozens of oil tankers are stuck in the Persian Gulf. Big refineries and oil facilities are under attack, so the oil prices are zooming. If the attacks continue, they could touch $100 per barrel. In that context, what would happen if no one bought the Russian crude? You would have more dollars chasing fewer oil supplies, and the result will be even higher oil prices. And that's something that the United States wants to avoid. They want India to snap up Russian crude supplies, and by extension, they want India to stabilize the global oil market. It's like a deja vu. This is exactly what India did after the Ukraine war broke out, which brings us to the second question we're asking tonight. What does this mean for India? Well, supplies will be extremely important. Nobody knows how long the Strait of Hormuz will remain shut, so India had to look at more Russian supplies. Just to give you some context, the Persian Gulf supplies sail through the Strait of Hormuz. The Russian supplies sail through the Suez Canal and the Red Sea. As of now, that second route, the Suez Canal and the Red Sea, has not been impacted. But as for prices, do not expect relief. In the Ukraine war, Russia was desperate to find sellers, so they sold crude to India on a discount. But now the equation has flipped. There is higher demand, but not enough supplies, so the Russians are selling at a premium. Reports say around $4 to $5 above the usual price. That's what Russia is selling for. Compare that to February. In February, Russia was selling at a discount of $13 per barrel. So far, Indian refiners have bought around 20 million barrels of oil. They're expected to arrive later in March and early April. For Indian refiners, this is much needed clarity. Just think back to early February. The US and India announced a tariff agreement. Washington claimed that India would not buy Russian oil, but New Delhi never confirmed that. And this led to some confusion among Indian refiners, a confusion that has been lifted for at least 1 month. Now, just to be clear, this is not a resumption of Russian oil imports in India, not a resumption of imports, because India never stopped the imports in the first place. Let me show you the data for February. Russia remained India's largest crude supplier. We imported around 5 million barrels of oil per day. Out of this, 1.04 million came from Russia. So India was already importing significant amounts of Russian crude. Chances are those imports will now expand. Having said that, there is one important concern here, and that is the silence from New Delhi. The Indian government has not reacted to the US announcement. Some people are asking, if India already imports Russian crude, why does it need a waiver at all? Why do refiners need permission from Washington? Well, that's the question yet to be answered.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand, when it is targeting these air bases, Iran, we'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause, or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If Israel, US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand. When it is targeting these air bases, Iran, we'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue?
The most powerful office in the Islamic Republic of Iran is empty. Even before Tehran officially names a successor, Donald Trump has made his move. The US president wants to pick Iran's next leader himself. He wants to do it Venezuela style. Trump has given a few statements, and he's quite serious about this. Trump said, and I quote, "I have to be involved in the appointment." He challenged the frontrunner, Mojtaba Khamenei, He's the son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Trump called him a lightweight. And he's been quite forthright about this, about his endgame. Donald Trump has publicly declared that he wants regime change in Tehran. And this week he said, and I quote, "We want to go in and clean out everything. We don't want someone who would rebuild over a 10-year period. We want them to have a good leader. We have some people who I think would do a good job." So who would fit that profile? Well, Trump has not named anyone. He earlier said that he had 3 choices in mind, but in Trump's own words, most of them are dead. So no one knows who Trump may pick. But he does have a model in mind, like I said, Venezuela. That's what he wants to do. Earlier this year, US forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. His vice president, Maduro's vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, stepped into the role, and Rodriguez fell in line with Washington. She allowed the US to sell Venezuela's oil, and she cut off petroleum supplies to Cuba. And that is why Trump backed her. Now he wants to run the same playbook in Iran, but that's easier said than done. Iran is not Venezuela. Venezuela had one leader, and that was Nicolas Maduro. The US forces captured him, and despite that, the government in Caracas remained intact. But Iran is not built like that. Iran is a theocratic state, built over nearly 5 decades. It has different institutions and different ideology. The supreme leader in Iran is not just the head of government, he is also a religious authority. His legitimacy does not come from an election. He is appointed by religious scholars. In fact, to become a supreme leader, you need to be a senior cleric first. And then there is the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Most people think of it as a military force, but it is much more than that. The IRGC runs businesses, it controls borders and shapes policy. It is one of the most powerful institutions in the country. It is tasked with a single goal: to protect the regime. So Trump cannot simply plug a leader of his choice. What's more, Iran already seems to have picked their next leader. Several reports say that it is going to be Mujtaba Khamenei. These are still reports. He is yet to be named officially. Mujtaba Khamenei stays away from the limelight, but he has an influential presence in the Iranian establishment. When he was young, he's said to have fought in the Iran-Iraq war, the war that lasted 8 years from 1980 to 1988. It was also the war that consolidated his father's grip on power. After the war, Mujtaba returned to religion. He studied in the city of Qom. It's the most important center for Shia Islamic scholarship in Iran. So he has both a military past and a religious education. But here is what makes him even more powerful beyond his name. Mujtaba Khamenei is considered close to the IRGC, which would make him a favorable choice among all power centers in Tehran. Reports say Iran is delaying the announcement. They fear that naming a leader would put a target on their back. And Israel has already issued threats. Their defense minister said, and I quote, "Any successor would be an unequivocal target for elimination. It does not matter what his name is or the place where he hides." Some in Iran argue that Israel is setting up a trap. Iran's former transport minister has spoken. His name is Abbas Akhundi. He wrote this statement on X, and I'm quoting again, "Is the main issue for Iran in the current situation really the selection of the next leader, or is it war and the defense of the homeland?" So it seems the establishment is split. Either way, Iran's most powerful post remains empty as the regime fights an existential war. The fallout from the Iran crisis is now going global. From Europe to Latin America, governments are reacting with alarm, criticism, and urgent diplomacy. Some leaders warn that this conflict could spread beyond West Asia. Others say the rules that once governed international conflict are being pushed to the breaking point. China is even talking to Iran to allow the safe passage of oil and gas through the Strait of Hormuz. So how is the rest of the world responding, and why are many countries saying that this moment could reshape global power politics? Our next report tells you.
Let's start in Europe. Leaders there are worried about one thing: the war spreading. French President Emmanuel Macron warned that Lebanon could be dragged into yet another war. something Europe desperately wants to avoid. Meanwhile, NATO quietly raised its ballistic missile defense posture after Iran fired a missile toward Turkey. That's a big deal, because once NATO missile defenses activate, it means the alliance believes the conflict could spill into its own territory. And then came the diplomatic scramble. Italy temporarily closed its embassy in Tehran and half out to Azerbaijan's capital Baku. But the loudest reaction didn't come from Europe. It came from what diplomats call the Global South, countries across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Many of them say the attack crossed a line. China called the killing of a sitting national leader acceptable. Other countries raised another question. Why start a war when negotiations were still happening? Just weeks earlier, the US and Iran were still talking about Iran's nuclear program and missile capabilities. Countries like Brazil, Malaysia, and Indonesia say diplomacy hadn't even been given a real chance. Brazil warned the strikes happened right in the middle of negotiations, which it says was the only real path to peace. Indonesia went a step further. Its president to personally travel to Tehran to try to restart dialogue. Then came the legal challenge. Pakistan's Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, said international law clearly forbids targeting heads of state. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa questioned the entire justification for the war. According to international law, he argued, self-defense only applies when a country is responding to an actual invasion. And that wasn't the case here. His message was blunt. Political problems cannot be solved with bombs. In America, the war has triggered a different fear. Some leaders worry Washington could feel emboldened after recent interventions abroad. Political analysts say countries like Cuba now fear they could be next on the list. There's a growing belief in parts of the developing world that international law is slowly being eroded, especially for smaller, militarily weaker nations. Countries rich in natural resources but lacking military power are watching closely. Because if global rules stop protecting them, they may have very little defense left. So the world's reaction to this war isn't just outrage or support. It's something deeper. A growing divide in how countries see power, law, and diplomacy. For some governments, this was a necessary strike. For many others, it was proof that global rules are breaking down. And the biggest question now is not just what happens in Iran. It's whether the world is entering a new era, one where wars are decided less by diplomacy and more has the power to act first.
The US-Israel war against Iran could soon take an unexpected turn. A new player may enter this conflict. And no, I'm not talking about European countries or the Gulf nations. I'm talking about the Kurds. They are an ethnic group spread across several countries in West Asia, and millions of them live inside Iran. Some Kurdish groups say that they are ready to challenge Tehran. President Donald Trump has said that he would support such a move. But this idea is already raising concerns in the region. So will the Kurds open a new front in this war? And what will it mean for West Asia? Here's a report.
Soon open in the war in Iran. And the fighters at the center of it may come from the mountains along Iran's border. They are the Kurds, one of the largest ethnic groups in the world without a country. For over a century, they have fought for a homeland that never became a reality. Around 30 to 40 million Kurds live across Turkey, Iraq, Syria, and Iran. They have their own language, culture, and identity, but no state to call their own. When the modern map of West Asia was drawn after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire a century ago, the Kurds were carved up between nations. That division has shaped everything since. Rebellions, crackdowns, and temporary alliances that collapsed when they were no longer useful. Today, around 9 million Kurds live inside Iran alone. Most are concentrated along the country's western border with Iraq and Turkey, and several Kurdish opposition groups want a political change in Tehran.
Our struggle is for a democratic and decentralized Iran that guarantees the Kurds and other peoples the right to self-determination.
Now the war has placed them back in the spotlight. U.S. President Donald Trump has said he supports the idea of Kurdish fighters launching an offensive inside Iran.
I think it's wonderful that they want to do that. I'd be all for it.
But he did not say whether Washington would provide air cover or any military support. The comments come as the United States and Israel continue strikes on Iranian targets. Along the Iran-Iraq border, several Iranian Kurdish opposition groups say they have been preparing for this moment. Kurdish officials claim thousands of fighters are ready in northern Iraq. Many of these groups operate from bases in Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdistan region. Iran has taken notice. In recent days, Iran has launched missile and drone strikes on Kurdish opposition positions in northern Iraq. Tehran says it targeted what it calls anti-Iran separatist forces. Still, the Kurds are no strangers to war. Their most well-known forces are the Peshmerga. The name means those who face death. These fighters gained global attention during the war against ISIS. They fought alongside the US-led coalition in Iraq and Syria and helped push the terrorist group out of key strongholds. That battlefield experience is one reason why Kurdish fighters are now being discussed as possible partners in the conflict with Iran. But the situation is complicated. Iraq's Kurdish authorities say they do not want attacks on Iran launched from their territory. They fear that it could drag Iraq deeper into the war. Turkey, meanwhile, is also wary of armed Kurdish groups gaining strength near its borders. And the Kurds themselves remain cautious. Their history with global powers has often ended with disappointment. They remember being abandoned before and worry it could happen again. For now, Kurdish fighters say they have not crossed into Iran. But as the war continues and pressure builds on Tehran, what they do next could reshape this conflict in West Asia.
America has a warning for India, and it comes wrapped from China. 20 years ago, the US says it let China in. China took the opportunity, it leveraged globalization, and it built itself into a serious challenger to American dominance. Washington now says it made a mistake with China and it will not repeat the same mistake with India. That's what a top US official said at the Raisina Dialogue in New Delhi. The statement was made by Christopher Landau, the US Deputy Secretary of State. He spoke yesterday and he delivered some direct messages to New Delhi. He spoke about trade, he spoke about immigration, he spoke about what Washington wants from New Delhi and what it is not prepared to offer. The framing was quite clear. The United States will engage with India, but on their own terms. Landau was critical of America's economic engagement with China, the sweeping access that China had to US markets, technology and capital. He said India won't get the same treatment.
India should understand that we're not going to make the same mistakes with India that we made with China 20 years ago in terms of saying, oh, be able to develop all these markets, and then the next thing we know, you're beating us in a lot of commercial things.
So what does this mean? What is Chris Landau trying to say? The US is watching India's moves, and if they sense India becoming a serious competitor, the terms of engagement could change. It sounds less like partnership and more like a managed relationship. And he did not stop there. He also has problems with foreign students studying in American universities. He was asked about people-to-people ties, and he said the US needs to think carefully about international students studying in their universities. But why is Landau worried about all of that? because foreign students could end up competing for the same jobs as Americans. That's the argument. Remember, there is a large number of Indian students in the United States. In fact, they are the largest group of international students there. Many go on to build companies, file patents, even run research labs and take jobs. The Americans themselves have, of course, benefited from Indian talent. They have been chief contributors to US innovation as well as economic output. Now, a senior US official is questioning whether they need these students or not. And this, of course, did not come out of nowhere. It is part of a broader shift in Washington, fueled by Donald Trump himself. His administration has tightened immigration rules. He went after the H-1B visa program, the route that most Indian technology workers use to work in the United States. It is now in a deep freeze. And this has left thousands of Indian professionals in a limbo. That being said, officials on both sides insist that the two countries remain close. In recent months, trade ties have improved. India has managed to shake off Trump's punitive tariffs, the 50% import tax, which was the highest in the world. Trade volumes have grown. Defense ties remain deep. Technology cooperation is expanding. Despite his criticism, Lando acknowledged that the US has, and I'm quoting, many win-win situations with India. But close does not mean the same as comfortable. And this week was a reminder. The partnership has promise, but it rests on a foundation of unresolved friction. Our next story is about the cost of the ongoing war in West Asia. You see, when missiles fly, we often think about the damage they cause on the ground. But they also hit the balance sheets. And this conflict is burning through billions of dollars. I'll give you an example. The United States is spending nearly $900 million every day. Meanwhile, the war is costing Israel about $3 billion per week. So this is not just a battle of firepower, it is also a test of who can afford to keep fighting. Here's a report.
A missile streaks across the sky. An interceptor rises to counter it, and in seconds, millions of dollars disappear in a flash. This is the financial cost of the war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. Because modern wars are not only fought with firepower, they are fought with money, stockpiles, and industrial capacity, and the numbers are staggering. Analysts estimate Washington alone is spending about $91 million every day on the conflict. In just the first 100 hours, the bill had already reached about $3.7 billion. In context, a Tomahawk cruise missile can cost up to $2 million. A Patriot interceptor missile can cost $3 to $4 million. And a THAAD interceptor missile can cost about $12 million. When dozens are launched in a single night, the cost climbs into hundreds of millions of dollars. But Washington says it has the resources to keep fighting.
Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation for the IRGC in Iran. We've got no shortage of munitions. Our stockpiles of defensive and offensive weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to.
The United States has deployed enormous military power in the region. More than 50,000 troops, about 200 fighter jets, and 2 aircraft carriers are supporting the campaign. American and Israeli forces have already struck nearly 2,000 targets across Iran. But sustaining a war is not only about the United States. Israel also faces a difficult calculation. Its air defense systems must intercept incoming missiles constantly. Some of its interceptor missiles cost millions of dollars. During the first days of the war, Iran launched over 200 ballistic missiles at Israel. Israel's defense systems stopped many of them, but intercepting large barrages repeatedly can strain any arsenal. And the longer the war continues, the higher the price climbs. The war is also hitting Israel's economy. Officials estimate the conflict could cost about $3 billion every week for Israel. Yet Tel Aviv insists it can sustain the fight.
We are in a campaign in which we are bringing the full force of the IDF, as never before, to ensure our existence and our future.
Iran, meanwhile, is fighting with a different strategy. Tehran relies heavily on ballistic missiles and drones. Reports suggest more than 500 ballistic missiles and over 2,000 drones have already been launched by Iran in retaliation. Some of these drones are relatively cheap to produce. That allows Iran to fire them in large numbers. But those stockpiles are not unlimited. Iran is also operating under heavy international sanctions. Those restrictions have long squeezed its economy. On top of that, US and Israeli strikes are targeting missile launch sites, weapons depots and manufacturing facilities. That could limit how long Iran can maintain the current pace of attacks. In the end, this is a war of attrition as much as firepower. Every missile fired is a stockpile reduced. Every interception comes at a cost. And for each side, the question is no longer just who is winning. It is how long they can keep fighting.
That's all that we have for you on this show tonight, but the war in West Asia is developing every minute, so we will be tracking all the updates. Do stay with First Post for the very latest.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases and the Iranians. Are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US
disruption, guerrilla missile, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hungering. So this is Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read this?
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, nice and fine, this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the doing in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards. And per day, the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing us. And these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
Hello and welcome. I'm Ayushman Singh Jamwal and you are watching the continuous rolling coverage on the Gulf War that continues to escalate. The conflict in the Middle East has expanded beyond direct battlefield engagements. The United States has deployed bombers and naval forces to target Iranian missile systems and warships, while Iran has threatened shipping routes and Western vessels. Tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, a critical route for global oil trade, have surged, with traffic dropping sharply as shipping companies are avoiding the area due to missile and drone threats. About 20% of the world's oil passes through this strait, and the disruption has already pushed energy markets into volatility. Now, Qatar has stated that the cost of oil could go up to $150 a barrel, which would be a death knell to the global economy. Inside Israel, a nationwide state of emergency has been declared. Schools and many businesses have closed. Reservists have been mobilized and civil defense systems are active amid repeated missile alerts. Meanwhile, heavy bombardment continues inside Iran, particularly around Tehran and strategic military locations. The United States administration has defended the strikes as necessary to stop Iran's military capabilities and ambitions, while Iran and several other countries have condemned them as violations of international law. Missile exchanges, airstrikes, and regional proxy fighting continue, raising the fears that the conflict could widen into a broader Middle Eastern war involving more countries and potentially reshaping global security and energy markets. But first, Donald Trump has just recently put out this post on Truth Social, where he has made it extremely clear there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. He's also said, we and many of our allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran from the brink of destruction, making it economically stronger than ever before. Iran will have a great future, is the pitch that's coming in from Donald Trump. He's even coined the term MIGA, Make Iran Great Again, in this Truth Social post, as he has made it extremely clear there will be no deal with Iran. But a big statement coming in on the energy front after the concession which has come in from the Donald Trump administration, pretty much allowing India to buy Russian oil. So that 30-day waiver has come in from the Trump administration. But it's a stunning statement coming in from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. He has said, and I quote, U.S. has reached out to India for help to reduce oil prices. We have reached out to our friends to buy stored Russian oil that pulls oil into Indian refineries and releases pressure on the other global refineries. Listen in to what he had to say. This is what Chris Wright is saying that he's reached out to India to control the spike in global energy prices by buying Russian oil. A complete shift in narrative coming in from the Trump administration.
China just backed up. China does not treat their suppliers well. So there's a bunch of floating barrels just sitting there. We've reached out to our friends in India and said, buy that oil, bring it into your refineries. That pulls stored oil immediately into Indian refineries and releases the pressure on other refineries around the world to buy oil that they're no longer competing with the Indians for in that marketplace. So we have a number of measures like that that are short-term and temporary. This is no change in policy towards Russia. This is a very brief change in policy just to keep oil prices down a little bit better than we could otherwise.
And given the volatility, it's a stunning statement coming in from the US Energy Secretary saying that the United States has reached out to India to control the spike in oil prices. All that hoo-ha about India buying Russian oil, funding the war machine in Ukraine, that seems to have taken a huge turn when it comes to the volatility in the energy markets and the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, where the shipping containers are being bombarded like the visuals we see on our screens, as well as the fact that the traffic has completely stopped in the Strait of Hormuz because Iran has said it will bombard European, Israeli and American assets in the Strait of Hormuz, spiking oil prices, where the Qatari government has even said that this would be disaster for the global economy. So you can see this conciliatory note coming in from the US administration, which is trying to change its entire tone when it comes to oil prices. If we look at what Scott Bessent had to say, we'll get that statement as well for you, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Bessent also making that statement on the oil prices, that 30-day concession that has has come. We'll put out the statement coming in from Scott Bessent over here when it comes to what he has said, and contrast that with what Chris Wright has just said. This is what Scott Bessent has said: temporary 30-day waiver to allow Indian refineries to purchase Russian oil. He goes on to say, when it comes to the entire energy regime, this short-term measure won't provide significant financial benefit to Russia. So you can see how the entire narrative is being played down from Scott Bessent. Earlier he used to say that India is funding the war machine in Ukraine, and now he's playing down the entire narrative because it's contingent on the United States to control energy prices, only authorizing transactions involving oil already stranded at sea. Also, he goes on to say that India is an essential partner of the United States, and also adding that he will give that 30-day concession that's coming in from the Trump administration when it comes to the energy markets to control the price of oil. We fully anticipate that New Delhi will ramp up purchases of US oil. So that statement also coming in from Scott Bessent, saying that the supply chains will shift. But this 30-day concession coming in from the US administration, also a huge U-turn on their language surrounding India buying Russian oil. And at the same time, Chris Wright has also stated that they reached out to India so that they would buy Russian oil and bring down those energy prices. Let's get to our guest. I'm joined by Prabhu Dayal, former diplomat, as well as Anat Bernstein-Reich, chair of the Israel-India of Commerce. Now, Prabhu Dayal, I'll come to you first. You see how the circumstances in the global order have changed, and Donald Trump now changing his entire tune when it comes to India buying Russian oil.
Well, I think it's entirely laughable how the United States thinks that it can tell India when to buy and when not to buy. We have all along said that such matters lie within our strategic autonomy. We will buy whatever is in our interest from whomsoever we feel we need to. So India had never stopped buying Russian oil. So it's not as if the United States can now tell us to start buying for some more time. We are totally committed to meeting our interests on our terms, and regardless of what the United States thinks it can tell us, we feel we have the right to decide from whom we want to buy and when we want to buy. And as I said, we have never stopped buying oil from Russia, and we never intended to stop buying it.
Right. And Ms. Bernstein-Reich, I want to come to you on this entire point. Of course, we'll talk about the wider Israel-Iran conflict as well as the statements coming in from the United States. But talking about the energy front and the United States pretty much changing its tune when it comes to India buying Russian oil. Now, Chris Wright, the energy secretary, has said that India has been implored by the Trump administration to buy Russian oil to bring down the cost of cost of energy across the globe. Qatar has said that the price of oil could go up to $150 per barrel in the next 2 to 3 weeks, which would be disastrous for the global economy. Now, this comes in stark contrast to what the Trump administration used to say, blaming India for funding the war machine in Ukraine.
I think that it's, maybe today and tomorrow they'll forget about it. So I wouldn't put too much attention to someone that said that. I would focus on the fact that this is an opportunity for all of us to build the IMEC from India via Saudi to Israel and then to Europe, and not be dependent on the Hormuz Straits or Bab el-Mandeb Straits. And this is something that started in India. This is something that Prime Minister Modi spoke about last week in the Israeli parliament. This is an opportunity, and now we see how important it is to build this bridge through Saudi and going to Europe. So this is my take. I wouldn't bother about blaming India or not blaming India. We know that India will do what's good for India. That's the motive that Prime Minister Modi and Dr. Jay Shankar are carrying all through. We all know that. And this 30 days will be extended to another 30 days and so on. So I wouldn't put any too much into that.
And I'm definitely sure this 30 days will turn into another 30 days, because it doesn't seem that the war with Iran will wind down anytime soon. And the aim of the United States will be to control those global oil prices. And what I'm trying to figure out over here, and as an Israeli yourself, and given the fact that you're being supported by the United States in this campaign against Iran, is it a little problematic how sharply the narrative changes from Donald Trump?
Donald Trump, we know that he is an unexpected person. It's expected him to be unexpected. That's what we are saying all the time. But still, I believe that at the moment, he is doing weighing interests. So his interest now is actually to fight Iran, and less important, the relations with the problem with Russia. So he allowed this purchase of oil from Russia. Let's say that in 2 months, the war with Iran, as we say, inshallah, will be over, and this regime will be down, and then he will be back to imposing those, I wouldn't say sanctions, but restrictions on India. And this is an agreement that just a few weeks back, US and India reached some understanding about the oil from Russia. So
I can't believe that we, as people who observe global affairs, are saying that with such a straight face, that he is so unpredictable that currently he's giving us a concession. Tomorrow he'll just take it back. Prabhu Dayal, when it comes to the global world order, what does that do to long-term plans? Diplomacy is not done on a day-to-day basis. We have long-term strategies from economic standpoints. Also, we have long-term strategies. The IMEC is a long-term economic strategy. And it seems that you should bank on strategies such as IMEC to ensure energy security, or just wait out till Donald Trump gets elected out of power in the next 3 years. Until then, just face the chaos on the global stage.
Well, you're right. Strategies are fashioned on the basis of long-term interest. But as Ms. Bernstein pointed out, Donald Trump is very unpredictable, and he changes his stance so rapidly. We are getting used to it. But nonetheless, we have learned how to fashion our policy in the face of such rapid volte-faces or transformations on the part of the Trump administration. His administration says something one day and says something totally different the other day. Now, let me briefly talk about the IMEC corridor, to which Ms. Bernstein referred. That was our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi's idea. But to approach the landmass in the Arab Peninsula, we would have to enter through the Strait of Hormuz. So, peace in the Gulf region, peace in the Strait of Hormuz would still be necessary for the corridor to reach UAE, from there go on to Saudi Arabia, then Jordan, Israel, and then on to Europe. And in any case, there is so much instability in that region that for the present, this great project which we had wanted to execute has been brought to a standstill. However, we have a long-term vision. We keep our options open. And I think the government of India has made it very clear that it will base its foreign policy on its national interest.
Right.
And it will exercise strategic
Right,
autonomy.
Prabhudeol, and I want to get to you on this point because you're getting a huge update that's coming in on the concept that you're talking about, strategic autonomy. According to top government sources, India has provided refuge to the Iran warship, the IRS Lavan in Kochi. Now, according to top government sources, days before the IRS Dena incident, which took place south of Sri Lanka, India was approached by Iran to take in the Iranian ship, the IRS Lavan, which was also in the region for the International Fleet Review. Now, this request was received on the 28th of February this year itself, indicating that a docking at Kochi was urgent as the vessel had developed technical issues. Approval was accorded to for the docking on the 1st of March. IRS Lavan, has since docked at Kochi on the 4th of March. In this context, its crew of 183 are currently accommodated at naval facilities in Kochi as we speak. Prabhu Dayal, so this also shows that India is also maintaining its relationship with Iran. That docking has been allowed for an Iranian ship. 183 crew members are safe in Kochi right now. But could this be misconstrued on the global stage as India has allowed this Iranian warship to dock in Kochi?
Well, India had invited Iran to send warships to take part in the Milan naval exercise, in which a whole lot of other countries also took part, including the United States. And therefore, giving the rights to dock and to provide accommodation, look after the sailors who were on board this vessel was something that was really in the course of our duty, because we can't invite people on one hand and when they face difficulties, we can't tell them to go to hell. We have to maintain the sort of policy we have towards the countries with which we have, for instance, naval exercises, and whom we invite to exercises like Milan, which are multinational in nature. So, in a nutshell, I think we did the right thing. And we had been accused of sort of facilitating the downing of the IRS Dena, which was total nonsense because the incident never happened anywhere close to us. It happened in open seas, south of Sri Lanka. It was not in Indian territorial waters, but there were some voices which ridiculously blamed India. In any case, there are also ridiculous voices now blaming India for giving shelter to or allowing docking rights to this other Iranian vessel. But naturally, it's a time of conflict, and the little we can do to protect lives and save lives, we should be doing it.
Right, but does this work towards India's entire foreign policy doctrine of strategic autonomy? Because this clearly shows that India is not in any bloc. India will only follow its own strategic interests when it comes to dealing with the entire unfolding situation on the global stage. Ms. Bernstein-Reich, how do you see this development coming in? This Iranian warship docked in Kochi on the 4th of March. This came in right at the height, and which is continuously escalating, the height of the hostilities between US, Israel and Iran. Could this be sending a wrong message to Israel? How would Israel receive information like this?
It's a good question. It's a good question. And I don't think that I would look at what the US will say and less what Israel will say, because Israel knows the good relations that Iran has with India all this while. I mean, India never hide its relations, and we know of even the good sentiment that many Indians have to Iran. So that's not new. I think that the US will take it seriously, the fact that India gave this ship to dock at Kochi. Yeah, maybe it's time for India to make a decision and not sit on the fence and be friends with everyone. And
I think
it's very comfortable, but I think that maybe now it's time to understand who is the good, who is the bad.
Right. I think Prabhu Dayal, this was exactly what you were talking about. The calls for India not to sit on the fence. We saw it in Russia, Ukraine, and now we're seeing it in this fight between the United States, Israel, and Iran.
No, I don't think we should be taking sides at all. It's not
Absolutely,
our war
yeah.
in any case. And for instance, when we came under terrorist attack from Pakistan, how many countries openly sided with us or took part in the war? We had to fight it alone. So what's going on in the Gulf is not our war. And we were quite disheartened. We were quite angry that a vessel which had been invited to take part in the Milan naval exercise found itself struck by an American missile, and so many lives were lost. So if we allowed docking rights to the other Iranian vessel, I think it was a good thing. Why should lives have been lost on a ship which we had invited to take part in a naval exercise? I think we did the right thing by allowing docking rights to the ship.
Right, but India have to balance its approach towards right. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
I do want to comment on Ambassador Prabhu. Israel always sided with India, and let's remember that. Okay, going back to Kargil's days and the recent Palgam events, Israel is always siding with India with everything we can. So we need to remember that.
Right, but at the same time, India will have its own interests when it comes to dealing with any unfolding situation on the global stage. Let's not forget, Donald Trump has plunged this entire world into a sense of uncertainty. So each and every country is looking at its own interests. Prabhu Dayal, you wanted to say something? I'm getting another huge update coming in.
Well, I was only saying that if this ship, which had developed some technical trouble, sought permission to dock in Kochi, we did the right thing by allowing it to dock, because how could it have sailed into the high seas if it was facing technical problems? And that would have also meant endangering so many human rights, human lives. So I think on humanitarian grounds, giving the ship permission to dock, and this was not as if we were furthering the naval aggressive activities. We were just trying to
but Prabhu Dayal, I hope that Donald Trump doesn't see it that way. I hope that Pete Hegseth doesn't see it that way, because they have their assets in the waters, as we've clearly seen, and their submarine downed that the other warship that was near the coast of Sri Lanka. I hope India plays that deft diplomacy in this case, but clearly India, following its own doctrine when it comes to this unfolding situation, clearly with this warship that has docked in Kochi. But clearly it is a very delicate diplomatic game at play. We're getting more updates which are coming in. In fact, I want to get both your views on this update that's coming in from Iran, where this is the first post from Iran's slain Supreme Leader Khamenei's social media handle after his death. He has, and I quote, "The Zionist regime has made a big mistake, and its consequences will make the regime desperate by God's grace." He's put out this image of a missile. This is what has been posted from Ayatollah Khamenei's social media handle, and this is the message coming in from that handle. The Zionist regime has made a big mistake, and its consequences will make the regime desperate by God's grace. This is coming as we've seen pro-Khamenei agitations, not just in Iran, but even in other parts of the world, as the Iranian regime seems to be actively using his social media handle to send this message. Ms. Bernstein, how do you see this development that's coming in? The Iranian regime activating Khamenei's social media handle to send this message to Israel.
I'm really indifferent to this message, let me tell you. I mean, they will continue to use it, and probably has followers, but they always say that we do mistakes, and they always say that they'll kill the Zionists, meaning the Israelis. So I'm really, it doesn't bother me, it doesn't matter. It matters that Khamenei is gone. Both US and Israel are joining forces to fight this evil regime. Even Iranians globally are happy of the death of Khamenei and what's happening. So the Iranian people are with us. The Iranians are happy to get rid of this regime. That's all I have to say about it.
Right, but don't you fear, because it seems the offensive is coming in very effectively from the Iranian regime. They are down, but they're not out, and to a great extent, they've been rallying support across Iran. The entire leadership structure is still in place. They're still coordinating the defense operations against the United States and Israel. Is there a fear that you have created another Frankenstein's monster? We could see another Ahmadinejad type figure emerging from the ashes of war.
No, I mean, if we were fearing, I wouldn't be here. We have our shelters, we have our Iron Dome, we have other interception, we have the US at our side. We are able to really eliminate many of the missile launchers. It will take some time, but it's about time to get rid of those, I would say, crazy people that are handling nuclear weapon, and it's for the benefit of everyone. I mean, the world now see how lunatic they are by launching missiles on all their neighbors. I mean, what are they doing? Launching a missile toward Cyprus, toward Turkey, toward Qatar, Saudi, UAE. I mean, does it look normal to you?
I mean, they're using that as a pressure tactic to kind of get American allies and Israeli allies to put on the United States to ease down the entire conflict, because they're raising the cost for the entire world. In fact, on that note, Prabhudev, I'll come to you on this. We're getting a statement from the Iranian Foreign Ministry that has said that they are compelled to target US military bases in the Middle East in self-defense. This is Iran reinstating the same claim that it has no option but to attack these bases, unfortunately stationed in the Gulf countries. Prabhudev, that statement coming in from the Iranian Foreign Ministry. How do you see that?
Well, unfortunately, what is happening is that the Iranian attacks on all these countries in the Gulf, the Arab countries, are converting them from neutrality to hostility towards Iran. Because getting these missiles launched from Iran onto themselves is something that they are not going to stomach. And they are becoming more rigid and more determined to now align themselves more closely with the Americans and the Israelis in withstanding this attack from Iran. Now, Ms. Bernstein was absolutely right when that using Ali Khamenei's Twitter handle or the handle is just a propaganda ply. But propaganda can only get you so far. What matters is what's happening on the ground. And without doubt, on the ground, the Israelis and the Americans are much, much stronger than the Iranians. Of course, the Iranians have dug in their heels and they're trying to fight, they're firing missiles, but they are up against enemies which are much stronger than them, because today's warfare is fought on the basis of superior technology, and American and Israeli technology certainly will outlast that.
But Prabhudev, let's look at history. Every time in Afghanistan, that country had superior technology to the fighters, and yet the fighters were able to resist them and they were able to persevere. I think Iran is using that same strategy. They are persevering the attacks coming in from the United States. Their entire command structure has gone underground. They're using these mini drones to raise the cost of war and send shockwaves across the energy markets. Technology is not giving the United States and Israel that edge, which we've seen in other theaters. Lebanon has continued its offensive against Iran using homemade rockets. The Vietnamese did that successfully against the Americans. The Taliban has done it against the Soviets. There are several examples in history. Is Iran going down that path?
Well, I've served in Iran for 3 years as a diplomat. And I can tell you that Iran is a little different in some sense from Afghanistan, because Iran has densely populated urban centers. And these urban centers are coming under very heavy attack. There is a huge loss of lives taking place in Iran. Already I understand that the figures of the dead are crossing around 30,000. people,
Right.
one that doesn't ever know what real figures are. But the human casualties are mounting so rapidly that for long this cannot be ignored by the Iranian regime. So I would think that the casualty figure is going to put pressure on the Iranian establishment, and there is only a certain limit to which people can withstand, people among themselves dying. So there could be an uprising, there could be a tendency to go against the regime. And that's what the Americans want.
Right,
They want a
right.
regime change. They want people to be up
Absolutely.
and out. So the situation is very uncertain.
Right. I think it's about who blinks first. I know this fact about Israelis. Since 1948, they have the stomach for war. They've been at war since 1948 with so many adversaries around them. The question is, does America have that same stomach for this conflict? Israel has been doing it since the inception of that country, but the United States has different political compulsions at play. Let's shift focus to the other theater that's also emerging. That is emerging when it comes to the situation in Lebanon. What we are learning is that Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, has stated that the conflict between Israel and Iran and the United States has entered its 7th day, and the Prime Minister has stated that the operation that is going on, that's called Roaring Lion, he said, we are striking the enemy, its leadership, its oppressive regime, and various targets in Lebanon included. He's also gone on to say that after holding a major security consultation, he's also went on to say that the strikes will continue in Lebanon till Hezbollah is eradicated. In fact, on that note, very powerful visuals also emerging from Dhaya in Lebanon, where Israeli forces carried out multiple airstrikes according to the Israeli military. The strikes targeted Hezbollah infrastructure in the area, and as you can see, a lot of devastation taking place in several parts of Lebanon. This is Dhaya in Lebanon. We've also seen the destruction in Beirut, where several buildings have been destroyed by the Israeli forces. You can see this is Dhaya in Lebanon. You can see the level of destruction that has taken place inside Lebanon as those Israeli airstrikes continue, as Benjamin Netanyahu has made it extremely clear that Hezbollah needs to be eradicated, one of the key proxy figures of the Iranian government. These are the visuals coming in from Dhaya in Lebanon. Ms. Bernstein, this is also an opportunity that Benjamin Netanyahu has stated is in Israel's grasp to once and for all eradicate Hezbollah, Hezbollah being one of the key operatives of the Iranian regime. Do you think this is an opportunity for Benjamin Netanyahu to end this threat once and for all? We'll try to get her back. But Prabhu Dayal, this focus on Israel's neighborhood and the other Iranian proxy elements, which are also wreaking a lot of havoc, clearly being activated by the regime in Tehran. Has Netanyahu pretty much got the opportunity to end this threat once and for all?
You know, it was one of Netanyahu's main objectives to strike at these proxies, as also was his objective to strike at Iran. Now, I'm afraid the manner in which this war is escalating, Tehran and Beirut will end up looking like the Gaza Strip. There is so much of devastation, and the Iranian regime does not seem to be at all inclined to move towards peace. It is said that it will not settle for peace. In other words, it's prepared for a long haul. And the longer the haul, the more severe the damage to urban centers in Iran, especially Tehran, which is already getting such a serious pounding. So I'm afraid things don't look good for the Iranians. Of course, there are casualties in Israel also, but much, much lesser than they are in Iran. And although there are a few body bags that have gone, but I don't think Trump is really bothered too much at this stage. Of course, if the number escalates, it could become a cause of worry. But at the moment, I think the war is going as the Americans and the Israelis would like it to. In other words, Iran is suffering a lot. And although the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is fighting back, but you know, its capacity will automatically be limited. Missile areas from where they are launched, missile launch areas are being struck. And there are other military targets which are being annihilated. So as I look at the things, I think the Americans and the Israelis certainly have an upper hand in this conflict.
Absolutely. Once again, let's just take you through those visuals coming in from Dhai in Lebanon, ladies and gentlemen. You see these visuals on our screen. This is one of the key cities inside Lebanon, facing the brunt of those Israeli airstrikes. You can see the plumes of smoke coming out as those Israeli airstrikes target this infrastructure in Dhai and Lebanon. Now, remember, a lot of the civilian infrastructure has been used by Hezbollah to launch attacks into Jerusalem as a Tel Aviv. This is also becoming an escalating war zone situation with Hezbollah, the key assets of the Iranian regime to target Israel. I was asking that question to Prabhu Dayal as well, and the concern that's emerging from the global stage is that you could turn Lebanon into another Gaza Strip.
We definitely don't want this to happen, and Lebanon government is trying to de-escalate the situation and asks Hezbollah to stop its hostilities. I need to remind everyone that actually Hezbollah started this situation. They, in the second day, attacked Israel. Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you. Please continue.
Okay. Hezbollah got an instruction from Iran to join the war and started to attack the north of Israel and even going to central Israel. So our airstrikes in Hezbollah area in Lebanon, the Dahya as it's called, is because the Hezbollah started. There was a ceasefire in Lebanon that started last year, and from Israeli side we maintained the ceasefire. It was Hezbollah that started, and Lebanon government is happy that we are fighting Hezbollah because Hezbollah is like a parasite to Lebanon. Lebanon wants Hezbollah out. Lebanon just yesterday announced that they will not let Iranian get into Iran without a visa. They are going to arrest Iranians on the soil of Lebanon. Lebanon is happy that once and for all we'll finish what we have started and couldn't finish with Hezbollah. So we need to keep this in mind.
Right, we're getting more visuals coming in from Lebanon as well. Prabhu Dayal, I want to come to you on this statement that's on this entire narrative that's emerging from the Israeli government on Lebanon. Now, clearly it's fair game given the fact that Hezbollah has been at a constant, offensive against the Israeli government. They have launched several rocket attacks into not just Tel Aviv, but even Jerusalem as well. So the logic coming in from the Israeli government is that you launch one rocket, we'll launch a fleet of jets and completely flatten you. So it's pretty much the same narrative that we use here in India when we target the terror launch pads across the line of control. So the notion of targeting terror, do you think that that applies very neatly in this case when it comes to Lebanon?
Well, there is a clear similarity. And Ms. Bernstein was absolutely right that the Lebanese government doesn't want to be operating from its territory. In fact, it has tried its best to oust the Hezbollah from there. But unfortunately, the Hezbollah is very well entrenched.
Right.
And militarily, perhaps it's stronger than the Lebanese army. So for that reason, the Lebanese authorities are not able to push the Hezbollah out. And the outcome of all this is that Israeli strikes on Hezbollah are also damaging the infrastructure of Lebanon.
Absolutely,
Lebanon
and you can see the latest visuals, Prabhu Dayal, you can see the latest visuals on our screens coming in from Lebanon itself. You can see these precision strikes taking out these massive buildings in Lebanon. These are precision strikes coming in from the Israeli Defense Forces, taking out these several buildings. Many of these buildings have been used by Hezbollah to launch those rocket attacks, and you can see these targeted strikes coming in from the IDF against these particular installations inside Lebanon. Ms. Bernstein, so could regime Lebanon could also be an option for you to once and for all eradicate?
No, the regime in Lebanon is normal, just that they are weak. And we are helping them get rid of Hezbollah, but there is a dialogue with the Lebanon government, and the Lebanon government wants peace. And you know that before 48 we could travel to Lebanon and they were our best friends. We wish it will be the situation again. So Lebanon has nothing to do bad with Israel. And I just want, when we're watching those pictures of the airstrikes, we need to keep in mind that the Israeli IDF spokesperson announced and gave a warning before doing those airstrikes so that people will evacuate, and this entire place was evacuated. So this is another thing that people think, that we are doing those attacks without notifying. Israel notifies, and everybody got evacuated from this area. And this is important to remember.
I mean, let's be clear. It's very easy to tell people to evacuate, and it's very difficult for those people to leave their homes. And as the onslaught continues, but clearly the stated security objective is very clear coming in from Israel, that these are sites being used by Hezbollah to launch those rocket attacks. It's fair game in war. I think when you try to bring in the political morality, that's when the waters get muddled. And on that note, we're getting this big update that's coming in from the United States, where there is a struggle with the narrative surrounding the conflict in Ukraine. United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio seems to be confused on the entire message. He says the United States is not officially seeking regime change in Iran, but the United States wants a different leadership. War could now last for several more weeks is the pitch that's coming in from Marco Rubio. Prabhu Dayal, this entire quagmire of trying to explain the conflict, Donald Trump says war, Pete Hegseth says war, but J.D. Vance doesn't say anything. Marco Rubio says this is not war, this is a targeted strike. Several Republican leaders are saying that this is not war, these are just targeted strikes. We are not at war with Iran. And now when it comes to the regime change, Donald Trump, we just put out that post from Donald Trump right in the beginning of the show, where he said that he wants a new regime in place in Tehran. Now Marco Rubio saying the US is not officially seeking regime change in Iran. What's going on here?
Well, there are conflicting voices which are coming out of the United States. The fact that it is war is beyond doubt, and the Trump administration has been given the authorization by the Senate under the 1973 War Powers Act. There was an attempt to stop this conflict, which was made by the Democrats, but the Senate has voted that down, and the Trump administration has the powers under the 93 War Powers Act. So it is war. The Trump administration is waging war. And as far as regime change is concerned, I think that Trump himself has made it very clear repeatedly that he wants a regime change. Though there are conflicting voices, conflicting interpretations, but there is no doubt that the United States and Israel both see this war as an opportunity to dislodge the Islamic regime and to put in place a new system. Trump, of course, has talked about Reza Shah Pahlavi and the reinstatement of the monarchy, but that is somewhat questionable because many Iranians don't want a return of the monarchy because they feel that there was a lot of repression under Reza Shah Pahlavi before ousted by the Islamic regime. So it was one autocracy replaced by another one, and what the Iranians may want is democracy. So I think Trump is serious about regime change, but he really doesn't know what he wants to do after that.
Right. And I think that has been the folly of American foreign policy. You can go in, you can bomb the country, you can change the leader, but then what do you do after that? That's where American foreign policy has been failing in the Middle East. And it seems Iran will just be the latest casualty given the confused nature of these statements coming in from the Trump administration. Prabhu Dayal, Anand Bernstein-Reich, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and for this riveting discussion on the different developments coming in from the Middle East. We will continue to track all those developments coming in. For now, a quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
Very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases. The graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US
disruption.
Disruption.
Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export, or normal life actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause, or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes, or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 dollars. Per hour, the cost is again $41 million and upwards. And per day, the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's costing. And these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting active on ground? Tom Cooper, when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile.
Well, here goes the siren again. A ballistic missile detected on its way here. Probably a good time to step into a shelter.
अभी हमला रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहा है, बार बार ईरान की तरफ से हमला किया जा रहा है। एक्सक्लूसिव विजुअल्स आप न्यूज़ 18 पे देख सकते हैं।
We already went past one place where apparently there had just been an airstrike. There was thick black smoke billowing over one place, so it seemed like a fairly fresh airstrike. Also some destroyed buildings.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are attacking the air bases. And are you willing to buy this? So the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it a UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran will call up of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. Understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operation. Case trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20%. So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,120,000,000.
And welcome back. More breaking news coming in. This is concerning the threat of the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan inside the nation of Pakistan. Sources are telling CNN News 18. Now, these are top intelligence sources getting us these inputs from our investigations editor Manoj Gupta, that the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan has announced a new spring offensive against the Pakistan security forces. The TTP is calling this Operation Khyber. The Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan has vowed, and I quote, "All martyrdoms will be avenged from the Pakistan security forces," is the pitch that's come in from the TTP. I'm joined by my colleague Greha Atul on the broadcast. So Greha, not just the situation along the line, even inside Pakistan, the TTP vowing revenge and threatening to punish the Pakistan security forces.
Yes, Ayushman, and this seems to be a yearly phenomena when it is about the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan. This time they are going on to announce their new spring offensive against Pakistan security forces, vowing that they are going to be avenging the killing of any kind of operations that have been started by the Pakistan security forces. We're also, in fact, learning that they have decided to name this offensive as Operation Khyber for this year, that is 2026. And the fact that this announcement has come in on the 17th day of the fasting season, fasting month of Ramadan, that's also significant, Ayushman, because they seem to have made this announcement today. And after that, we also are in fact learning of a suicide attack at the Chashma Sarabandi checkpost there, which is in North Waziristan. So right on the day when they have launched this offensive, when they have said that they are in fact starting their new spring offensive and called it Operation Khyber, we learn of a suicide attack as well. So this is rather significant, and would like to in fact bring in the parallels here, considering this suicide bombing in all likelihood is also the formal opening of this operation of TTP's Operation Khyber, and the formal leadership announcement that the religious of Ramadan and the immediate strike on the security forces checkpost in North Waziristan will go on a really clear picture that TTP is signaling to Islamabad that the offensive has not just been declared, it has already begun.
Right. Thank you, Greha, for getting us that piece of breaking news coming in from Pakistan. So right after announcing the anti-Pakistan offensive called Operation Khyber, the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan already taking action against the Pakistani state in North Waziristan. We will continue to track all those developments coming in. For now, quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens, air sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US air base
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US air bases?
Disruption. Guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export, or normal life actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes, or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the, and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here. I just want to dwell on the cost of this war. Viewers, just quickly want to tell you the cost of this war. It's gone up to 6,122,590,000 and counting, 600,000 and counting. This is in 6 days, 2 hours, 56 minutes and 39.40 seconds. Per second, the cost is only going up to $11,574 per hour. The cost is again $41 million and upwards, and per day the cost is going up to $1 billion per day. This cost on the war on Iran, that's what it's us, and these costs are only going to go up. When we come back, what's the recalibration? Which are the zones? And is there an effort to try and break Iran into multiple pieces? And will we have sectarian violence coming in very, very soon? The Kurds, the Azeris, and of course the Baloch on the other side. And there is a solid Sunni population near Sistan and Balochistan. All of those, will they start getting activated on ground? With Tom Cooper when we come back after a short break. These are drone attacks again. In Kuwait, they are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another US airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US
disruption, disruption, guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military.
Complete devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone, of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Douris, Sanandaj, Kemal Shah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less organized.
These are drone attacks again. In Kuwait, they are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. Yeah, it's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another U.S. airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Or it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom. What is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US
disruption, guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export or normal life actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause, or the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling U.S. and Israeli strikes or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing U.S. military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace.
Yes.
How is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read this?
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now there are other. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again, and then let's try and get a deep dive into what is next, which are going to be the and we're doing it all in real time. I just quickly want to see if we have the mirror here.
And then at some point, before things get totally chaotic and out of hand economically and in the spreading of the war, say we're going to take this pause. We're going to hopefully find other ways, not necessarily kinetic ways, to support the Iranian people in their quest for freedom, in their quest to put in place a different regime.
Right.
But the notion that the United can change the regime. There's no historical precedent of changing regime through air power. There's no sufficient knowledge of the intricacies of Iranian society for the United States to pick a leader and have any credibility to have that leader be successful.
Okay.
I think that's a very, very significant overreach.
Okay, so, there's an article right now in the Washington Post, obviously I have not chased it down, but suggesting that there's been some kind of alteration to troop exercises. People are speculating whether that means troop deployment. Do you even imagine that could come from the United States? I mean, certainly the Pentagon has said no boots on the ground, but do you think that's likely to happen?
Well, again, here we have to read the president's mind, and it's something I try not to do because it's very hard to do. And he'll be very impulsive, and he'll sometimes listen to the last person he talks to, and sometimes he's driven by God knows what impulses. I don't think there's any support in the United States among the American people to put troops on the ground in Iran. I think we have a president who campaigned against the notion of Middle East regime change wars. He bitterly criticized, as many Americans did, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, or at least the way they unfolded and how long we were there and how much sacrifice we paid in blood and treasure, and how basically unsuccessful we were in trying to be the architects of governance in those societies. He very clearly spoke to that when he traveled to the Gulf last year. And he said, nation building is not what we're about. People who don't know the societies and the cultures that they're not from are not the ones who should be trying to do that. And he rebuffed and rejected that American history. So the idea that he would be pulled into, or allow himself to be pulled into, putting troops on the ground and trying to construct the new leadership of Iran, I don't think it's something the American people support. I don't think it's something that the Congress of the United States supports. I don't really think the Iranian people want to see, much as they do want to see this regime collapse. The idea the United States would come in as an occupier of any portion of Iran and try to be the architects of the next regime, that doesn't sound like something that sells in Iran, in the region, or among the American people.
And there's been experience in terms of coups and things like that, that the U.S. is terrible back event. But I want to play something from President Trump and his chief spokesperson, because it goes to the heart of what you said. He changes his mind, he operates on the gut, etc. Here's what he said just recently.
We were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion to attack first. They were going to attack if we didn't do it.
This decision to launch this operation was based on a cumulative effect of various direct threats that Iran posed to the United States of America, and the president's feeling based on fact that Iran does pose an imminent and direct threat to the United States of America, based on the fact that they are the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism.
So there's opinion in there, there's the president's feelings based on fact, but not many people believe that imminent threat, particularly at this time. I guess what I would like to ask you is, about, making these huge, most important decisions about war and peace and life and death based on your gut, combined with Axios reporting that suggests that President Trump was, the whole agenda was accelerated. He and Prime Minister Netanyahu had been in lots of contact over the 2 months before, and it was moved up, accelerated at least beyond essentially President Trump might have envisioned, under pressure from Netanyahu. Can you tell me what you think about that, and then this kind of talk about gut reactions to launching wars?
Well, there's no imminent threat. I don't sit in classified briefings anymore, but those members of Congress who have been briefed with classified material, I think, have been very clear. Nothing was presented to them that suggested there was an imminent threat. Iran is a constant threat because we know how aggressive it has been, how much it has projected power and terror around the region. Israel, of course, was attacked twice in 2024 directly with hundreds of Iranian ballistic missiles and drones. So there is a real threat there. But in the time period we're talking about, when those nuclear negotiations were being conducted, which were never going to be successful, Iran was never going to make the necessary concessions of conceding all enrichment and all nuclear enriched material, there was no, that I'm aware of, indication Iran was about to attack the United States. So the imminence, I think, is not very credible. Now, as I said, Israel earlier felt that it did have to address this ballistic missile threat before Iran significantly ramped up the production of the very ballistic missiles that had been successful partially in penetrating Israel's air defenses last June. And that was what Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump were talking about in December. Then with the protests happening in January, it does appear that the timetable was significantly accelerated. And that's where I think the president made a big mistake. If you are going to move a big force like he did into the Middle East, and you are going to bring as many aircraft, as many soldiers and sailors and airmen into the region and put their lives on the line, you as the President of the United States, as almost every previous president in a similar situation has done, have the obligation to come to the American people, not to reveal things that would cost tactical advantage and surprise, but to explain the strategy. Why are we doing this? What is the goal? Is there an imminent threat? What are we trying to achieve? Why is it so necessary that we put our men and women in uniform at risk to achieve this objective? He didn't do that. And it meant that on Saturday morning, a week ago, when the war began, I think many Americans woke up very surprised to discover we were at war in the Middle East, something that he had said he was going to try very hard to avoid. If he has a case, and again, Iran being the regime it is, there are legitimate threats that are associated with. But if he has a case to make that, he still at this point hasn't made a full address to the American people. He still has given these partial conversations with different reporters saying very different things in different conversations about what he's actually trying to achieve. So I think there's a lot of confusion among the American people, but that's because I think there's a lot of confusion within him and his administration.
And very finally, and we've only got 1 minute left, you know, he is honing in, as we kind of discussed, on the Delcy Rodriguez, Venezuela, decapitate the leader, leave the regime in place model. Do you think that's the best that they can expect as an outcome right now? Or what, given the fact that, you know, as you just said, there's been no strategy laid out, the military happening, but the political and the, you know, geostrategic goals are not clear and keep shifting?
Yeah, look, degrading this regime's capabilities, both externally and internally, is something that will have real benefit to the United States, to the American people, to our regional allies, even if there's real questions about whether this war was needed now or whether there was an imminent threat. But anybody who has studied the Iranian regime, and the most knowledgeable experts I know, all agree that this regime is more than just the Ayatollah at the top, more than just that top layer of leadership that were killed on the first day. It's a system. It's durable. There are hundreds of thousands, if not million men under arms who subscribe to its ideology, who are now in a fight for their survival. And the notion that one person in that system is just going to put their head up and say, well, no, I'll just work as a client actually of Washington seems highly, highly dubious to me.
Which is what Delcy Rodriguez is doing in Venezuela, and Trump keeps trying to compare the two. This has got a ways to go. Ambassador Daniel Shapiro, thank you so much indeed, and we'll be right back after this short break.
So are you busy tonight? Is there a booming market for Colin Smiths that I'm not aware of?
Well, no, but it's just...
What?
Yeah, see you at 6.
I felt that certainly Colin and Ray's story was being progressed and developed through the intimate scenes. Robbie, who was the intimacy coordinator on this, was fantastic. Just in terms of like shaping the story from a choreography point of view, I was so excited about getting to those scenes because it felt for me that so much narrative was held in those moments that...
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this summer. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people...
Trump says this war could empower what he describes as an untrustworthy president with a contempt for the law. Here he is with Michelle Martin.
Thanks, Christian. David Frum, thank you so much for talking with us once again.
Thank you.
You are a staff writer at The Atlantic. Your latest piece, you wrote, The Paradox of Trump's Iran Attack. And you wrote that President Trump has launched a war that offers opportunities to the Middle East and threatens constitutional freedom at home. So yes. Walk us through that tension.
Well, let me give with this the danger here at home. There is now an alleged shooter identified in the Austin, Texas mass shooting attack. The alleged shooter reportedly wore an Iran T-shirt as he committed the attack. Now, I don't for a moment believe that the shooter, the alleged shooter, is in any way connected to the government of Iran. But it's not hard to imagine how, when you are fighting a war with the world's leading, a country that does have networks all over the world, that has carried out terrorist attacks on foreign soil, including here in the United States, that the president would say, you know what, we need to ramp up Homeland Security activity to head off a threat. And everything you've seen in Minneapolis and places like that to date is just the opening course, the overture, now must come to protect against Iranian terror attack. I think that is going to be a really severe risk in the days ahead.
You've described Trump's foreign policy as being driven by fantasy and image more than strategy. In the Iran case, is there a clear example of that?
The fantasies that drive him is he does have the sense of himself as this great figure in history, who is beloved at home and commands respect abroad, when obviously none of that is very, very true. And he is attracted to cheap and easy successes. Look, last year when he struck the Iranian nuclear program, that was a short, sharp strike, and then he said, it's done. And many people were more experts said, well, that's not done. If you're going to start this thing, it's going to have to be finished, and it's going to be a much bigger project to finish it. And so, duly, a year later, President Trump is saying, I told you was cheap and easy and free last year. Turns out we paid one installment, but there are now more installments that must be paid.
Well, Ukraine being an example where during his campaign for his latest term, the president said that he would solve this problem within a day. And clearly it has not yet. Do you see an example in the Iran case of where the president seems to have a notion that doesn't seem to be borne out by facts as they're understood by?
Well, we have clues about his idea of an end state, is he thinks he can do what he did in Venezuela. So in Venezuela, you had a corrupt, authoritarian, brutal, which was massively unpopular with its own people. In fact, as you will remember, there was even, the regime attempted to fake an election a year ago, and they were so unpopular they couldn't even win a faked election. And it became clear there is an agreed, democratically legitimate leader of the Venezuelan people. But Trump did not want her to be the leader because it would be more difficult, more work, and maybe she wouldn't be as amenable to his will as the next thug in line was. So in Venezuela, he struck, removed one thug, replaced the thug with the next thug in line, and he's got a situation he finds satisfactory, although the Venezuelan people are no better off than they were before. He may have something in mind in Iran, off, in this case, the top 40 or 100 thugs, find thug 101, hope that thug 101, and I'll say he because it's going to be a he in Iran, that thug 101 or 102 is a big crook, and that you can therefore do Trump-style business with this big crook. That's a hope. Maybe it's more than a hope, but it's not a very attractive future if you're an Iranian who has risked life or sacrificed the life of yourself or your loved ones to say, we want freedom. On Trump saying, well, no, what we're going to give you is the next crook in line.
You served in the administration of George W. Bush, and this seems to be following a pattern where Americans have this notion that the people on the ground will finish the job. Americans will start, they will finish. Did you, just sort of being honest about it, did your administration have a similar notion when it came to Iraq?
There was a big fight about this. The George W. Bush administration had people who wanted to be involved in the future of Iraq and people who did not. And basically, the people who wanted to be more involved were able to win the argument about should we go to war, and they then lost the argument about what should happen after the war. And so I think the people what ended up happening was the Iraq war became a kind of raid. Rush into Iraq, get Saddam, topple the Ba'ath regime, then get out as fast as possible and count on the Iraqis to sort things out. But Iraq was a badly damaged society. They'd been under tyranny for so long. The institutions of state were smashed. Basic amenities like water and electricity were in ruins. The country, and of course, when you have as cruel a government as Iraq had, it leaves behind a legacy of vendetta. There are people who have suffered terribly, or their relatives have suffered terribly, and they have payback impulses. And it's going to take a lot of policing to keep those payback impulses under control. I fear that very much in Iran. And Iran is a more cohesive society than Iraq was. It's, the vast majority speak the same language. The vast majority they're 60% Persian, but most Iranians are Shiite Muslim. Most of them speak some form of Persian, and it's much more urbanized. But there is a lot of pain left behind. And there's a lot of damage. Tehran doesn't have enough drinking water. How do you keep the power on? There are pensions that have to be paid, hospitals that have to keep working. Children need to go to school. It's an advanced society. All those things need to happen. Who's in charge of delivering those results? When the existing regime, horrible, brutal, cruel, corrupt as it is, when it falls apart, who keeps the lights on?
What do you think should happen at this point? How do you think Congress should react?
I understand why Democrats are very angry about the way the president has treated them. I mean, he gave a State of the Union address full of stunts and insults. He did not ask Congress's consent for this war. He did not invite debate. He went to war anyway, and now he's going to need a lot of money to pay for it, and he's going to ask Congress to vote money that it was not allowed to debate in advance. And there are a lot of Democrats who feel they can't trust him and want to impose war powers restrictions. And there are a lot of them who will fear, as I do, the use that Trump will make of his war powers at home to suppress dissent, to compromise elections. That said, there is no undoing what has been done. There is no return to the pre-war status quo. You can't stop this. It's on. And so getting to a better tomorrow does not allow you, wishing to go back to yesterday does not get you to a better tomorrow. So I think Congress has to take decisive action to take more charge. And here's the lever. Speaker Johnson does not have a Republican majority to fund this war. There'll be enough Republican defections. You cannot get supplemental authorizations or appropriations for the war through the House of Representatives on Republican votes alone. So he is going to need Democratic votes to pay for the war. And it's going, for all practical purposes, the Republican majority is over. It is not a majority House anymore. So it has to run its affairs as if it were had to be bipartisan, as if it were now a joint Republican Democratic coalition majority funding to fund the cost of war, and Democrats have to have equal voice in a war that they're going to be indispensable to funding.
The Military Religious Freedom Foundation says it's received more than 200 complaints from service members alleging that some commanders framed the Iran mission in religious terms, including one briefing where troops were reportedly told that President Trump had been, quote, anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon, sort of unquote. And I just wonder what you make of that.
Well, personally, if I were going into battle under a commander, I'd want a commander who thought our job was to prevent Armageddon rather than to cause it. Like, that's not like, oh, if we're on the path to Armageddon, maybe we should be on some other path. Look, people, it's a big military. There may be all kinds of lower ranking people who say crazy things. The question you have is, what about the senior most leadership? The Secretary of Defense, or Secretary of War as he styles himself illegally, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, gave a press conference at the beginning of the week in which he said the United States will not do democracy building, it will not do state building in Iran. And you think, well, if you're not doing it, who's in charge of that? And then what happens once you've smashed up the existing leadership? There's a lot of perhaps democratic capacity within Iranian society, but to get from here to there, after all these years of oppression, in the midst of a battle zone, that's not going to happen automatically. And if it's not the American job, whose job is it? And if it doesn't happen, the United States will not escape the consequences of it not happening.
And what might those consequences be for people who have not or would prefer not to spend a lot of time thinking about that?
Here are two. One, as I mentioned, that 60% of the population of Iran is Persian. You can do the math. 40% is not. Some of them may have separatist sympathies or separatist inclinations. There's also a problem that there are tens of thousands of Iranians who have lost people they love to cruel butchery by the authorities. If the authorities are defenseless, what will the people do? Well, some of them will pray and mourn, but some will take action. Some will take up whatever weapons that come to their hand and go to a police station and chop up the police officers. And that's a natural human impulse, I think, after what they've been through. But it leads to carnage in the streets and possible civil war.
And what might be the consequences for the United States?
Iran is crammed with weapons. Most people can't get them because they're held by the police or the authorities. If the police and authorities are defeated, those weapons become available. There's fissile material present in Iran. There's a lot of people with the skills and know how to do terrorism on a global scale. I'll be unemployed. We saw what happened when the Ba'athist officers in Iraq lost their jobs. They went and did what they knew how to do best, which was terrorize fellow Iraqis. But the people in Iran who may be about to lose their jobs, what they know best is how to inflict terrorism worldwide.
It loops back to this notion that there really is no plan. There's really no strategic thinking. Yeah. There's this sort of this sense of do this thing, do the thing, make a big discussion or show of it, and then what happens next? And there doesn't seem to be any afterthought about that.
But there needs to, and I would say, what I would hope people would take away from our conversation that I am most concerned about is there's no going back to where the United States was a week ago. There's no undoing this thing. So Trump has locked us all in the car, locked the steering wheel, and driven off the cliff. You can't say, I wish we were back up there on the cliff. All you can do is say, we now need a plan to land the car. And cars weren't meant to fly, so this is going to be a kind of a Thelma and Louise moment, maybe. But someone needs to say, there has to be a real plan. And that's going to come from Congress to say there needs to be oversight. There needs to be a plan for an end state. There needs to be a plan to make sure that the war powers that Trump now has got are not abused at home. That there need to be guarantees that the 26 elections will not be suppressed or perverted. That DHS will not use the fear of Iranian terrorism as an excuse to crack down on the liberties of American people, to shoot more Americans. If terrorism is a real risk, you need professionals at DHS, people who tell the truth and who don't steer contracts to their.
A Reuters Ipsos poll this week found that just 27% of Americans approved of the U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran. A CNN poll conducted over the weekend showed that 59% disapproval overall, more than 80% of Democrats opposed. President Trump responded by telling the New York Post, I don't care about polling, but he does care. I mean, he does care about how he is viewed. And I just wonder whether public opinion will play a role in this. Given everything you just said, you said, look, we're already in the car is already moving, but could public opinion offer some break on this, or offer at least some guide about what could happen next, or might inform the president's thinking?
There's no break because the decision has happened. So you can't break it because it's happened. We're in the middle of it. But what I think public opinion signals is, look, one of the ways that people know whether something is workable is if they see a broad consensus in the U.S. government that something can work. And that's always been the way it's been in the past. When presidents make important decisions, they try to show, look, this is not just my idea, and it's not just me and the people I personally hired. See, I've got here the leaders of Congress from both parties. I've got a bunch of governors here who also agree this is a good idea. I've got police chiefs or firefighters. I've got a range of, I've got business leaders, and a lot of people in whom you should have confidence, who've earned your confidence, they all think this is a good idea. That's not a guarantee that they can all be wrong too. But at least there's something here more than one person's whim. Trump has made this war one of one person's whim, and it's a person whom most Americans don't trust for excellent reasons. So if this war is going to continue for more than a few more hours, he's going to need to find a way, and this is not in his nature, so someone is going to need to do this for him, to put this administration on a different kind of footing, where it tries to speak for the nation rather than just a fragment of the nation.
David Frum, thank you so much for talking with us once again.
Thank you.
Unity is hard to come by these days. And finally, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's happy to help the United States counter Iranian drones, since his country has become so successful as that. And it fights off Russia in a war for survival. It's his way of showing solidarity with allies who've helped him. The Olympics are also meant to demonstrate global solidarity through sport. But tonight, Zelensky and some European leaders are boycotting the opening ceremony for the Paralympics in Italy. That's because they are outraged over the decision to allow Russian and Belarusian athletes to compete under their national flags. This had been disallowed for the past 12 years over a doping scandal and then over their aggression on Ukraine. One country missing from this year's Games is Iran. Its Paralympians could not travel there safely. That's it for now. Thank you for watching, and goodbye from London.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And tell the people this moment will be judged in his moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from the.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move forward in the coming days, weeks, and potentially months.
Yeah, it does appear now that Russia is indeed a factor in this war if it's directly providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And it is important to note this comes after President Zelensky in Ukraine has actually offered to help and other Western allies in Europe in terms of bringing down some of these Shahed drones that they've come so familiar with, tragically, over the course of these last now 4+ years of war. Zachary Cohen, thank you so much. Well, some attacks are playing out on live television. One loud explosion in Tehran sent this reporter running for cover. The correspondent for Iranian state television was on air when fresh blasts hit. Meanwhile, the Iranian government mobilized thousands of demonstrators.
Inside, U.S. President Donald Trump says when it comes to the U.S. military campaign, there are no time limits on anything, as economic indicators flash red right across the globe. What is the administration's strategy and what is the end game this hour? We'll delve into those questions and try and find you some answers. But first, I want to bring you up to date with the very latest developments from the region. President Trump says there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. The president tells CNN he's not worried about whether Iran will become a democratic state. The United States and Israel are ramping up attacks on Iran with a major bombardment of the capital. A CNN team on the ground witnessed a barrage of strikes, and some Tehran residents described it as the worst night since the war began. The Israeli Air Force released this video. It says shows the destruction of the secret bunker used by Iran's former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The IDF says he was killed before he could retreat to the bunker. CNN cannot independently verify the time or the date of the videos. Well, Israel says it's planning to push deeper into Lebanon as it moves to what it's calling the next phase of the war. More than 200 people have been killed there in the last week. That is according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. We're joined by CNN's senior White House reporter Kevin Liptak and Jeremy Diamond, who's now in Tel Aviv after spending a long time along the Israel-Lebanon border. We'll go to you in just a moment, Jeremy. Let me start first with Kevin at the White House, because we have seen President Trump, Kevin, doubling down on his vision. I think it's on his vision for leadership in Iran. He says he wants to stay in this, but the goals seem to be shifting, right? And without boots on the ground, some may say that's impossible. Talk us through what the strategy is and the messaging is from the administration.
Yeah, and I think the messaging from the administration writ large has now kind of diverged from the message Trump himself. You know, he's talking about what he calls an unconditional surrender. He doesn't actually specify what that might look like in his message. And he says that after the selection of a great and acceptable leaders and many of our brave allies and partners, we will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction. He seems to be suggesting a much broader goal than what you've heard from the White House itself, which has tried to kind of contain the objectives that the U.S. is seeking in this war. They've limited it to annihilating the Navy, getting rid of Iran's missiles and its nuclear program, and eliminating its support for proxies in the region. President Trump is suggesting something much bigger, and it does follow this pattern of the president kind of bobbing and weaving throughout all of this, and his aides sort of scrambling to catch up with what exactly he meant. Because remember, it was just earlier this week that the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth insisted this was not a regime change war. You heard similar from the Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Now President Trump is saying that, in fact, that is exactly what is going on here. We did hear just in the last hour from Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, who was asked what actually this meant. Said.
What the president means is that when he, as commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America and the goals of Operation Epic Fury has been fully realized, then Iran will essentially be in a place of unconditional surrender, whether they say it themselves or not.
Okay, so now I guess President Trump will be deciding what unconditional surrender looks like in Iran, but the details of that totally unclear. I think maybe the best explanation of what it is Trump is looking for came in that interview with Dana Bash earlier today, saying that it's going to work very easily. It's going to work like in Venezuela, suggesting he envisions finding someone currently in the Iranian leadership, like Delcy Rodriguez, the one-time Venezuelan vice president, finding someone like that to take control of Tehran. But of course, the differences in these countries could not be bigger. For one, Iran is 3 times the size of Venezuela. It is run by a clerical leadership. And so a lot of questions about how that situation could be applied. And Trump seems to think it could happen.
Kevin Liptak for us at the White House. Thank you very much, Kevin. Let me go to Jeremy, who is joining us from Tel Aviv. And Jeremy, as President Trump there doubles down on his demands, I think he said, for a great and acceptable lead in Tehran, we have been seeing a dramatic surge in strikes inside the country, in Tehran even. Give us a sense of what the US and Israel have been targeting overnight and throughout the day.
Yeah, that's right, Issa. Well, today alone, the Israeli military says that they have struck over 400 targets in Iran. They are continuing, of course, to hunt those ballistic missile launchers that threaten Israel and its population. We know, of course, that those attacks have been largely successful in destroying at least 60% of Iran's ballistic missile launch capabilities, and has resulted in a reduction of the number of ballistic missiles that Iran is firing towards Israel. In addition to that, we're continuing to see efforts by Israel to go after Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, as well as internal security forces targets as well. And the hunt that Israel is embarking on to kill as many senior Iranian political leaders as possible is also continuing, as the Israeli military is indicating today that they struck a secret bunker of the former supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei, which was beneath regime headquarters in central Tehran. The Israeli military releasing a video of this strike and saying that in recent days it appears that this command bunker was being used by some of Iran's current leadership as well. They have yet to actually talk about any specific individuals who they believe they have killed as a result of this strike, but it shows, of course, Israel's continued ability and desire to go after Iran's political leadership, in addition to targeting Iran's military capabilities.
Yeah, and for Israel, this is, of course, as you and I have been discussing, it's a two-pronged war as it takes the fight to Lebanon, where I'm just seeing more than 200 people have died, where almost 500,000 people have been displaced, according to one NGO. Give us a sense of what is happening in Lebanon.
Yeah, well, my team and I were along the Israel-Lebanon border today, and I got to tell you, it was very active, far more active than I even anticipated, especially when you consider the fact that Hezbollah, for over a year was supposed to be gone from the areas closest to Israel, pushed back not only by the Israeli military and continued strikes, some of which continued even during this ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah, but also by the Lebanese military, which was in the process of and had claimed success in disarming Hezbollah south of the Litani. But what my team and I saw today suggests a conflict that is only escalating. Wow, that was a drone that seems to have just made impact here. There were no sirens warning, but we just heard an explosion right here in Metula. We're right along the Israel-Lebanon border, and we just heard something come in fast over our heads and make impact. Okay, so we're gonna put our vests on now because we just saw not one but two projectiles coming in. Still not clear exactly what that was, but we're now starting to hear the outgoing Israeli fire responding to it. We're just hearing a lot of activity right now, kind of going in both directions, in fact, as this new front in Israel's war with Iran is very much heating up. So that smoke right there just came from Israeli artillery that was being fired from behind us. So it went over our heads. We then saw it make impact there, and you can see the smoke that's still coming up from the target location. And now, okay.
He's so used to it.
And that was hitting the same spot. Yeah, getting very active here now. Here too. So we're seeing several areas now in southern Lebanon that are being struck by the Israeli military, and some of those positions that they are hitting are within a kilometer of the Israeli-Lebanese border, and that's significant because all of these positions in the most southern part of Lebanon were supposed to have been cleared of Hezbollah fighters over a year ago, and so the fact that Israel is now having to hit positions so close to its border suggests that Hezbollah is trying to re-infiltrate those areas, and obviously Israel now fighting to try and rid those areas of Hezbollah once again. And so, as you can see there, Issa, very active crossfire on the Israel-Lebanon border. And today, in fact, Hezbollah was able to seriously wound several Israeli soldiers as a result of some of these attacks. 5 Israeli soldiers in serious condition. 3 additional soldiers were lightly wounded as a result of one of those cross-border attacks. And while we were down there, beyond the projectiles that we ourselves saw, the air raid sirens that went off at one point due to incoming missiles, there were also a number of drone alerts across the northern part of Israel. So this is a front that we need to keep a very, very close eye on, particularly as Israel is issuing all of these evacuation warnings for the southern suburbs of Beirut, for every area south of the Litani River in southern Lebanon, and carrying out intense airstrikes of its own inside Lebanon. Issa.
Important reporting there. Jeremy, thank you very much to you and your team. Jeremy Diamond for us in Tel Aviv. Well, our correspondent, Fred Bleiken, his photojournalist, as well as producer Claudia Otto, are in Iran's capital. CNN is the first US network in Iran since the start of the war. It is important to note, though, that CNN is operating in Iran only with permission from the government. And here is Fred's latest report.
Iran's leadership has gathered thousands of people here to Tehran after Friday prayers to voice their anger about the U.S. and Israel's bombing campaign across the country, but of course also to mourn Iran's late supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And thousands of people have indeed turned out here. At the same time, we have to keep in mind this is just a small snapshot of Iran's society, and the people who come to Friday prayers here in Tehran usually are political conservatives and religious hardliners. At the same time, it does show that the government here is still able to mobilize masses.
We believe that if we are killed, we are martyrs, meaning that whether we stand by the revolution or become martyrs, both are a victory for us.
The blood of our martyr leader has been shed, but his path continues.
With these killings and these martyrdoms, they will not achieve greatness, and they will not be able to take even the smallest piece of our land.
All this is happening, of course, as the U.S. and Israel continue their massive bombing campaign, not just here in Tehran and the vicinity, but indeed in the entire country. The U.S. says that it's hitting military positions and trying to hit Iran's religious and also political leadership, while the Iranians say at this point in time they are not willing to negotiate with the United States, and they also say that they have a missile supply and drones to carry out military operations for an extended period of time. So this is the Gandhi Hospital here in Tehran, which was pretty badly damaged after an airstrike. It seems as though a different building was struck in the vicinity, but then this building also was damaged very badly. I spoke to the head of Iran's Red Crescent about this. Here's what he had to say.
Can you imagine if you were hospitalized in one of the wards here while it was attacked? How would you feel?
The people on the ground who feel these airstrikes, who hear these airstrikes, hear the jets overhead, a really difficult time to go through.
That's Fred Bleiken and his team. Claudia Otto on the ground for you in Tehran. Well, we are just seeing the first indication that Russia may be involved in this war. Sources say Moscow is providing intelligence to Iran on U.S. military targets, including the location as well as movement of American troops, ships as well as aircraft. Sources say China may be preparing to help Iran as well, including providing missile components. Earlier this week, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told reporters that Russia and China are not really a factor, his words, in the war. While the Iranian strikes against Gulf states continue as multiple countries are forced to fend off those attacks, Qatar's air defense says it successfully intercepted a drone attack targeting the U.S. airbase early on Friday. Air defenses are also being put to the test in Kuwait, where falling debris has caused some damage. And in Saudi Arabia, 3 ballistic missiles targeting the airbase were intercepted and destroyed. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says U.S. Gulf Arab allies are reconsidering their willingness to play an offensive role against Iran. Hegseth also points the blame at Iran for forcing the hand of its neighbors to retaliate. Let's get more from our Nick Robertson, who joins us from Riyadh. And Nick, while the war is spreading in the battlefield, now also moving, as we are just outlining there, to the economic front. We're seeing oil prices surging. The Strait of Hormuz is still at a standstill. And the message that we are seeing for the last several days from stock markets is that this is unsustainable. Give us a sense of what you're hearing from Gulf nations, Gulf states, who are now reviewing overseas investments, I understand.
Yeah, look, they are very aware that if the Straits of Hormuz remain closed for as long as President Trump says this war could go on, or at least Pete Hegseth said it could go on, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks maybe, they're going to have a huge problem what to do with the products they make. They'll run out of capacity to store them. They won't be able to get them to market. They'll have to shut down part of production. All of that has long-term net effects for them. It has long-term global economic effects. You were mentioning those ballistic missiles that were intercepted last night headed towards the Prince Sultan Air Base just outside of the capital Riyadh here. That wasn't the end of it from the Iranians, by the way. Last night they sent a drone, they sent a cruise missile, they sent 3 more drones, they sent another drone, and then a couple of hours ago they sent another cruise missile, all in the same direction. But here we are, I have to say, on one of the main cafe boulevards in the center of Riyadh. And you would think it's your average Friday night where people are relaxing. This is their weekend. They've just had their iftar dinners here at the end of a day of fasting. So they're out enjoying themselves. And I've been speaking to people here, talking to them about their concerns. And as you often find in Saudi Arabia, there's a high degree of confidence expressed in the leadership. They're not worried, and genuinely people don't seem to be particularly worried about the situation. There is, of course, a concern that it could get worse, but they're not worried now. People have said to me, look, if we were really worried at the moment, would we be out on the streets? But despite how it looks, how it feels, and I hear from officials here and they say they just want to stay on the sidelines. They don't want to get involved here in the circumstance at the moment. Despite all of this sort of normalcy you see around me here, all those geopolitical problems are absolutely piling up, and they really come into focus in the Strait of Hormuz, which I think gets to what President Trump is saying about the Iranian Navy and disabling that in a way that you can open the Strait of Hormuz, which just won't be that simple, far from it. And I say that just because we've been there before when Iran has been using very small boats to stick mines on the side of tankers, and this was going back to 2019, and disabling oil traffic at that time. It's not an easy job to open the Strait of Hormuz up, but all of these pressures are building, very real pressures building in the background, Issa.
Yeah, and the longer this goes on for, the more pressures, of course, will be applied to, of course, the leaders there in Riyadh, but also to the people. Thanks very much, Nick, for giving us that perspective from the streets of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Well, at this hour, the Strait of Hormuz, as Nick was just saying there, remains effectively closed, and that's got global markets, you can imagine, pretty rattled. The route is usually packed, dozens of ships carrying 20% of the world's oil, but any shipments of oil going through that very narrow strait you're seeing there, being attacked by Iran, and that leads to oil storage tanks in the Gulf region quickly filling up, which then leads to cuts to output, and you know what that means, basically increasing prices. Let's take a look at the oil market. As you can see, that's WTI crude, and the numbers are surging. It's come down a bit from the last time I looked. Let's give us a sense of how US markets are reacting today. Slightly better than the picture we saw yesterday, but still very much in the red, down 1%. That's the Dow Jones. Let's get more from Matt Egan, who joins me for more. And so, Matt, clearly, have we got Matt? Yes, there you are. You've heard there from Nick Robertson. It seems people on the streets of Riyadh not feeling the pressure yet, but the problem is the longer this continues and the longer the flow of energy out of the Middle East, continues to be derailed. That's the fear, right? That has a huge impact on prices.
Yeah, Issa, that's exactly right. Look, this is a serious situation, and the energy market is increasingly alarmed about when exactly the flow of energy out of the Middle East is going to resume. Just look at oil prices. This is U.S. oil, a 12% increase today alone. 12%. That's rare. That's not something you see every day. In fact, this would be the biggest one-day increase since 2020 during all of the COVID-19 supply disruptions, and this would surpass even the nearly 9% increase just yesterday. And look at the trend for oil prices. They were kind of low and stable, especially the last few months, and then boom, the war hit. Oil prices going straight up, topping $91 a barrel for the first time since the fall of 2023. And look, this is having a direct impact on gasoline prices around the world, including here in the U.S. The national average for gasoline is now $3.32 a gallon. It's up by 34 cents since before the war, and this is the highest average gas price in the United States in either of the president's terms. Now, as you mentioned, the focus is, of course, on the Strait of Hormuz. The president has suggested that this is going to be a short-term situation and that prices are going to fall rapidly. And hopefully he's right. But some of the energy analysts that I'm talking to do not think that's going to be the case. Market veteran Bob McNally, he told me that investors have gone from complacency at the start of this war to the edge of panic. And he said until investors believe and actually see that vessels are going through the Strait of Hormuz, he thinks that oil prices are going to blow past $100 a barrel and just keep going until they cause a recession. Again, hopefully that's not the case. But look, we are clearly in the middle of a major energy price shock. And I think the questions now, Issa, are how long does this last and how much damage does it do along the way?
Exactly. The longer this drags, the more concern there is. I'm just looking at reporting just now as you were talking from our Phil Mattingly, who basically has spoken to a senior administration official that says there is no specific timeline on launching these naval escort operation. And then obviously for a lot of these companies, I'm thinking like some Maersk and so on, there is not only a question of security, of course, for personnel, but also insurance for their cargo.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, on the insurance front, we know that some of the insurance carriers at the start of the war, they discontinued coverage for the vessels going through the Strait of Hormuz in the waters near Iran for obvious reasons, right? Now, the Trump administration in the last few hours, they have announced a reinsurance plan to provide up to $20 billion of reinsurance for vessels in the Gulf. However, to your point, this is not just about insurance. There are real safety and even environmental issues here, and it's going to take some work and some time to restore confidence that has clearly been shaken.
Matt Egan, appreciate it. Thank you very much for keeping us abreast of the very latest. And still to come right here on the show, what we know about the investigation into the horrific strike on an Iranian elementary school and what the White House is saying about that.
It is a busy news day all around the world. Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bekaa, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this
Well, let's catch you up on the very latest from the war in the Middle East. A U.S. official says there's currently no specific timeline in launching American naval escort operations in the Strait of Hormuz. The tight sea passage is seen as part of an active conflict zone where Iran has already targeted several tankers. A satellite image taken a few days ago shows Iran hit another key U.S. missile interceptor radar site. Dozens of American planes are also stationed at the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Sources tell CNN Russian satellite imagery is providing intelligence for Iran's war effort. This is first indication that Moscow has sought to get involved in the war. We've asked the Kremlin for comment. And British helicopters with counter-drone capabilities have started arriving in Cyprus. The deployment comes after an attack on a British base just a few days ago. The UK has confirmed the drone was not launched from Iran. Well, Iran's internet as well as communication blackout is making it difficult to hear from people right inside the republic. But some messages are getting through, expressing deeply mixed emotions. And along with fear and grief, there is also hope. Leila Karazulo has more on the voices in Iran.
My friends, family, and people around me. We're all stuck between not knowing whether to be happy or sad.
With U.S. and Israeli airstrikes reshaping Iran by the day, it's nearly impossible to hear from voices inside the country. Some Iranians have sent CNN voice memos despite a partial internet and communications blackout. To protect their privacy, we've distorted their voices.
The hardship here is, if we want to talk about the impact on the people, is that there is no internet. We cannot get any news. They have no idea when an attack is going to take place. What I've heard is people say, we just know that something is coming at us in the sky. We don't know if it's ours or theirs.
Many Iranians say they have conflicting feelings about the war, coming just 2 months after a bloody and brutal crackdown on anti-regime protesters.
Right now, you can hear what's going on in the background. This is life right now. They come out every night. These are really strange and unknown days. An enemy is attacking us, is carpet bombing us, and yet we aren't upset. The thing is that continuing with what we had before was much harder. I really prefer this situation. I think it should continue and end so we can see these changes.
Meanwhile, for older Iranians, this is just another moment of upheaval in a country with a history of change and uncertainty.
But don't worry, I'm fine. This isn't the first war I've seen. I even remember Reza Shah leaving. I've seen a lot of these types of events. I'm not scared.
As Iranians inside the country live through the ongoing conflict, they offer reassurances to their loved ones abroad.
Don't worry about me. I'm here, inshallah. We're here. You don't need to be worried about us here. Just watch out for yourself, inshallah. We see each other soon.
Mixed emotions there from inside Tehran. Well, President Trump says Iran's leadership has been neutered by US and Israeli airstrikes. In a brief phone call with CNN's Douris, he again said he needs to be involved with choosing Iran's next leader. Mr. Trump also said the US is open to having a religious leader in Iran. His requirements for any leadership, you ask? Well, Trump said they have to be fair and just and, quote, treat the US and Israel well, even if it doesn't become a democratic state. The president's comments come amid reports that Iran's Temporary Leadership Council is preparing to announce a successor. Let's go through all these threads, and there's plenty for us to talk about. Sanam Vakil is the director of Middle East and North African program at Chatham House. She joins us now. Sanam, great to see you.
Great to
have you here. A lot for us to pick through. Let me just get a sense from you of, what we heard from President Trump, doubling down yet again, speaking to CNN's Douris. He said it yesterday to Axios that he believes he should have a say in who should be the next leader. Just your reaction first to what we're hearing from the president, because this is not Venezuela as much as you'd like to think this is Venezuela and Delcy Rodriguez.
I think President Trump has been bolstered by what he sees as a successful operation in Venezuela.
Yeah.
And I think he's trying to find ways to achieve that same outcome. He's looking for a submissive leader to emerge and ultimately agree to his terms and conditions. He wasn't able to achieve that through negotiations. And so now it's about degrading Iran and weakening Iran and waiting for that person to come back, maybe not to a negotiating table, but to a deal that is a Trump deal.
Right. So is there such a person? Because I know they may name a successor to Khamenei. Is there anyone there that you think would accept, would be cornered to make some sort of deal with the US president?
It's very hard to say that right now. We are in the fog of war, and there is not a complete access to information. The internet is fully blocked right now in Iran, and obviously these debates are hard to assess. I would say in this moment, of course, no leader inside Iran is going to try to make a case for themselves as the pragmatic leader that is going to come to terms with a president that is pummeling Iran and wants an outcome that is seen to be defeatist for these leaders.
Khamenei's son was, I've seen across media, I'm not sure if there's any truth to this, seen as one of the favorites. But I think he seems to be pretty hardline on the hardline side. He's very close to the IRGC. Is he, from the conversations you've been having, from the research you've done, you know this region so well, is he in your eyes one of the favorites?
Well, I think Iran is a factionalized system, and what's interesting to me is they're still debating amongst themselves under bombardment. And he's a favorite for some. Certainly he would be a candidate that reflects continuity, and he would be supported by members of the IRGC, Iran's deep state, the security establishment that are looking to preserve their interests within the system and their place within the system. Can he maybe over time evolve into someone pragmatic? To be determined. He's untested. Mojtaba Khamenei has operated behind the scenes in his father's office. So we really don't know what he thinks. He hasn't been a public figure. He hasn't held any office.
Let me play for you. John Bolton was on our air responding to these comments from President Trump, believing that he should have a say on who it should be. I want to play the sound and get your reaction. Have a listen. Seems frozen.
Thing to say.
Okay, let's try, because you looked frozen to me. Can we try that again?
I think the polite thing to say is it's delusional. The idea that the Ayatollahs that form the ruling circles of this regime are going to care what Donald Trump thinks is a mistake. And it's equally a mistake to think that after he picks the new supreme leader, that he'll just make deals with him like he did with Delcy. The failure to remove Delcy Rodriguez and the other Chavistas still ruling in Venezuela means that the regime is still in place.
I don't know if you heard, I think the polite thing to say, it's, this moving the regime having a say, it's delusional. We don't know at this point, Sanam, what the president sees as unconditional surrender. We don't know how he interprets that. I suppose the other question is whether you feel that how realistic this is right now, given no boots on the ground. Air campaign with no boots on the ground.
Well, firstly, President Trump has moved the goals and the goalposts over the past week. We've gone from certain regime change to military degradation to unconditional surrender. Who knows what tomorrow is going to bring? And I think under such military pressure, this regime in Iran that is fighting for its very survival, this is existential in every way possible, it's not going to return to a negotiating table or surrender with this president. I think that actually there could be a boomerang effect for the Islamic Republic or the remnants of it as it sort of reconstitutes. This is a regime that has seen unprecedented protests, including in January. This has been a brutal regime that has massacred its own people. But at the same time, the regime, is holding together. It's consolidating. There's a rally around the regime effect at the elite level. And what they hope, perhaps, is that people will come together and support them. And that's not going to be an outcome that Donald Trump can really play with.
And the thing that we've all struggled with, and viewers, I imagine, have as well, Sanam, is that there hasn't really been a coherent strategy. The goals have shifted. The messaging has been so mumbo-jumbo from this administration that we do not know what the end game is. It's shifted so much from weapons to, right of negotiations in Geneva to then regime change. But they're not going after weapons. They're not going after they're going after mostly their hardware and naval. It's really hard. It's hard for leaders around the world, including European leaders, to get a sense of where this ends, because they have been sitting a bit on the sidelines, Europe.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's abundantly clear that the United States, the strongest military power, has the capability of degrading Iran in a meaningful way, particularly if this goes on for weeks. But, what is Europe worried about? They're worried about the no goals, the lack of objectives. They're worried that there's been no day after planning, and that's already very evident. I mean, the reports that the United States is that they're arming the Kurds to then cause instability in Iran suggests us that. And then Donald Trump's sort of ad hoc messaging that I'll make a deal. I want to pick the supreme leader. I mean, he kind of needs to decide and orient himself in a structured way in order to bring Europe on board. Right now, they're sitting on the sidelines because they don't want to be implicated. They know they're going to be left to pick up the pieces, like all of the countries in the region that have been targeted and are bearing the price for this war. This is a war that nobody wanted. And ultimately, if you really wanted to think about a different day after for Iran, it would have been through the negotiating table, because Iranians have been protesting for political change for so long.
They didn't see that. We didn't even get to Vienna on the diplomatic front there. Thanks very much, Sanam. Really appreciate it. I want to take you to the memorial service for civil rights leader Reverend Jesse Jackson. I believe, there you go, former U.S. President Barack Obama speaking. Let's have a listen.
And Secretary Clinton, Vice President Harris, Pastor Dates, my old friend, though he looking good, Reverend Meeks, Reverend Jenkins. It is to join you today to celebrate the Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson, a man who, when the poor and the dispossessed needed a champion, and a country needed healing, stepped forward again and again and again and said, "Send me." Reverend Jackson's immense gifts were apparent at an early age, even if his circumstances conspired to try to hold him back. Born out of wedlock to a teenage mom, growing up under the oppressive cloud of segregation, confined to schools, sports facilities, movie theaters that were separate and unequal. It was a world where on Thanksgiving he'd have to wait for his mother to come home on the bus carrying leftovers from the dinner she had to cook for somebody else. A world designed to tell a child that he or she could only go so far. That to think otherwise would be foolish or dangerous. And that wisdom required you to accept your lot in life. Young Jesse refused to accept that verdict. He was a born leader, an athlete, a talker, knew how to talk, star quarterback student body president. He could have succeeded within the confines that were determined for him and had a successful life. But like so many of his generation, so many extraordinary civil rights leaders in the late 50s and 60s, that Joshua generation, he instinctively understood that individual success meant nothing unless everybody was free. So he became inspired by the bus boycotts in Montgomery. He led 7 black students into the whites-only library, sitting down and getting arrested for reading. Think about that. The library closed, but then it reopened. And when it did, it was open to everyone. Send me, Jesse said, even as a young man, and the world got a little bit better. By the time Reverend Jackson graduated from college, he had attended Chicago Theological Seminary. He knew the nature of his calling, and he became, as everybody knows, the youngest member of SCLC, assigned to lead Operation Breadbasket here in Chicago, right around the time that Isaiah Thomas is talking about. And it was during this period, and especially after Dr. King's death, when the optimism of the early movement had begun to fade and leadership had begun to fracture, and when the country seemed to have grown bored, gotten weary of the idea of justice and equality, and moved on to other concerns, that Reverend Jackson rose above despair and kept that righteous flame alive. Through Operation Push, he led boycotts and challenged corporate policies around hiring and contracting, recognizing that civil rights without economic justice was an empty promise. He backed unions in their organizing efforts and activists in fair wage campaigns, understanding that if the have-nots and the have-little bits ever learned to make common cause across racial lines instead of fighting each other over breadcrumbs, everybody would benefit. He helped register millions of voters. He fought against biases in the criminal justice system. He drew attention to local abuses of power and called folks at the national level to account. And by the early 80s, he was delivering that message of change and hope across the globe, freeing hostages from captivity, fighting to end apartheid in South Africa. And then, in 1984, as the powers that be in Washington were rolling back hard-won progress, slashing the social safety net, when more and more folks were getting left behind, and greed was being trumpeted as a virtue. See, we've been there before. He stepped forward once again and said, "Send me." He ran for the presidency of the United States of America. I had just graduated from college during that first campaign. And I was living in New York at the time. I was working to pay off my student loans, eating a lot of tuna fish and camel soup. And if I went to a diner, you know, I'd grab some extra crackers, put them in my pocket. And I was inspired by the civil rights movement. And I had in my mind to work for social justice. But even though I was full of good intentions, I was uncertain of how to serve and fighting off self-doubt. And I remember how, at the time, plenty of people, including, plenty of black folks, were dismissing Jesse's chances. Suggesting, oh, he just wants attention, he can only get black votes. But then I remember one night sitting in my janky apartment, and I got an old black and white TV with the rabbit ears, and I'm kind of jiggering around, and it's about this big. I know young people can't imagine, but the TV was about this big. And I'm watching the Democratic primary debate between him and Walter Mondale and Gary Hart. And I remember how, when that debate was over, I turned off that TV and I thought the same thing that I know a lot of people thought that night, even if they didn't want to admit it. That in his ideas, in his platform, in his analysis, in his intelligence, in his insight, Jesse hadn't just held his own. He had owned that stage. He wasn't an intruder. He wasn't a pretender. He belonged on that stage. And the message he sent to a 22-year-old child of a single mother with a funny name, an outsider, was that maybe there wasn't any place, any room where we didn't belong. And that message of fairness and dignity, of justice and hope, that's what the Rainbow Coalition was all about. In 1984 and then again in 1988, Jesse didn't just speak to black folks, he spoke to white folks and Latinos and Asian Americans and the first Americans. He spoke to family farmers and environmentalists. He spoke to gay rights activists when nobody was talking to gay rights activists and blue-collar workers. And he gave them the same message, that they mattered, that their voices and their votes counted. He invited them to believe. He invited us to believe in our own power to change America for the better. By the delegate count, Jesse's two candidacies ultimately came up short. But he paved the road for so many others to follow. Doug Wilder became the first elected black governor. Carol Moseley Braun went to the U.S. Senate. Because of Jesse, the Democratic Party changed its rules, ending the winner-take-all distribution of delegates during presidential primaries, which meant underdogs and outsiders like Bill Clinton or Bernie Sanders could stay competitive and build momentum instead of getting knocked out early. And it was because of that path that he had laid because of his courage, his audacity, that 2 decades later, a young black senator from Chicago's South Side would even be taken seriously as a candidate for the presidential nomination. I still credit that first run of Jesse's and Harold Washington's campaign for drawing me to Chicago. And I didn't know anybody when I first arrived. I was, as it so happens, in neighborhoods right around here. Roseland, Woodlawn, Alt Gill, West Pullman, and I'm meeting these young preachers like Meeks and some crazy priest named Flager. And I guess Jenkins was running around, but he's kind of young. He came a little bit later, so I'm going to churches and I'm listening to all these amazing preachers and it was hard work, and half the time I didn't know what I was doing, and progress was slow, and I definitely didn't know how I was going to survive these Chicago winters, because I grew up in Hawaii. But I do remember heading to the Push headquarters some Saturday mornings to listen and learn from Reverend Jackson. And y'all remember how on some mornings, if there was a major issue going on, the room would be packed to the rafters. And sometimes some celebrity just wanders in. And then some mornings it was kind of low-key. Either way, though, the announcements would be made, and Reverend Barrow would say a prayer, and Jesse'd sit there, and then finally he'd gather himself up and stand, and he'd start kind of slow, you know, and sometimes he'd talk kind of low, so you couldn't quite catch what he was saying, so everybody lean in. And over time, was that same boundless energy that would emerge, and that same passion and that same insight. And he'd offer you a master class in economics on a Saturday morning. And he'd give you a seminar in American history and American politics. And he'd make complicated things plain. And he'd tell stories that would make you laugh 1 minute and cry the next. And whether you were a bus driver or a teacher or a business leader or a young organizer, you came away from those meetings with a better understanding of how the world worked, how power worked. And more importantly, he made you believe that if we came together, we could make the world work better. Now, we've been talking about Jesse telling us we are somebody. I am somebody. And he wasn't just talking to young black boys like Isaiah, though he loved them fiercely. He wasn't just talking to young black girls to help them believe, though he believed in them. He was talking about everyone who was left out, everyone who was forgotten, everyone who was unseen, everyone who was unheard. And in that sense, he was expressing the very essence of what our democracy should be. The ideals at the very heart of the American experiment. The belief that regardless of what we look like or how we worship, regardless of where our ancestors come from or how much money we got, we're all part of the American family. We're all endowed with the same inalienable rights to life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. We're all obligated to answer the call and step forward and take responsibility for making wrongs right and for caring for our neighbors and bringing the reality of America a step closer to its glorious ideals.
You have been listening there to former US President Barack Obama paying tribute, as you can see, to the civil rights leader, Reverend Jesse Jackson, who died on February the 17th at the age of 84. And what we've heard from the former president, it is really him crediting the Reverend Jesse Jackson for helping him pave the path to his presidency. If you remember, Jesse Jackson was in tears when Barack Obama became president, incredibly moved. He's talking, he's paying tribute to him and telling the story of his life and saying how much he paved the path for so many to follow, not just him. He also said, as he put a picture, drew a picture of him saying how he began as a young man in Greenville. He had been a successful life with so many talents, Obama said, but he instinctively understood that individual success meant nothing unless everybody was free. And alongside, of course, the former US President, Barack Obama, also there to remember him, pay tribute, is Bill Clinton, Joe Biden, as well as the First Ladies, Dr. Jill Biden, and former Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton. Max Foster will have more after this.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here, as two long-standing partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran, as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move forward in the coming days, weeks, and potentially months.
Yeah, it does appear now that Russia is indeed a factor in this war if it's directly providing Iran with intelligence.
No deal except surrender. This is what we know. A busy day of developments in Iran. Donald Trump has revealed his conditions for ending the war. We have new reporting on whether the US was responsible for the deadly strike on an Iranian girls' school. And there are dire warnings about the economic fallout from a senior Gulf minister. All of that ahead this hour, but we begin in Washington, where Donald Trump says the only way the war will end is with that country's unconditional surrender. The statement on Truth Social appears to leave little room for negotiation. Mr. Trump also repeats his demand that he'll be consulted on the selection of Iran's next supreme leader. The White House press secretary says it'll be up to President Trump to determine exactly when Iran has reached the point of unconditional surrender.
What the president means is that when he, as commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America and the goals of Operation Epic Fury has been fully realized, then Iran will essentially be in a place of unconditional surrender, whether they say it themselves or not.
Let's go straight to the White House. CNN's Kristen Holmes. Is this the president trying to push things as far as he can and then pulling back later, or is he dead serious about this, do you think?
It was clear that Carolyn Leavitt was sent to try and kind of smooth over those remarks. I mean, when you heard her there, she is not talking about actual surrender from Iran. She's saying that President Trump will decide when Iran has been decimated enough that he gets to say that they have surrendered. That's obviously not how ultimate surrender would work or unconditional surrender would work. He is basically just saying that they have been weakened enough or they have reached to their goals. And it was clear that she was kind of trying to smooth around the edges of those remarks, as we often see her do after the president speaks. But one thing is clear, he is not backing down right now. He has continually said that Iranians have reached out, that he has no interest in talking to them, that they are going to continue to fight. It is unclear still how long this is going to last and what the actual end game is here. Talking about the leaders and how he wants to be a part of all of that, he's also said that he doesn't know who is going to lead or who could lead because so many of the people that they had looked at were dead from all of these strikes. So it's a really precarious time, and in Iran in particular and in the region. But President Trump seems to kind of just be saying the same things around in circles without any actual answers yet on where this is going.
Okay, Kristen, appreciate it from the White House there. CNN correspondent Fred Pleitgen, meanwhile, and his photojournalist and producer Claudia Otto are in Iran's capital. CNN is the first US network in Iran since the start of this war. It's important to note that CNN is operating in Iran only with permission from the government. Here's Fred's latest report.
Iran's leadership has gathered thousands of people here to Tehran after Friday prayers to voice their anger about the U.S. and Israel's bombing campaign across the country, but of course also to mourn Iran's late supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And thousands of people have indeed turned out here. At the same time, we have to keep in mind this is just a small snapshot of Iran's society, and the people who come to Friday prayers here in Tehran usually are political conservatives and religious hardliners. At the same time, it does show that the government here is still able to mobilize masses.
We believe that if we are killed, we are martyrs, meaning that whether we stand by the revolution or become martyrs, both are a victory for us.
The blood of our martyr leader has been shed, but his path continues.
With these killings and these martyrdoms, they will not achieve greatness, and they will not be able to take even the smallest piece of our land.
All this is happening, of course, as the U.S. and Israel continue their massive bombing campaign, not just here in Tehran and the vicinity, but indeed in the entire country. The U.S. says that it's hitting military positions and trying to hit Iran's religious and also political leadership, while the Iranians say at this point in time they are not willing to negotiate with the United States, and they also say that they have a missile supply and drones to carry on military operations for an extended period of time. So this is the Gandhi Hospital here in Tehran, which was pretty badly damaged after an airstrike. It seems as though a different building was struck in the vicinity, but then this building also was damaged very badly. I spoke to the head of Iran's Red Crescent about this. Here's what he had to say.
Can you imagine if you were hospitalized in one of the wards here while it was attacked? How would you feel?
The people on the ground who feel these airstrikes, who hear these airstrikes, hear the jets overhead, of course, for them, it's a really, really difficult time to go through.
Fred reporting there with that incredible insight to what's going on in the ground in Tehran. But now we're going to go to Lebanon, where the Prime Minister is warning of a looming humanitarian disaster as hundreds of thousands of people rush to escape intensifying Israeli airstrikes. Israel is bombing new Hezbollah targets after issuing unprecedented evacuation orders to Beirut's southern suburbs and a large part of southern Lebanon. Israel says it struck an Iranian command center in Beirut today, amongst other targets, and Lebanon reports at least 217 people have lost their lives in the fighting so far. Jeremy Diamond went up to the border with Israel today, didn't you, Jeremy?
Yeah, that's right. I was along the Israel-Lebanon border, which was a very, very active scene today. Just one cross-border attack after the next, going in both directions. At one point, my team and I saw two projectiles flying directly over our heads, hitting a location in Israel very close to our position. Subsequently, we saw Israel responding with one artillery shell after the next. Those were also whooshing over our heads in the other direction, hitting targets inside southern Lebanon that were really not very far from the Israel-Lebanon border. And that was what was really so stunning about this crossfire that we witnessed today, was the fact that it suggests that Hezbollah is re-infiltrating positions that they had abandoned or been forced out of over a year ago amid Israel's attacks on Hezbollah at the time and the ensuing ceasefire that resulted, Lebanon's disarmament of Hezbollah south of the Litani River. All of that seems to have been for naught to a certain extent, given the kind of pace and the intensity of the crossfire that we saw today. In fact, 8 Israeli soldiers were wounded today, 5 of them seriously as a result of one of those Hezbollah attacks on an Israeli military position in northern Israel. Inside Lebanon, of course, we've been witnessing the intensity of Israeli airstrikes there, not only in South Lebanon, some of what we were able to see and hear today along the border, but also in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, where yesterday the Israeli military issued this very widespread evacuation order for almost the entirety of the Dahia, those southern suburbs of Beirut that are considered a Hezbollah stronghold. And then subsequently overnight, the Israeli military carrying out intense airstrikes there, destroying several high-rise buildings. And again, of course, this is deepening a humanitarian crisis in Lebanon, where you now have hundreds of thousands of people out of their homes, some of them living on the streets. And again, it's not clear, how much more this could potentially escalate. We did see Israeli military tanks on the border. Residents in the area told us that they were seeing more and more personnel and materiel moving in towards that border as well. The looming question now, whether Israel will deepen its control of just a thin strip of land in southern Lebanon and go for a broader ground offensive once again.
And what sort of sirens have you been hearing in Tel Aviv tonight, Jeremy?
Well, just moments ago, we had once again air raid sirens sounding, indicating that Iranian ballistic missiles were being fired. We have, of course, seen those barrages diminish in size and scale, as Iran is sometimes firing as much as just a single missile at a time, which makes it a lot easier for Israel's air defenses to be able to intercept that. That's all the result of the U.S. and Israeli strikes on those ballistic missile capabilities. They've destroyed some 60% of those missile launchers that can be used to fire at Israel. And the result of that is that while we've seen shrapnel falling, we've seen a direct impact yesterday that didn't result in any casualties, we haven't seen any casualties in Israel, any fatalities, I should say, since Sunday, since the second day of this war. And so we will see whether or not that holds up, of course. But certainly there's been a major diminishment in Iran's ability to fire these missiles. But now, as this renewed threat of Hezbollah, and at times Iran and Hezbollah coordinating their missile attacks at the same time.
Jeremy, appreciate it. Live in Tel Aviv for us tonight. The Iranian strikes against Gulf states continue, but not at the rate they had been, as Jeremy was describing there for Israel as well. Over the last 24 hours, Iran's ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90%. US Central Command adds that drone attacks are down by 83%. This as Qatar's air defense says it successfully intercepted a drone attack targeting the US airbase earlier on Friday. Air defenses are also being put to the test in Kuwait, where falling debris has caused some damage. The war is pushing up the price of oil up to some of the highest levels in the past few years. The energy minister of Qatar tells the Financial Times that oil prices could hit $150 a barrel within weeks. Oil prices are hitting their highest level since late 2023, and Brent crude prices have gained 9%, hitting $93 per barrel. It's Saudi Arabia, though, that is the big supplier, and Nick Robertson is there for us today to give us a picture of that critical oil market.
Yeah, it really is. One of the tests that oil-producing countries like Saudi Arabia, like Kuwait, like the others all face is that their normal production levels, they ship it out. But when they can't ship it out, they have to put it in storage, and there comes a sort of a saturation point for their storage fairly quickly. So they're looking at the situation right now. If there isn't a resolution to the war, and the Trump administration is talking about this maybe taking as long as a couple of months, that really means for them they've got to address their output capacity. This has long-term knock-on effects, or the Straits of Hormuz get opened. But they're also, part of the calculation is, are they going to get drawn into the fight? And although Iran's output of drones and ballistic missiles may be down a little today in Saudi, it's been very focused sort of on one area in particular, Prince Sultan Air Base, just outside of the capital Riyadh here. 3 ballistic missiles intercepted in the early hours of today. And that was the first time, by the way, that Saudi Arabia had actually admitted that it had intercepted ballistic missiles. About an hour or so later, there was a drone fired in pretty much the same area. After that, a cruise missile fired in the same area. After that, 3 drones fired in the same area. All of these intercepted. Then another hour later, after those 3, another drone. And then a few hours ago this evening, after a break of a number of hours in those barrages, a cruise missile was fired in. So Iran really trying to go after that particular airbase. And so, for Saudi Arabia, it's looking at the threat that still exists and this hard dynamic of what to do about its oil production over the longer term. And of course, as we heard from the energy minister in Kuwait, as you were mentioning, this can and will have long-term knock-on economic implications across the globe, and that's a worry.
Absolutely. Nick, thank you for that. On top of surging oil prices and market volatility, the US labour market is struggling. A February Labour Department report shows the US lost 92,000 jobs last month. The losses cut across nearly every major sector as well, including healthcare. The US Labour Secretary blames strikes and bad weather for dragging down employment. Let's bring in Matt Egan, because this sort of environment is very sensitive if we're going to get an oil shock on top.
Yeah, absolutely, Max. And let's keep in mind that this disappointing jobs report came before the oil shock that we're now experiencing. And look, this was disappointing. The U.S. economy, as you mentioned, lost 92,000 jobs in February. That is much worse than the gain of 60,000 that was expected. This is a significant drop off from the 126,000 jobs that were added in January, and December was revised down as well. It went from a small increase to a small decrease. When you look at the trend over the last year or so for the job market, you can see that this idea of a month of job loss is not an anomaly, right? This is not a fluke. There's now been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months out of the last 9 where the U.S. economy lost jobs after going a long stretch of years without any months of job loss. And the unemployment rate also went up to 4.4%. That's unexpected. Unemployment rate, it's not high, but it is moving in the wrong direction. As far as why this happened, as you mentioned, there were some one-offs here. Healthcare notably lost 28,000 jobs. This has been really the engine of job growth in the economy, but there were about 31,000 workers, nurses who were on strike, and that is the major reason why healthcare lost jobs. Now the strike is over, so those jobs should come back. Another factor here was likely the snow and extremely cold temperatures in the United States. Some weather-related sectors, including construction and leisure and hospitality, lost jobs. But this was not all about weather and strikes, because other sectors not exposed to those issues, including manufacturing and information, also lost jobs. And when we just look at how the market is taking all of this, you can see U.S. stocks are solidly down today, 1% across the board. The Dow is off by almost 500 points, although much of this is being driven by the energy price shock that's also going on. So look, bottom line, we were hoping that today's report was going to show some evidence of stabilization in the job market. We did not get that. We got more signs of weakness. Max?
Okay. Now, in Chicago right now, some of the biggest names in American politics and culture are paying tribute to the civil rights icon, Jesse Jackson. There have been hours of speeches, songs and remembrances from the congregation at the House of Hope Arena, which holds 10,000 people. We've already heard from former President Obama, with President Biden speaking right now and President Clinton due to speak afterwards. A few moments ago, Barack Obama said without Jackson's example in the 1980s, he may never have become the country's first black president decades later.
And it was because of that path that he had laid, because of his courage, his audacity, that 2 decades later, a young black senator from Chicago's South Side would even be taken seriously as the presidential nomination.
President Biden currently speaking. Let's take a listen to that.
My kids can't get another father. But because of a couple people, start with Teddy Kennedy and a guy named Fritz Hollins from South Carolina, where Jesse is from, and a few others after Hubert Humphrey and others. They put their arm around me and they said, look, just stay for 10 months and then go. Because they knew I was going to be leaving, as Hillary can tell you, and all three of them can tell you, is that when you're a freshman, you don't get on the good committees. Committees everybody wants to get on are Appropriations, Finance, Judiciary, and Foreign Relations. So to keep me down there, they put me on 2 really important committees. The Judiciary Committee, which allowed me to appoint the first black justice to the Supreme Court. And the Foreign Relations Committee. The real benefit of that was, I've been around so damn long, I literally, and I'm not being critical of my colleagues, I know more heads of state personally than the United States of America.
It really has been quite a tribute, and it continues. We'll keep dipping in and out for you. Ryan Young has been watching it all unfold. I mean, what stood out to you, Ryan? I mean, Obama's speech was quite something.
Yeah, it really was. And Max, every now and then I watch you from across the pond, and you talk about things that are happening over there, and we have to listen to you about culture, right? And this really stands out for the culture that we're getting a chance to witness. When you think about this homegoing service, yes, it's happening in Chicago, but many people describe it as like a Southern homegoing service, Southern Baptist. So especially for those of us who live in the South and grew up the South like myself, those church services, they said this one was going to last about 3 hours. There was no way that was going to happen. This was going to extend for 5 or 6 hours. And there was an international basketball star who stood up there, Isaiah Thomas. I talked about this earlier in the day because I knew he was going to have a message that was going to strike across the room there, which was he remembers before becoming an NBA basketball star standing in the soup line at the Rainbow Push Coalition and getting food from Reverend Jackson's organization when his family was down on their luck. So you can understand his love and appreciation for the work that Reverend Jackson did. When you think about this man and the 50 years that he stood in the gap after Dr. King was killed, he was really the man who carried the mantle for civil rights for quite some time in this country, and it extended beyond color. He also ran, obviously, for President Barack Obama, giving him credit for being able to pave the way for Barack to win. And people remember the images of Jesse Jackson crying that night in Chicago as Barack Obama became the president. But it's actually the groundwork that he did for so long. The man died at 84. And when you think about the fact that he was born to a single teenage mother, that he was able to rise to prominence, he actually tried to go to a library when he was in college to check out a book and became a part of the Greenville 8 when they denied him the access to that book. So they did a read-in, and the idea that this man went from struggling to check out a book in a whites-only library to running for president to then running the Rainbow Push Coalition, which extended its reach across the world, getting soldiers back from other countries, being able to negotiate terms when it comes to business. You really see the reflection of his life. And as somebody who met him the first time when I was about 10 years old, the thing that stands out to so many people is he was so athletic. He had a football scholarship at one point. 6'2", 6'3", 240 pounds, big man, gloves like hands. He would wrap you in his hands and he would look at you in the eye, and he would be very direct with his commentary when he would tell you something like, hey, you can be somebody, keep hope alive. His voice was so powerful, and it's one of the things that stood out to me the most. The more sick he got, the more his voice seemed to diminish, but that did not stop him from continuing to have a word where he was very strong about what he wanted to see in this country, and he really did believe in the media and the outreach that could happen from a pulpit like this one in terms of making sure people understood the struggle that so many faced across this country and around the world.
Well, that's, another speaks to this wonderful tribute that you've got such a clear memory of him when you were 10. It's, it's not often we have these truly unifying figures, and, it feels like a hopeful event amongst all the darkness we've got at the moment. Thank you so much, Ryan.
Thank you.
Coming up, what we know about the investigation into the horrific strike on an Iranian elementary school. On that topic, and what...
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bekaa, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians, but again, a concerning development here as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning, too, Bekaa, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran as it potentially could enter this.
Last week that killed dozens of students and teachers. The UN's human rights chief is demanding a prompt, impartial and thorough investigation. Now there's new details about who may have been responsible. Here's CNN's Isabel Young.
Nearly a week after a strike killed scores of students in Iran's Minab, it seems more and more likely that the US was responsible. A new satellite image shows an Iranian Revolutionary Guards base and an elementary school in southern Iran. Here you see craters in several of the buildings, including the school. They were hit in their exact centers, suggesting precision strikes, experts say. A wall separates the school and the base. Satellite images from December show dozens of people in what appears to be a handball court at the school. Reuters now reports that US military investigators believe US forces were responsible, though they haven't yet reached a final conclusion.
It paints a picture of multiple simultaneous or near simultaneous strikes, and it looks like these were delivered with explosive munitions, probably air delivered. I think the most likely scenario in this case is that it's a US or Israeli airstrike gone awry. It's probably a targeting failure somewhere in the targeting cycle, an intelligence failure.
The Israeli military say they weren't operating in the area.
To date, we've hit over 2,000 targets.
American military officials say they carried out extensive strikes in this area and released this map showing strikes in southern Iran. The base and the school in Minab are located here.
We, of course, never target civilian targets, but we're taking a look and investigating that.
The damage we've seen to the building is quite significant, and it's unlikely it was something like an air defense missile fired by the Iranians, for example.
When we try to assess who is responsible for airstrikes, we typically try to examine the weaponry fragments left behind. But in this instance, there's an internet blackout in Iran. It's been really difficult to obtain that. And so this investigation is still not conclusive. Isabel Young, CNN, London.
So what we want to know is what will the fallout be from the Iran school strike? Joining me now, CNN military analyst, friend of the programme, Colonel Cedric Layton. Thank you for joining us, Colonel. It does point to the US, doesn't it, if Israel says they weren't operating there?
Yeah, that's true, Max, absolutely. So the only other force that would be operating over Minab at that time would have been the United States. And so then that, of course, then speaks to the idea of, who is responsible and why did this targeting situation occur? And a type of thing has happened, but it's certainly a tragedy, no doubt.
I don't think anyone's accusing the Americans of targeting the school, but these were meant to be precision strikes. Can you just explain how they could have got it so horribly wrong?
Yeah, so this targeting depends a lot on precise intelligence, and one of the key things is to figure out exactly what's in which building that you're planning to strike. And in a case like this, where the base that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard base is so close to a school, it represents some real difficulties for people who are working not only the intelligence side of the equation, but also the targeting and weaponeering side of this. And by weaponeering, that's basically the science of putting weapons on target. And in this particular situation, there's a distinct possibility that there may have been a failure along that chain of custody, either on the intelligence side or on the weaponeering side.
Do you think it's right that they're not addressing it? They're not. The administration isn't addressing it in speeches. When they're asked questions about it, they just refer to the investigation. Do you think that's the right course of action?
Yeah, that's kind of a typical way of answering these kinds of things, but it would be better, I think, if the administration or the Pentagon would be very specific that not only are they investigating it, but that the investigation itself will be a thorough investigation. So that's the kind of thing that I think not only the international community, but also the American people would really need to know, and of course the Iranian people as well.
Yeah, you mentioned the Iranian people. I mean, they are trying to keep the Iranian people on side, aren't they? Talking about, an uprising. But this is the sort of event which really undermines local trust, isn't it?
It absolutely is. And you see these kinds of events occurring in several different conflicts of the past. And every time that an event like this occurs where civilians are targeted, it only increases the resentment against a force like this and against the possibility of using the civilian population to foment an uprising against the existing regime. So it's not only a failure of weaponeering, but it's also a failure, a potential failure at least, in terms of political influence and military objectives in this particular case.
So when we talk about fallout, I guess it depends on whether it happens again, something similar. Maybe they can manage this situation if they can speed up that investigation and explain it. But if this sort of event keeps happening, it's going to be very damaging, isn't it, for the operation?
Absolutely. And one of the things that the American military takes a lot of pride in is the precision of its weapon systems. And, it's pretty clear that there was precision in these strikes on the military side of that wall that you showed in Isabel's report earlier. But the key thing here is that if this happens again, then it really calls into question the entire targeting process, as well as the intelligence process that is used both in the pre-strike phase as well as in the post-strike phase. So this is a very serious issue, and it really needs to be addressed very quickly, and it needs to be done in a way in which this, first of all, doesn't happen again, but whatever is at fault for making it happen is rectified.
Yeah, okay. Colonel Cedric Layton, thank you so much for your thoughts around that apparently very tragic event. Still to come, nearly every industry in the world depends on oil and gas. So when war upends the energy sector, we all feel it. We'll look at when we can see any relief coming up.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, that we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here, as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran, as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China providing things like spare parts.
Harris says the war could spiral beyond anyone's control. It's been a day of renewed attacks on Iran by the US and Israel, with Israel claiming it has hit 400 targets across Iran. It's also been a day of strong words from Donald Trump, as he is demanding Iran's unconditional surrender and insisting that he play a role in picking the country's next supreme leader. CNN's Christian Amanpour spoke with the leading Iranian dissident today to find out his hopes for what happens next in Iran.
Do you think, Mehdi Mahmoudyan, that there is a possibility to change your regime, and how do you think it should happen? Who should be leading the change?
In these struggles of the last 20 years, I was in prison for at least 9 years, and I hoped that I and all my friends and comrades in Iran who were fighting to confront tyranny and replace it with a democratic system, we hoped that we could establish the system with the help of civil society and the Iranian people. Today, I also hope that America and its allies will allow the fate of Iran to be determined by the Iranian people themselves, and allow us to determine our own fate by stopping the war of attrition.
The economic fallout from this war is threatening to spill over. Oil prices have surged above $90, and Qatar's energy minister says that number could soon hit 150, dragging down economies across the world with it. Oil tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz appears to have completely stopped. The US Navy will soon begin escorting ships through the region, according to the Energy Secretary. All of this comes at a time when the US economy suddenly looks shaky, with today's jobs report showing the United States losing jobs. The jobs number has now been negative now for 5 of the last 10 months. What we don't know is, could this war trigger an economic crisis? Joining me now is Paul Krugman, the Nobel Prize-winning economist. Paul, thank you so much for joining us. I mean, these are complex matters, and for everyday viewers, quite difficult to grasp because they're so big. But what we're talking about here as a starting point is oil not getting out of the Middle East, right? And the price of oil affects pretty much everything.
Yeah, I mean, oil isn't everything. It's we had 2 of the most severe economic slumps since World War II occurred after Middle Eastern conflict led to oil price shocks in 1973 and 1979. And in terms of the sheer magnitude of the shock right now, if anything, in terms of its effect on the supply of oil, it's bigger, because 20% of the world's oil goes to Hormuz. And now that traffic has completely stopped. And it's very hard to see. I don't know how escorting ships is supposed to work. I mean, there's almost nothing as vulnerable to a drone strike or a missile strike as an oil tanker. So this is something that is very worrisome. The only positive thing to say is that the world is a lot less dependent on oil than it used to be. Even though oil is in everything, we use a lot less oil per dollar of GDP than we did in the 1970s. You know, gas mileage is much higher. We have a lot of alternative energy sources. So it's, you know, the macroeconomics is relatively benign, but the scale of the potential hit to global oil supplies is actually terrifying.
And even before we get a sense of that, as the numbers come through, it's the psychology, isn't it? Because the idea of an oil shock might not be as harmful now as it was 20, 30 years ago, I guess, but people have that in their memories, and that's what is creating the worry.
Oh, and the abruptness of it. You know, it's only 17 days since Donald Trump gave his State of the Union address, in which he was boasting about low gas prices. What he said about gas prices wasn't exactly true, but the average price of gas in the United States was about $2.98 a gallon. As of the last I checked today, it's $3.37 a gallon. So that's almost a 40-cent increase in just a few days. That has to come as a real shock to ordinary people. I'm getting constant mail from people saying, I just went out to the gas station and I can't believe what just happened to the price. So the psychology of that blow to the economy has to be really serious.
And what about the stock markets? Because even before this, we were talking about overvalued stocks, everyone piling their money into AI and tech stocks, and people were already nervous, or investors were already nervous about that. Are you worried that this shock could trigger a wave of selling?
Well, I mean, stock market does what the stock market's going to do, and has never been a very reliable guide to where the economy is going, nor has it been very tied to what's actually happening in the real economy. I'm more concerned about, we're seeing interest rates tick up. We're seeing a lot of concerns. Think about the Federal Reserve, which is always trying to weigh employment against risks of inflation. Well, they've just gotten a serious inflationary shock to the economy. And that means that the chance of them cutting interest rates has receded. Now, we also just got a lousy job report, which was probably mostly statistical noise, but still means that they're caught between a rock and a hard place. But, the elements of what led to those terrible oil-generated crises in the 1970s are all in place now. It's just, quantitatively, they may not be quite as bad, but I wouldn't want to bet too much on this being benign.
Presumably you were concerned about the jobs report as other economists today. At what point do we start worrying about an economic crisis?
Well, what we're seeing right now doesn't look like a full-on crisis. I mean, I don't believe that the economy added 126,000 jobs in January and then lost 92,000 in February. That's got to be statistical noise. But if you take a step back a bit, it looks as if job creation has essentially stalled. That the U.S. economy is not adding jobs, at least not at a significant rate, which in turn, starts to feed over into bankruptcies, loan delinquencies, just a lot of bad stuff. We're not seeing anything that looks like a 2008 financial crisis, at least not yet. But this is not an economy that you want to hit with this sudden blow from oil prices.
There has been some political voices coming through talking about just the expense of wars. And this one is going to be enormous, isn't it? Between them are spending billions of dollars a day. When does that feed through to the domestic economy?
Well, the United States is which is where most of the money is going. We're spending most of the money. We're a very rich country. We have a gigantic federal budget. Almost anything you do is kind of rounding error in those numbers. Although $1 billion a day, they'll line $1 billion here, $1 billion there, and soon you're talking about real money. And if you're going to be spending $1 billion a day for many weeks, which is starting to look like it might happen, that does start to raise some questions about federal government finances and just in general. The the appearance. I think a lot of this is psychological. Again, it's the appearance that things are out of control and that the people at the top don't know what they're doing. And I think the expense just feeds into that.
Yeah, Paul Krugman, thank you so much. Honoured to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Still to come, could Cuba's fate follow that of Venezuela and Iran? We'll look at the next item on Donald Trump's international to-do list.
President Donald Trump hates what this. Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, that we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here, as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower
also now clearly has his sights on Cuba as well. Earlier on Friday, he told my colleague Dan Abash, Cuba is going to fall pretty soon, adding, they want to make a deal so badly and Cuba's ready after 50 years. Patrick Ottman joins us from Havana with a story. There's no doubt that the country there is under huge amounts of pressure. It's being starved, isn't it, of basic resources. But, I mean, how was it received, this comment from Trump that he's going to go to focus on Cuba after he's dealt with Iran?
You know, I think for many people coming from the outside, they would look around and say, this country does look like it's ready to fall. But of course, as you know, Max, this is an island that has been under U.S. sanctions, has suffered under its own leaders' often misguided economic policies for more than 60 years. So there is a tremendous ability to withstand, to get by, to invent, to be creative, although that ability is now being put perhaps to its greatest test. You know, you go out on the streets here and there are just so few cars as this oil embargo continues to take a bigger and bigger bite into the already failing Cuban economy. So it is very worrying on some level to hear President Trump, Cubans have told me, say that Cuba is in his sights. There are others here that, frankly, would like a change in government. Officials that I've talked to say that they're willing to resist, willing to fight if need be. But of course, the fact is oil is not coming in since the attack on Venezuela, since the pressure campaign on Cuba's ally, Mexico, began several weeks ago. So as the few reserves of oil that Cuba has run lower and lower as the temperature gets hotter, we are seeing blackouts that are lasting hours, if not days. The situation here just continues to deteriorate. So it would seem impossible that beforehand that Cuba would buckle to U.S. pressure. So part of the government's ideology that they will resist. But at this point, without significant help coming from somewhere, and there are no indications that help is coming from Russia or China or any other major ally of this country, it appears that the government here is going to have to make some kind of deal, and it's really hard to imagine a deal that they will agree to, that Donald Trump will agree to, that the government here will find acceptable. But at this point, it really does appear to be checkmate, and the economy here is just going to get worse and worse until that deal is reached.
Okay, Patrick, thank you. So it's come tonight, under pressure, the US Justice Department has released additional documents that were missing from the Epstein files. What they say about President Donald Trump, just ahead.
Did the re-election of Donald Trump play any role in your decision to resign? Why do you need to study it? It sounds like...
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region.
Iran's internet and communication blackout is making it difficult to hear from people inside the Republic, of course, but some messages are getting through, expressing deeply mixed emotions, and along with fear and grief, there is hope. Leila Garazulu has more on the voices in Iran.
My friends, family, and people around me, we're all stuck between not knowing whether to be happy or sad.
With U.S. and Israeli airstrikes reshaping Iran by the day, it's nearly impossible to hear from voices inside the country. Some Iranians have sent CNN voice memos despite a partial internet and communications blackout. To protect their privacy, we've distorted their voices.
The hardship here is, if we want to talk about the impact on the people, is that there is no internet. We cannot get any news. They have no idea when an attack is going to take place. What I've heard is people say, we just know that something is coming at us in the sky. We don't know if it's ours or theirs.
Many Iranians say they have conflicting feelings about the war, coming just 2 months after a bloody and brutal crackdown on anti-regime protesters.
Right now, you can hear what's going on in the background. This is life right now. They come out every night. These are really strange and unknown days. An enemy is attacking us, is carpet bombing us, and yet we aren't upset. The thing is that continuing with what we had before was much harder. I really prefer this situation. I think it should continue and end so we can see these changes.
Meanwhile, for older Iranians, this is just another moment of upheaval in a country with a history of change and uncertainty.
But don't worry, I'm fine. This isn't the first war I've seen. I even remember Reza Shah leaving. I've seen a lot of these types of events. I'm not scared.
As Iranians inside the country live through the ongoing conflict, they offer reassurances to their loved ones abroad.
Don't worry about me. I'm here, inshallah. We're here. You don't need to be worried about us here. Just watch out for yourself, inshallah. We see each other soon.
Now, newly released documents that were missing from the Epstein files contain serious, unverified allegations against US President Donald Trump. The Justice Department posted 3 FBI memos describing interviews with a woman who accuses both Jeffrey Epstein and Mr. Trump of sexually assaulting her when she was a teenager. The White House calls the accusations completely baseless. CNN's Paula Reid is in Washington. You've been having a look, and it's some pretty stark reading.
That's right. And this individual was interviewed by the FBI 4 times. And initially, only 1 memo was released in that initial batch of documents released by the Justice Department. And that was an interview where she made allegations against Jeffrey Epstein, but not against President Trump. Now, yesterday, these additional summaries were released, and they detail the types of allegations that she made against President Trump, where she describes being introduced to him. She alleges that he asked everyone to leave the room and, quote, mentioned something to the effect of, quote, let's teach you how little girls are supposed to be, and then describes an encounter where he pushes her head down to his penis and then told agents she bit Trump, who then allegedly struck her and said something like, get this little expletive the hell out of here. Now, in her 3rd interview, she allegedly said that she was receiving threatening calls. And in her 4th interview, it's interesting, she told investigators that she was concerned about why she was even coming forward because the statute of limitations had passed. Now, I do want to make sure we get in here the fact that President Trump has consistently denied any wrongdoing. In a statement yesterday, the White House described these allegations as, quote, completely baseless, backed by 0 credible evidence.
Okay, Paula Reid, thank you so much for bringing us that update. I'm Max Foster. That's what we know. Do stay with CNN. We'll have more after the break.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bekaa, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, that we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here, as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning too, Bekaa, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran, as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move forward in the coming days, weeks, and potentially months.
Yeah, it does appear now that Russia is indeed a factor in this war if it's directly providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And it is important to note this comes after President Zelensky in Ukraine has actually offered to help and other Western allies in Europe in terms of bringing down.
A difficult week, fair to say, on Wall Street. Those are the markets, and these are the main events for you. Fears over energy supplies are intensifying. U.S. oil prices spiked 12% just this Friday. President Trump says there will be no deal until Iran unconditionally surrenders. And Gulf countries are examining their investments in the U.S. as the war threatens their economies. We'll discuss the potential fallout. Live from London, it's Friday, March the 6th. I'm Isa Suarez in for Richard Quest, and I too mean business. A very good evening to you. Tonight, the price of oil has surged to more than $90 a barrel as U.S. President Trump calls for an unconditional surrender by Iran. The Dow falling more than 450 points, as you can see there. Red hours right across the board, finishing the week about 2% lower. The S&P 500, NASDAQ also closed in the red. S&P, down 1 3/10%. The NASDAQ almost 1 6/10%. Investors are concerned that rising oil prices could hurt the broader economy. This is something that we've been seeing the entire week. The last time the price of Brent, by the way, Brent crude rose this fast was just after Russia invaded Ukraine. It's up about 50% so far this year. Most of that increase took place this week, and it could go higher still. Qatar's energy minister told the Financial Times today that oil could reach $150 a barrel if Gulf producers shut down production over the next few days. Well, right now, CNN correspondent Fred Blyke and his producer Claudia Otto are in Tehran. CNN is the first U.S. network in Iran since the start of the war. And it is important to note that CNN is operating in Iran only with permission from the government. Here's Fred's report.
Iran's leadership has gathered thousands of people here to Tehran after Friday prayers to voice their anger about the U.S. and Israel's bombing campaign across the country, but of course also to mourn Iran's late supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And thousands of people have indeed turned out here. At the same time, we have to keep in mind this is just a small snapshot of Iran's society, and the people who come to Friday prayers here in Tehran usually are political conservatives and religious hardliners. At the same time, it does show that the government here is still able to mobilize masses.
We believe that if we are killed, we are martyrs, meaning that whether we stand by the revolution or become martyrs, both are a victory for us.
The blood of our martyr leader has been shed, but his path continues.
With these killings and these martyrdoms, they will not achieve greatness, and they will not be able to take even the smallest piece of our land.
All this is happening, of course, as the U.S. and Israel continue their massive bombing campaign, not just here in Tehran and the vicinity, but indeed in the entire country. The U.S. says that it's hitting military positions and trying to hit Iran's religious and also political leadership, while the Iranians say at this point in time they are not willing to negotiate with the United States, and they also say that they have a missile supply and drones to carry on military operations for an extended period of time. So this is the Gandhi Hospital here in Tehran, which was pretty badly damaged after an airstrike. It seems as though a different building was struck in the vicinity, but then this building also was damaged very badly. I spoke to the head of Iran's Red Crescent about this. Here's what he had to say.
Can you imagine if you were hospitalized in one of the wards here while it was attacked? How would you feel?
The people on the ground who feel these airstrikes, who hear these airstrikes, hear the jets overhead, of course, for them, it's a really, really difficult time to go through.
Replican and team on the ground in Tehran. That is the political picture, of course. Meantime, I want to give you the financial pictures. We told you at the top of the show, the war continued to derail, of course, the flow of energy out of the Middle East. Tom Closer is the chief oil analyst at Gulf Oil. He joins me now from New Jersey. Tom, appreciate you being with us. All prices that we've been showing our viewers pretty much for the last 24, 48 hours are continuing to rise. Fears that Brent could cross $100. And now we're hearing from Qatar's energy minister that the war could drive prices up to $150 a barrel. Let me just tell you what he said to the FT today. This will bring down the economies of the world. Those were his words. And there will be shortages. I mean, how do you assess the moment we are seeing right now?
Well, if the strait remains blocked or closed through next week, we'll see $100 by the end of next week and perhaps higher. You know, the price of crude becomes an abstraction because we've never dealt with anything like this. We dealt with some problems with the Iran-Iraq war, and we had escorts and some other things that were done to mitigate it and to allow for transshipment. But things are different these days. You can take out $1 billion worth of oil infrastructure with a $20,000 drone. So we're really in uncharted waters at the moment.
Right. And given how uncharted these waters are, how do you see then, where do you see the biggest risks? Because the Strait of Hormuz is pretty much at a standstill. Crude exports all but halted. I mean, and then you have to deal with oil storage tanks, right? And the concerns over that. So where do you see the biggest risk right now, Tom?
I think the biggest risks are Asia and Europe, and in that order. North America, by example, is in great shape. We have so much crude oil and natural gas we produce. We're going to get a reaction from the population here as gas prices go up above $3.50 and diesel prices go above $4.50. But we're much better off than other continents. I'm not quite sure what Asia can do if they don't get oil from the Strait of Hormuz, because they're very dependent on that. It's one of the reasons why in the U.S. we're seeing higher prices on the West Coast, because the occasional cargo of jet fuel or gasoline comes into California. So it's a real messy situation, but it's much messier for other continents beyond the North America.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, you mentioned Europe there. That's interesting to me because I wonder then what they turn to. I know that Russian oil is something that no one wants to go near here in Europe, but I did see that the US had given India, I think it was, like a 30-day waiver to purchase Russian oil currently stranded at sea. I mean, do you see Do you see there's a bit of an irony here, right? Do you see this being an option?
Oh, there's tremendous irony, and I'm a little bit worried about that waiver, because immediately after getting that waiver, the price of Russian Urals crude moved to maybe a $4 premium versus Brent, as opposed to being at tremendous discounts for most of 2026. The other worrisome thing is we heard from some of the Indian delegates that they intended to find some ships to store oil at sea. And that's probably the first instance we're hearing about hoarding oil for somebody that's worried about much higher prices, through March and into April.
So how do you see, what is then the plan, you think, the best plan to stabilize the markets? I mean, President Trump obviously had a plan to escort oil tankers. How viable do you think that is? And we don't have a clear vision right now, Tom, of how quickly that may actually happen.
Yeah, I don't know how quickly it's going to happen. And again, these are uncharted waters. To claim that you're going to have escorts and to be able to do in the insurance backing, it's interesting, and it could happen at some point. We have to watch Iran here. If Iran continues to strike out at other friendly countries out there, it can have some really, really dire consequences. The other option is that somewhere down the line, the State Department says, hey, we've accomplished what we were looking to do, and we're reopening the strait, and maybe peace will prevail. But right now, that doesn't look like it's a possibility in the first half of the month.
Indeed, it doesn't look like we're close to that, especially given what we heard from President Trump saying unconditionally wanted Iran to be unconditionally surrender. Tom Closer there, live for us from New Jersey. Appreciate coming on for the insight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, President Trump says US will continue the war until Iran surrenders unconditionally, as was mentioned to Tom. In a post on Truth Social, the president wrote Iran will be expected to choose, and I'm quoting him here, a great and acceptable leader after the war. Mr. Trump says the US and its allies would then work to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction. The president tells Time magazine that he believes his objectives in Iran could be achieved within 4 or 5 weeks, adding that he has no time limits on anything. Let's get more. Kristen Holmes is at the White House. So, Kristen, do we have a sense of how the president defines unconditional surrender and whether he believes he can achieve that via, aerial bombardment?
We've heard today from the press secretary, who kind of aimed to clean these comments up. The idea of unconditional surrender, particularly in a case like this and in a place like Iran, seems like something that is untenable. So we heard from the press secretary, who essentially said that President Trump will decide when it is time or when Iran has unconditionally surrendered. She was saying that once Iran has been destroyed enough, their weapons, their military, they are unable to build back, that could be equal to unconditional surrender, but President Trump would make that decision. So obviously a little bit different than the actual term unconditional surrender there. But you also saw what President Trump was saying about him wanting to be involved in picking the leader of Iran. This comes at the same time that the administration has pushed this idea over and over again that this wasn't about regime change, that is not their focus. But President Trump certainly seems to be focused on that. And he's also said a number of times that he doesn't know who would lead Iran because most of the people they had looked at were dead from these strikes. So the fact that he's so fixated on it when the administration says no regime change, we've gone back to them, we've asked what they're doing in terms of leadership. They do not have any answers on that right now. It seems as though they are waiting this out to see what happens next and what happens inside of Iran next. But that's a little bit difficult because he wants both things. He wants to be able to say that he wants control of Iran, and whoever the leader is, but he also wants to be able to say that they're going to wait and let them figure it out. So again, this is just yet another wrinkle in our understanding and how they are messaging what we're actually doing right now in terms and in regards to Iran.
It's quite a wrinkle, that's for sure. Kristen Holmes, appreciate it. Thank you. Well, some Gulf Arab states might be forced to review their foreign investments. Up next, we'll look at how the war in the Middle East is straining these economies, and they might be forced to cut back their spending plans. We'll bring you that reporting after this.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bekaa, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here as
he did. In addition to the strength of his spirit and his determination, the leadership of Jesse Jackson was defined by his vision, dare I say his ambition, to tap into what otherwise had been untapped in terms of the potential of a coalition of seemingly different people who could be brought together around shared values and ideals and experience. That's what Jesse Jackson did. He modeled that for so many of us. Over the past half century, that coalition strategy, his methodology, has been the heartbeat for so many movements about progress in our country. Those movements born out of struggle, but resulting in progress. Think about, and it was mentioned, the women leaders that he elevated, like the self-described colored girls, who have been a driving force behind so many campaigns that have been about freedom and justice. Throughout his life, Reverend Jackson reminded us that the many fights for freedom are interconnected. He saw not only the interconnection, but the interdependence of the various struggles for justice and dignity on behalf of Black Americans, Native and Asian Americans, Latino, LGBTQ Americans, and Americans with disabilities. That was Jesse's rainbow, and he continued to grow it. He gave us the language, the rainbow, to understand, as has been said, the beauty that comes after the storm when we see what is possible and what can be unburdened by what has been.
You have been listening there to Kamala Harris, of course, who is a vice president and presidential candidate there, making an eulogy of Reverend Jesse Jackson, of course, delivering remarks. The civil rights leader died on February the 17th, age 84. We have heard so far from former President Barack Obama. We've also heard in the last hour from former President Bill Clinton, who actually said we may not have always agreed, but he made me a better person. Barack Obama also said, crediting him for helping him pave the way to his presidency. We'll keep an ear out, of course, for this moment of celebration, people's celebration, as a final tribute to Jackson, and then a private service is scheduled for Saturday. I'm going to turn our attention to the conflict in Iran because it's putting major strains on the Gulf state economies. They are dealing with lower energy production, supply chain disruptions, and the potential loss of tourism. One Gulf state official says regional economies might have to cut back their spending as a result, and that could jeopardize trillions of dollars of pledged investments in the United States. The news was first reported by the Financial Times. CNN cannot confirm which countries are reviewing their investments. Saudi Arabia's finance ministry says its fiscal position is sound and that there is no price tag for defending its country. Nick Robertson is in Riyadh. And Nick, last time you and I were talking, you were on the main street. It was a vibrant Friday evening. I wonder what you are hearing from ordinary people in Saudi Arabia, but also from officials about these concerns about if this is prolonged further, the impact this will have on the economy.
Yeah, look, people are worried about this going long. They're worried about the potential for the war to sort of get bigger, for more countries to get drawn in. And frankly, they're worried about the United States sort of, at some point, President Trump just walking away from it and leaving all the countries in the region to sort out the problems. And, you know, you get a sense of that's how far the finance ministers, the energy ministers are looking here. And they have to. They have very real issues. They can't get their product to market. Their product is what makes money for the country. They have investments that they need to support in the country. They have visions for their country. They have a vision for the region, which is, you know, stability, peace, and therefore economic prosperity. And they have to now consider, well, how much money do they now need to set aside in those plans for repairs, for whatever damage may happen? What sort of plans do they have to put in place to kind of offload in storage some of the extra production? When do they actually have to scale back production? How long does it take to scale it back up? There are very big costs and implications to be weighed here. I think for the population at the moment, particularly here in Saudi Arabia, because the government's been able to intercept the vast majority of the missiles that have been incoming here, most people haven't been directly touched by it. They're aware of it. They're concerned about it. But this is one of those countries, and I think it goes without saying that this is the sentiment in a lot of Gulf countries here, where people on the street don't like to speak about politics. They don't like to speak about their leaders. And what they do say is positive. They do say that they're confident that their leaders can handle it. But underneath that, or behind it, there is a level of concern. And they know, and I was speaking to somebody just now, he said, look, this is potentially going to affect me. It's going to affect how much I pay for my fuel, how much I pay for my food. So it can have a knock-on effect for me. So people do see it at that personal level as well. And the concerns are there. The longer it goes on, the government may have to tighten its purse strings. People here know they might have to tighten theirs too.
And we saw officials, and I think these are Iranian officials, telling CNN that Iran, Nick, is considering firms that buy US government debt as legitimate targets. I mean, so far, you and I, when we've been talking this week, we've been talking about Gulf states having to balance this out this week and have a more defensive posture. What conversations are you having about if this war continues, if that changes? How are they managing balancing those two?
Yeah, I think this is an area that of sort of, when I talk to officials here, when I say what if and how long, they say that's a hypothetical, we don't want to speculate. I think the calculations that they'll have to take, the economies that they'll have to take, look, let's look at Saudi Arabia. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has a very bold vision for the country, Vision 2030, the big city Neom in the in the northwest of the country, and other important developments and investments. Everyone here in this country knows all about them, and they've seen the economic investment and development and the changes that the Crown Prince has brought to the country, and no one here wants to see it going backwards. I mean, I'll just give you for instance, we were looking at the underground rail network here. People are very proud of it. It opened up about a year ago. They really like it. They don't want to see this country or any of the others here in the region going backwards, and I think that's why you have a sense, or at least I have a sense, when government officials don't want to speculate, they don't want to start worrying their populations, they don't want to start worrying their investors. It's not a house of cards, but economics have some real, sounds trite to say, but bottom lines, and they don't want to spook investors. Saudi Arabia is a rich country, and it still needs investors.
Nick Robertson, appreciate live from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia for us. Well, a billionaire businessman from the UAE has issued an open letter condemning President Trump's actions in the region. In a message posted on social media, Khalaf Ahmad al-Maktoum asked the US president, "Who gave you the authority to drag our region into a war with Iran?" he asks. "And on what basis did you make this dangerous decision? Did you calculate the collateral damage before pulling the trigger? And did you consider that the first to suffer from this escalation will be the countries of the region itself?" Well, Aaron Minette spoke to al-Habtour about his frustrations. Have a listen.
We hate war. The corona is enough for us, you know. The financial crisis happened, we control it. We control the corona. But, I mean, creating war without calculating, I mean, should be, you have to, when you build something, you have to make all the alternative scenarios.
You know, you also called out President Trump on something very specific I wanted to share, Khalaf. That's the Board of Peace. You wrote, "For before the ink is dried on the Board of Peace initiative that you announced in the name of peace and stability, we find ourselves facing a military escalation that endangers the entire region. So where did these initiatives go?" And now I know, Khalaf, you know Trump. He says this war is to let the Iranian people rise up. His words, actually, specifically, Khalaf, are to have a prosperous and glorious future. Do you think he understands the situation?
I didn't think. I mean, maybe he wish a positive thing, but not that way. You know, I mean, he is a builder. He knows about construction. He knows a lot. I mean, we calculated so many scenarios before we dig a hole into the ground, and he knows that. I mean, we have to be very careful from any steps we take forward. I mean, what happened now? I mean, he created people. I mean, they hate to cooperate with the Americans, with everything really, because what happened damaged a lot of relationships.
And you can see more of that interview in just a few hours on Aaron Burnett up front, that at 7 p.m. in New York, midnight if you're watching here in London. Well, Gideon Rachman is the Chief Foreign Affairs columnist for the Financial Times, and he joins me now. Gideon, good to see you. We're hearing from one UAE investor, but you can clearly see as this war spreads, we are starting to see and hear growing regional unease that has gone from the battlefront, the economic front. Just give our viewers a sense of what you are hearing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fairly widespread. I mean, obviously people don't want to fall out with Trump, but there is this feeling in the Gulf that this war was kind of sprung on them and that they're the people who are going to live with the consequences, both in the short term, because the missiles are raining down on them, and also in the long term, because I don't think people really buy the idea that there's going to be some stable, peaceful transition to a glorious, prosperous Iran. they're worried that Trump will leave chaos behind. And as Trump often observes, the US is protected by big, beautiful oceans, but the nations of the Gulf sit right next door to Iran. And so if their huge neighbor of 90 million people collapses into civil war, or if you have a successor regime that is still in place and very vengeful against them, they're in trouble. And so I think it's understandable that they are pretty upset.
Yeah, and we've had President Trump say today he wants unconditional surrender. We don't really understand, and our White House correspondents have pushed the administration to define what that means, because the aim seems to shift day by day. But let's stay with what we're hearing from the Gulf, because I did see this report that from the FT that says Gulf states, Gideon, are basically reportedly reviewing their overseas investment. And this, of course, we will remember after President Trump secured trillions of dollars in investment pledges from the region. What more can you tell us about this?
Well, I mean, as reported by my colleagues in the Middle East, so, I'm reading it as well. It may be a way of sending an indirect message to Trump. I think it's very difficult for the UAE leaders to come out and say, look, we're unhappy. We're going to sort of try to make you reconsider, or try to make you bring this conflict to a close quickly. But if they present it as like a pragmatic investment decision and say, we, in the light of the new situation, we may have to reconsider these huge investments. That is a way of getting Trump's attention, because he's, as we know, very bottom line focused. So if he sees some of these promised investments, I mean, who knows if they would have actually materialized quite in the way that he hoped for. But if he sees those numbers being rolled back, the market's falling, then maybe cumulatively that's a way of getting their message across to him. And I think the message is, bring this to a close as quickly as possible. We really don't want a prolonged conflict.
Yeah, and we're not sure. I mean, Secretary Hegseth saying 4, 6, 8 weeks. Again, lack of clarity or no strategy that has been communicated so far. You are in London, so I do want to tap into what we've been seeing, not just in the UK, but right across Europe, and Europe's position vis-a-vis, Gideon, the war. It has been reticent, I think it's fair to say, to get involved, but it's being forced to protect national assets, NATO assets, and we have seen very strong Prime Minister Sanchez taking a real stand against President Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the case that Sanchez is a bit of an outlier, that because he has been, strongly critical of America over Gaza, called very strongly for European autonomy from the US, and that may reflect his convictions, or perhaps the kind of particular political makeup of Spain. And also I think the fact that the Spanish, because they're a long way from Ukraine, are slightly less concerned about keeping the US on board for that particular war. But I think it's possible also that Sanchez is articulating things that a lot of European leaders think privately, but may not think it's politic to express in public. And European leaders have gone backwards and forwards. I mean, even Chancellor Merz, who was sitting in the Oval Office just a couple of days ago and sounded pretty supportive of the war, has said today, well, look, hang on, we're really not on board for breaking up Iran, because we in Europe are the people that will live with the consequences in terms of refugees, higher energy prices. So the idea, for example, that America may support the Kurds and fuel a civil war there, I think is one that makes Europeans very nervous.
Yeah, indeed. Gideon, good to see you. Gideon Ratman there. Appreciate it. And when we return, and refugee group says hundreds of thousands of people in Lebanon have fled their homes in response to Israeli airstrikes and evacuation orders. We'll bring you that story out of Lebanon next.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli route and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, that we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here, as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran as
1,000 jobs in February as it braces for the impact of the war in Iran. And CNN has made contact with people inside Iran despite an internet blackout. You'll hear what they had to say. Before that, of course, we'll bring you the headlines this hour. President Trump says there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. He wrote on Truth Social and spoke to CNN about his view of the war. He says Iran's leadership has been neutered and that he wants a new leader that will treat the U.S. and treat Israel well. Lebanon's prime minister is warning of a humanitarian disaster as hundreds of thousands of people rush to escape intensifying airstrikes. Israel is bombing Hezbollah targets after issuing unprecedented evacuation orders to Beirut's southern suburbs and towns in southern Lebanon. The IDF says it struck an Iranian command center today, among other targets. Funeral services taking place in Chicago for the late U.S. civil rights leader, the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Some of the speakers at the memorial include former U.S. Presidents Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Bill Clinton. Singer Jennifer Hudson was among the musical performers. One of his Jackson's sons pledged to continue his father's Rainbow Coalition. Jesse Jackson died last month at the age of 84. I'm going to bring you more now on the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. The Israeli military says it has struck more than 500 targets since the war began. Jeremy Diamond is in Tel Aviv. And Jeremy, we are seeing huge displacement of people. I think that one NGO putting up more than 500,000. We have seen more than 200 people killed. You were close. You were in the Israeli side of the border. Give us a sense of what you and your team have witnessed today.
Yeah, that's right. A very active situation at the border between Israel and Lebanon. A lot of fire between both sides. We heard everything from artillery strikes, airstrikes, to drone and missile fire from both ends of the border. All of this as this new front in this war between Israel and Iran very much heating up.
This is a Lebanese
Wow, that was a drone that seems to have just made impact here. There were no sirens warning, but we just heard an explosion right here in Metula. We're right along the Israel-Lebanon border, and we just heard something come in fast over our heads and make impact. Okay, so we're gonna put our vests on now because we just saw not one but two projectiles coming in. Still not clear exactly what that was, but we're now starting to hear the outgoing Israeli fire responding to it. We're just hearing a lot of activity right now, kind of going in both directions, in fact, as this new front in Israel's war with Iran is very much heating up. So that smoke right there just came from Israeli artillery that was being fired from behind us. So it went over our heads. We then saw it make impact there, and you can see the smoke that's still coming up from the target location. And now, okay.
He's so used to it.
And that was hitting the same spot. Yeah, getting very active here now. Here too. So we're seeing several areas now in southern Lebanon that are being struck by the Israeli military, and some of those positions that they are hitting are within a kilometer of the Israeli-Lebanese border, and that's significant because all of these positions in the most southern part of Lebanon were supposed to have been cleared of Hezbollah fighters over a year ago, and so the fact that Israel is now having to hit positions so close to its border suggests that Hezbollah is trying to re-infiltrate those areas, and obviously Israel now fighting to try and rid those areas of Hezbollah once again. So, Issa, you could see and hear some of those cross-border attacks that took place today. We've now learned from the Israeli military that 8 soldiers were wounded as a result of some of those very same types of attacks today. 5 of them are in serious condition. 3 others were lightly injured, according to the Israeli military. Meanwhile, in Lebanon, we are witnessing the mass displacement of hundreds of thousands of people in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, as the Israeli military yesterday issued this fairly unprecedented order, evacuation order for almost the entirety of the Dahia, those southern suburbs of Beirut that are known to be a Hezbollah stronghold. The Israeli military carrying out intense strikes not only in southern Lebanon, which we could hear from our position today, but also in the capital of Beirut. And the question now is, where is this all headed? We certainly witnessed today an intensification of this aspect of the conflict, and we know that the Israeli military has called up tens of thousands of reservists. They are occupying portions of southern Lebanon. Question now whether they will push even deeper. Isa.
Jeremy Diamond for us this hour. Thank you very much, Jeremy. We're going to take a short break, but I will see you on the other side.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here, as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning, too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran, as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move.
Saudi Arabia. He's also former U.S. ambassador to Oman. Ambassador, welcome to the show. Let me pick up, if I may, with these repatriation flights, which really have come under fire. We've seen Democrats in Congress writing to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, criticizing the lack of planning and, quite honestly, the lack of clear communication from the State Department. I understand, viewers will understand, that it's a war breaking out is not a simple scenario. But why do you think, Ambassador, this has been so difficult?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on the program. And I have to say, this comes as a surprise and a very large disappointment to me, because the United States, and in particular the State Department, with the assistance of the Defense Department, has always had very developed plans on the go, both within the State Department and at our embassies around the world, for the evacuation of our employees and their families when necessary, but also of American citizens when necessary. And so the idea that we were unprepared for this when the president supposedly had some notion of his intention to go to war struck me as really shocking, and as a reflection of what perhaps has happened in our State Department, which has been ravished by the budget cuts and the staffing cuts and the loss of experience and expertise.
Yeah, we heard from the White House press secretary, Karen Levitt, I think it was just 2 days ago, when she was being questioned on this, because so many Americans have really been struggling to face a way out or get any sort of clarity, was that the reasoning was that it all happened very quickly. But still, you would have thought that this would have been communicated, as we have seen from many other countries who have been repatriating their own people out much quicker.
No, absolutely. Weeks in advance, notifications should have gone out. I mean, we certainly were aware, even before the war, the rise in tensions and the likelihood, or certainly the strong possibility, that the United States with Israel would be going to war against Iran. And notifications should have gone out. And even an advice for Americans to leave the Middle East, and specifically countries bordering on Iran. So to be caught flat-footed, as we seem to have been, as I said, is both a shock and a disappointment.
Yeah, and Ambassador, what we have been hearing from some regional sources is this line that this is not our war, clearly worried that the repercussions are likely to far outlast the Iranian drones and the missiles. I wonder what conversations, if any, are being had between Gulf states and President Trump. And the fear, of course, the risk that this could have on U.S. relationship with some of these Gulf countries.
No question that this is going to impact the United States relations with all the countries in the region, and most especially those in the Gulf, as to the nature of the conversations currently underway between Washington and the capitals in these Gulf countries. It's unclear. Obviously, these countries were not a party to the decision to launch this war. They were not involved initially in the war. In fact, they had made a point to avoid that and to not even allow the Americans to use some of our critical bases in that region. That will probably change now that Iran has responded with attacks on these Gulf countries. The global impact, I think, now is being felt, particularly in the energy markets, but this is going to reverberate throughout the greater economy as we move forward, particularly because of the constraints now on both oil and LNG.
And do you think those pressures that we see not just in the oil markets, Strait of Hormuz pretty much at a standstill, we've seen stock markets down, we've seen oil prices up, and clearly concerns over investments by the United States. Do you feel that this is enough, that this will put pressure on President Trump, try to influence President Trump to step back? Because, you know, we've been hearing from the administration, this could take anything from 4, 6 to 8 weeks. He said today, unconditional surrender.
Well, it would be a surprise to me if this hadn't been considered before going to war. There was obviously going to be an impact, an economic impact of the United States going to war in such a sensitive part of the world, the Middle East, which is the source, a significant source of the world's energy. And the first thing that's going to suffer is oil and gas, and indeed it has very significantly. One of the interesting results in all of this is that Iran has responded, of course, with attacks on these Gulf countries who, as I said, wanted to keep distance from this war, as unreasonable as that may have been. And the signal that perhaps the Iranians were trying to send to these countries and even to Washington, because several of them, including Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, had significant financial and business dealings with Mr. Trump, the Trump family, and the Trump family of businesses. And the message, perhaps from the Iranians, may have been, hey, these dealings may not protect you now. And that's probably going to land with a profound effect on some of these countries who have been cozying up, at least financially, to Mr. Trump and his business enterprises.
And that is what we are seeing already, or at least reporting from the Financial Times. Let's see if that pressure has any change, of course, on where this war goes. Ambassador, really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Gary Grappo there. Thank you very much. Coming up right here on the show, new data shows the US lost jobs in February. We'll discuss the further headwinds, of course, it may face as the war in Iran, as we're talking to ambassadors, that continues more pressure on the US economy. That's next.
Weekday.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, that we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to...
This will complicate, as you can imagine, the Federal Reserve's path forward when it meets this month. The spike in oil prices is likely to stoke inflation, even as U.S. labor market falters. Heidi Shierholz was the U.S. Labor Department's chief economist during the Obama administration. She's now president of the Economic Policy Institute. Welcome to the show, Barbara. Heidi, great to have you with us. We're looking at today's report showing another negative sign in the labor market that was already. How concerned should we be with these numbers? What's your take?
That loss of 92,000 jobs, that's big. I always, though, want to caution, don't put too much weight on 1 month of data. But when you step back from this, the broad trend is bad. If you look over the last 3 months, the average job growth was just 6,000 jobs a month. And if you look over the last 9 months, 5 of those were negatives. So it is, I just don't like what I'm seeing here. I think the U.S. labor market is now in a very fragile place.
Right, so you've got the fragile, potentially, numbers from labor market, and this comes, and we're seeing energy prices are rising. Are you concerned at all about a supply shock and potential impact to inflation?
Yep. I mean, you said it, we are already seeing gas prices as a result of the conflict, the war in the Middle East. How bad that really gets, honestly, depends on the duration, the intensity of the conflict. If it only lasts a couple of weeks, the negative impact on the U.S. economy will be relatively small. But if it lasts a month or two, we are going to see negative economic impacts that are non-trivial, i.e. not small. And if it lasts more than that, the damage to the U.S. economy will be very bad. And as you said, that would be damage on top of an economy that's already been weakened by the administration slashing hundreds of thousands of federal jobs, totally broad and chaotic, uncertainty-inducing tariff policy, the just sort of on and on kind of attacks on sort of fundamentals of the U.S. economy that has led us to this place that even before this war, things were looking pretty fragile. Like, obviously, the effects of the war are not anywhere in this jobs report that we got today, because the reference weeks for the jobs report was before the war began.
But it does paint a concerning picture if we're already at that point, right? And that is it. We've got a weak labour market, potential inflation, and this, quite frankly, Heidi, this is going to complicate the picture for the Fed. Obviously, President Trump will want his nominee, Kevin Walsh, to push for rate cuts if he's confirmed. We know how he feels about that. But do you think he'll be able to do that, given those potentially inflationary concerns here?
Yeah, it is a very, very tricky place where there's both inflationary concerns and a weakening job market. And so it puts the Fed in a very difficult position because, you know, the interest rates that they move, if they reduce the interest rates to support the economy, that can actually boost inflation. So they have a lot of, you know, like they're sort of navigating an extremely tricky terrain right now. I am glad that Chairman Powell is in charge at this point. I think he's doing a great job, but it's as we know, it's his term as chair is ending.
We're running out of time, but how quickly do you think the headwinds from higher energy prices, do you think how long it will take to feed back into the economy and labour market?
Oh, that's a good question. I think that's a very good question. I think we could even start to see some of the effects on next month's jobs numbers. And then really what will matter is how long the conflict in the Middle East lasts for how deep the negative impact on the U.S. economy ends up being.
Yeah, there's so many questions, so many unknowns at this time. We've heard Secretary Hefzer saying 4, 6, 8 weeks. We shall see. Heidi Sherrill-Hollis, really appreciate you coming on the show. Thank you, Heidi. And that does it for us here at Quest Means Business. I'm Isa Suarez. The lead with Jake Tapper starts right now.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6.
Jesse Jackson Jr., the son of civil rights icon, the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Thousands gathering there in Chicago for the People's Celebration, a memorial for Reverend Jesse Jackson, who died last month at the age of 84. Throughout the service, speakers repeated 2 of Jackson's most well-known slogans or mottos, quote, "I am somebody" and "Keep hope alive." Jackson was often referred to as an influential civil rights leader known for his activism, his oratory prowess, for opening doors for generations after him. I'm Jake Tapper. Welcome to The Lead. Let's turn now to our world lead as we near the end of the first full week of the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, a war that has already seen the deaths of 6 U.S. service members, 10 Israeli civilians, and at least 1,200 Iranians, including dozens of grade school girls. We're going to have more on that shortly. Rather than entirely, focusedly treating this war and the resulting casualties and the mounting economic costs from it with the seriousness that a war deserves, rather than acknowledging that those factors make the decision to go to war the most consequential decision that any president can make, well, the last day or so, the White House has been, in at least one way, treating going to war like a game, frivolously, releasing what we will charitably call hype videos about their war. Here's the latest video from the White House released just a few hours ago.
Oh, shit. Here we go again. Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Are you not amused? That's one of the Grand Theft Auto video games spliced in between footages of U.S. strikes. In a video posted on Wednesday, the White House used a clip from Call of Duty video game along with more bombing footage. White House Communications Director Stephen Chung responded to the criticism over this bonkers video, writing on X or Twitter, quote, "W's in the chat, boys." For those of you unfamiliar, that's gamer slang for celebrating a win, a W. Now, the White House followed that up last night with a video putting together clips from Hollywood movies and TV shows such as Iron Man, Star Wars, Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul.
Wake up, Daddy son.
Welcome home, son.
Strength and honor. Strength and honor.
What will you do without freedom? Mavericks inbound. You can't conceive of...
It is perhaps worth noting that many of the folks, the characters the White House is lionizing in those clips are actually bad guys in those works of fiction. Walter White from Breaking Bad, he's a sick drug dealer who, spoiler alert, poisoned a child and killed innocent people. Saul Goodman from Better Call Saul, twisted criminal enabler who blows up his entire life and gets at least one innocent person killed. Kylo Ren from the Star Wars movies. He embraced the dark side, guys. Spoiler alert, he killed his dad, the beloved character Han Solo. Does the White House even care who the good guys and bad guys are these days? Moments ago, actor Ben Stiller posted this on X, quote, "Hey, White House, please remove the Tropic Thunder clip. We never gave you permission and have no interest in being a part of your propaganda machine." As one veteran put it on X about this attitude, quote, "Sorry to be Debbie Downer, war isn't a video game. The consequences of war are final. I wish we didn't treat it with such a cavalier approach." Of course, part of acknowledging the seriousness of taking a country into war is recognizing the immense importance of telling the truth to the American people. But instead, we are seeing this administration lob baseless smears and accusations against anyone who dares to question them. CNN's Fred Pleitgen, along with his photojournalist Claudio Otto, are bravely reporting from inside Iran. We're going to hear from them soon and about how they're able to report from there. CNN is the first U.S. network reporting from inside the country since the start of the courageous, honest journalists to bring the world reports from inside a war zone, to show the world what it looks like. They're not advocating for the Iranian government, they're just showing the world what Iran looks like. But the Trump administration apparently finds their reporting something to be attacked. Dylan Johnson, who's, I suppose, an assistant secretary for the State Department, he wrote on X, quote, "CNN appears to now be doing straight-up pro-Iran regime propaganda because someone gave this guy a coffee." Let's play the clip that the State Department is using to make this claim of pro-Iran propaganda.
Taking a quick break for a coffee along the way. We've been driving for several hours. There's a couple of things that we've noticed. Number one is that, first of all the shops are open. All the shops are really well stocked, even with fresh things, like, for instance, fruits and vegetables. Coffee, obviously, also available as well. And then also the gas stations. There's no long lines as gas stations. Fuel seems readily available, and you just don't see any sort of degree of panic anywhere.
We've seen this movie before, haven't we? As long as we're in a film motif. A reporter says what they're seeing on the ground, noting the availability of goods in this one, journalism, and accused of being pro-Iran, pro-enemy for just bringing journalism to the public. We also saw this week White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt lash out at CNN's Caitlin Collins, for asking about a rather notable statement from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, about the deaths of 6 American service members that the media was covering. Hegseth said, quote, "When a few drones get through or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad," unquote. Of course, the media for decades has covered prominently the death of service members in war. Caitlin asked the White House about it. Here's some of that exchange.
We expect you to cover that, as you should, Caitlin, but you and your network know that you take every single thing this administration says and tries to use it to make the president look bad. That is an objectable fact.
I don't think covering troop deaths is trying to make
if you're trying to
attacking the press for asking questions about why the U.S. is involved in a war in the Middle East. We've seen it before. Trump, by the way, got elected in 2016 in no small part by telling voters that he'd always been a critic of the Iraq War, which is questionable, but in any case, we did see more than 20 years ago what it's like when too many people in the news media cower in the face of White House intimidation and refrain from asking questions. How'd that work out? One of those questions that demands answers, of course, is why the Trump administration is easing sanctions on Russia at the same time that sources with U.S. intelligence tell CNN that Russia is providing Iran with information about the locations and movements of our service members and of our assets in the region. We're going to have more on that in a few minutes. The decision to go to war is the most serious one that any president can make. Lives of innocents are already being lost. Lives of service members are being lost. Even if you think the mission is completely righteous, it is gravely serious business. It is not a video game. And on the deadliest scenes of war, CNN is among news outlets reporting that it may have been a strike from the United States that hit an elementary school in southern Iran, killing some 168 grade school students and 14 teachers. The investigation is ongoing. CNN's Isabel Young has an early CNN analysis.
Nearly a week after a strike killed scores of students in Iran's Minab, it seems more and more likely that the US was responsible. A new satellite image shows an Iranian Revolutionary Guards base and an elementary school in southern Iran. Here you see craters in several of the buildings, including the school. They were hit in their exact centers, suggesting precision strikes, experts say. A wall separates the school and the base. Satellite images from December show dozens of people in what appears to be a handball court at the school. Reuters now reports that US military investigators believe US forces were responsible, though they haven't yet reached a final conclusion.
It paints a picture of multiple simultaneous or near simultaneous strikes, and it looks like these were delivered with explosive munitions, probably air delivered. I think the most likely scenario in this case is that it's a US or Israeli airstrike gone awry. It's probably a targeting failure somewhere in the targeting cycle, an intelligence failure.
The Israeli military say they weren't operating in the area.
To date, we've hit over 2,000 targets.
American military officials say they carried out extensive strikes in this area and released this map showing strikes in southern Iran. The base and the school in Minab are located here.
We, of course, never target civilian targets, but we're taking a look and investigating that.
The damage we've seen to the building is quite significant, and it's unlikely it was something like an air defense missile fired by the Iranians, for example.
When we try to assess who is responsible for airstrikes, we typically try to examine the weaponry fragments left behind. But in this instance, there's an internet blackout in Iran. It's been really difficult to obtain that. And so this investigation is still not conclusive. Isabel Young, CNN, London.
And our thanks to Isabel Young for that report. In response to CNN's findings, a U.S. Pentagon spokesman said it would be inappropriate to comment given the incident is under investigation. As Isabel noted, with communication in the region so spotty, learning what's going on inside Iran is not easy, but with government permission, CNN senior international correspondent Fred Pleitgen is in Iran, along with producer Claudia Otto, sharing what they can. Today, they reported from a rally where thousands of Iranian hardliners showed up to mourn the killing of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and a hospital damaged by an airstrike. Here's Fred's report.
Iran's leadership has gathered thousands of people here to Tehran after Friday prayers to voice their anger about the U.S. and Israel's bombing campaign across the country, but of course also to mourn Iran's late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And thousands of people have indeed turned out here. At the same time, we have to keep in mind this is just a small snapshot of Iran's society. And the people who come to Friday prayers here in Tehran usually are political conservatives and religious hardliners. At the same time, it does show that the government here is still able to mobilize masses.
We believe that if we are killed, we are martyrs, meaning that whether we stand by the revolution or become martyrs, both are a victory for us.
The blood of our martyr leader has been shed, but his path continues.
With these killings and these martyrdoms, they will not achieve greatness, and they will not be able to take even the smallest piece of our land.
All this is happening, of course, as the U.S. and Israel continue their massive bombing campaign, not just here in Tehran and the vicinity, but indeed in the entire country. The U.S. says that it's hitting military positions and trying to hit Iran's religious and also political leadership, while the Iranians say at this point in time they are not willing to negotiate with the United States, and they also say that they have a missile supply and drones to carry on military operations for an extended period of time. So this is the Gandhi Hospital here in Tehran, which was pretty badly damaged after an airstrike. It seems as though a different building was struck in the vicinity, but then this building also was damaged very badly. I spoke to the head of Iran's Red Crescent about this. Here's what he had to say.
Can you imagine if you were hospitalized in one of the wards here while it was attacked? How would you feel?
The people on the ground who feel these airstrikes, who hear these airstrikes, hear the jets overhead, of course, for them, it's a really, really difficult time to go through.
Fred Pleitgen, thank you so much for that report. CNN is learning extremely concerning news about the safety of American service members in the Middle East right now. Sources with U.S. intelligence reporting that tell CNN that Russia is providing Iran with intelligence about the locations and movements of American troops, ships, and aircraft. Fox asked White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt about this earlier today. Here's what she had to say.
Whether or not this happened, frankly, it does not really matter, because President Trump and the United States military are absolutely decimating the rogue Iranian terrorist regime.
It does matter, Trump White House. Iranian missiles killed 6 American service members in this war. They're trying to kill many, many more. Let's bring in Republican Congressman Mike Lawler of New York. He serves on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, what's your response to Caroline Leavitt saying that it doesn't matter if the Russians are sharing intelligence about the whereabouts of U.S. service members and assets in Iran fighting this war?
Well, number one, to her point about decimating Iran's military and their ballistic missiles capabilities, that is happening. However, ensuring the safety and well-being of our troops is paramount. And if Russia is in fact doing that, there needs to be severe consequences. From my vantage point, this unholy alliance that has, permeated the global stage between China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, North Korea, Cuba, this has been going on for far too long, and you are seeing the dismantling of it before our very eyes.
What kind of
and
consequences?
I think Russia. I'm sorry?
What kind of consequences do you think Russia should face?
Well, from my standpoint, I've been advocating for severe crippling sanctions against Russia for years. During the Biden administration, the secondary sanctions should have been put in place. I've been advocating for that during the Trump administration. I think, the Europeans in particular need to stop purchasing Russian gas. I understand in this immediate moment, There is efforts to ease some of the sanctions from the standpoint of India and others purchasing Russian gas to try and stabilize the global oil trade. But the fact is, Russia and Iran have been in cahoots for far too long. Russia has relied on Iranian drones in their war against Ukraine. And so, from my vantage point, as you see what is happening, we are decimating Iran's military capabilities. You've seen very quickly in 7 days, their ability to fire off ballistic missiles has declined precipitously. We are going after their production sites. We are going after their launchers. Their naval fleet has been obliterated. We need to continue that pressure. President Trump is right to go after that and to ensure ultimately that not only do they not have the military capabilities moving forward, but they can never again pursue a nuclear weapon.
So it sounds as though you agree with Caroline Levitt when she was asked to clarify what she said, and she said, it clearly is not making a difference with respect to the military operations in Iran because we are completely decimating them. So, as she said,
I wouldn't put, Jake, I wouldn't put words in my mouth. What I said was she is right that we are decimating their capabilities. I also said if Russia is in fact providing intelligence to Iran, which one would surmise they are, given the relationship and their reliance on Iranian drones during their war in Ukraine, if in fact that is happening, there does need to be consequences to that. And I fundamentally believe Vladimir Putin is a vile dictator and thug. And needs to be held to account for his war crimes that he has committed in Ukraine.
So I've
been very clear on that for years.
As you mentioned, the U.S. Eased its sanctions on Russian oil. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the U.S. is temporarily allowing India to buy Russian oil. Do you have issues with that? I mean, don't you think that Russia should not be allowed to profit right now as it is helping the Iranians target Americans?
The biggest issue right now with the oil trade is obviously the Straits of Hormuz and getting the flow of oil out, which is part of the reason we are going after the naval fleet of Iran. I have been one of the biggest proponents of sanctioning both Iranian petroleum. It's why I passed the SHIP Act with Secretary Rubio when he was in the Senate. It's why when we come back from break next week, I will have another Iran sanctions bill coming forward with respect to gas and oil. And I fundamentally believe Russia's oil needs to be sanctioned as well. Obviously, in the immediacy, you're dealing with volatility in the oil markets. I think the objective is to try and stabilize that in the short term. But from my vantage point, again, when you look at what is happening around the globe, when you look at the illicit activity between China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, and North Korea, this is what is being dismantled before our very eyes. And I think Iran is in a very, very weakened state in the moment.
Can you just give me like a yes or no answer? Do you support the temporary easing of sanctions on Russia selling oil to India?
I do not, but I understand why the administration is doing it in this immediate moment, given the situation in the Straits of Hormuz.
Got it. Republican Congressman Mike Lawler of New York, thank you so much. We always appreciate it. Up next, I'm going to talk to a retired colonel who knew 4 of the 6 U.S. service members killed in the early hours of this conflict. And later in the show, the impact of this war on your wallet, at least right now, from retirement accounts wrapped up on Wall Street to the price hikes at the gas pump. Will relief come anytime soon?
The United States and Israel are now both conducting strikes.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here, as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran, as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China weighing providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to.
Dignified transfer ceremony tomorrow of the 6 U.S. service members killed Sunday in Kuwait. The Iranian strike on a makeshift U.S. operations center were killed. Their names: Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Noah Tegens, Sergeant First Class Nicola Moore, and Sergeant Declan Cody. We've covered them and their losses already. The Pentagon later released the identity of the 2 other soldiers killed, 45 of Waukee, Iowa, and 54-year-old Chief Warrant Officer 3, Robert Marzan of Sacramento, California. Joining us now is retired U.S. Army Colonel Joseph Suyat. He served as Chief of Staff to the 103rd Sustainment Command with many of those 6 service members. Colonel Suyat, I'm so sorry for the loss of these soldiers. Your time with some of them dates back years. Let's just start with, how are you doing? This is a horrible loss.
Well, it is horrible. And we've served with these soldiers since 2019, or at least 4 of the 6. So it was very devastating to hear about the loss of their lives.
What do you want the world to know about your fallen brothers and sister?
Well, I think one thing that's important is that 4 of these 6 soldiers that I personally knew deployed with us in 2019 and 2020. And that would be Sergeant Tegens, Sergeant Moore, Chief Marzan, and then Captain O'Brien. And it's not often that you see this many soldiers that served in a combat area, or in this case, Kuwait, but that would actually go on a deployment, which is obviously difficult on the soldiers and their families, and then decide to actually come back to another deployment 5 or 6 years later. And they did. And in my 33 years, I've never seen this many soldiers do that. So it really goes to speak to the camaraderie of the unit. We had a very tight-knit unit at that time. And it's really sad because I knew fairly well 4 of these 6 soldiers.
And these are Iowa National Guard's troops, meaning that they are not full-time professional soldiers, right?
Well, they're not full-time soldiers, but they're Army Reserve, not National Guard. There is a slight difference, but yes, that's okay. You've got the point correct.
I want to ask.
You're right, well, which makes that point all the more important.
Yeah, I mean, it means that they give up weekends, they give up weeks to train and to do these missions, but they have lives back in Nebraska, Minnesota, Iowa, et cetera.
Yeah, that's very true. And in preparation for these deployments, it's very often that soldiers and units have to prepare for months on end and get called not only for the 1 year that they're on active duty, but for 3 to 6 months in preparation for that, and then several months typically afterwards. So, you know, you've got these soldiers that have civilian lives, and it's not that easy to separate from, certainly from your family, but from your civilian life as well.
Colonel Joe Suya, thank you so much. May the memory of these fallen service members be a blessing. Thank you for spending time with us to talk about them.
Thank you for having me, Jake.
Coming up, the documents that mentioned President Trump, once missing from the Epstein files, now back.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning too, Biana, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move forward in the coming days, weeks, and potentially months.
Yeah, it does appear now that Russia is indeed a factor in this war if it's directly providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And it is important to note this comes after President Zelensky in Ukraine has actually offered to help and other Western allies in Europe in terms of bringing down some of these Shahed drones that they've come so familiar with, tragically, over the course of these last now 4+ years of
that had been missing, suspiciously rather, from the Epstein files. They include FBI memos from 3 interviews with a woman who alleges she was sexually assaulted by then citizen Trump when she was a teenager. The president has consistently denied any wrongdoing. We should note that the inclusion of interviews in the Epstein files is not necessarily evidence of wrongdoing. It is an interview. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt slammed the release of the documents, saying in part, quote, "The total baselessness of these accusations is also supported by the obvious fact that Joe Biden's Department of Justice knew about them for 4 years and did nothing with them because they knew President Trump did absolutely nothing wrong," unquote. As the Trump White House continues to shrug off the scandal, Congress is pushing ahead, voting to subpoena Attorney General Pam Bondi. The subpoena to testify stems from the House Oversight Committee's investigation into the Epstein files and the federal government's handling of the case against Epstein and his sex trafficking accomplices. My next guest is a survivor of Epstein. Annie Farmer joins us now. Annie, let me start off by saying I know asking you about the worst experience of your life is not fun for you, not really for me either. How are you?
Oh, I appreciate that, Jake. I'm doing all right. I'm glad to be with you.
What questions might you have for Attorney General Pam Bondi?
I have a lot. I was actually really happy to see that Pam Bondi has, there was people on both sides of the aisle came together to say that she needs to testify between the House Oversight Committee, because I think, when she was in front of the Judiciary Committee, she refused to even acknowledge survivors. The questions that were asked, there was a lot of, deflection and avoidance. And so really, we still don't understand how this release of information was so terribly botched when again and again we see powerful people being protected and information about survivors, not being properly redacted. So I think we have a lot of questions for her.
I'll remind our viewers that when Attorney General Bondi was asked about a matter relating to the Epstein files, she started talking about how the Dow had reached 50,000, and that's what members of Congress should have been focused on. Over the last few weeks, we have seen across the pond in foreign countries investigations start, foreign leaders get in trouble, even a former member of the Royals. There has been some accountability for actions related to the case. What does it tell you that the U.S. government is not, at least as far as we know, doing so in terms of investigations and accountability?
I think a lot of people are looking at this and wondering why. What is it that's different that's happening here? I mean, we know this was a global conspiracy. So, there were people all over the world involved in this operation. And so I'm glad to see that people are doing things overseas. It makes me hopeful that real investigations could happen. But I do feel frustrated that that's not happening here. I think we need more of that.
You were invited to the State of the Union address last week. Tell us about that experience.
Yeah, I was able to go with Congressman Robert Garcia, and he's been a real champion for this investigation in the House Oversight Committee. So I was glad to be there with him. It was actually pretty challenging, though, to sit through Trump's speech when it seemed like he just had a different vision of the country that he was presenting, a different vision of events. He, of course, did not acknowledge any of the survivors that were present, and we weren't really expecting him to, but we were there to remind him that we're not going away, that, the United States, I think, is very much still interested in getting to the bottom of this and wants answers.
Annie Farmer, thank you so much, and best to your sister as well. We appreciate your coming here today and know it's not easy.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Still ahead, the stunner many of you are noticing at the gas pump. Gas prices are the highest they've been in nearly a year. We're going to talk to the folks at Gas Buddy about what they're seeing next.
What happens when the way we get our news?
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning, too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move forward in the coming days, weeks, and potentially months.
Yeah, it does appear now that Russia is indeed a factor in this war if it's directly providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And it is important to note this comes after President Zelensky in Ukraine has actually offered to help and other Western allies in Europe in terms of bringing...
Sank about 1.5%. This comes after a new jobs report out today showed that the U.S. economy actually lost jobs, 92,000 jobs last month. And unemployment rose to 4.4%. Those losses swept across most industries with deep declines in healthcare, leisure and hospitality, and construction. In addition, the war in Iran is causing gas prices here in the U.S. to spike to the highest level in nearly a year, according to AAA. Gas is up 7 cents a gallon just today. The average price is $3.32 a gallon, a 34-cent per gallon increase since 1 week ago. Let's bring in the head of petroleum analysis for Gas Buddy, Patrick DeHaan. Patrick, this is the highest we've seen gas prices in 11 months. Before the war, the Trump administration bragged about, understandably, how gas prices were much, much lower than they had been. But do you think we're going to see the prices get even higher in the coming days? What are you keeping an eye out for?
Yeah, Jake, that's extremely likely. In fact, looking at live Gas Buddy data now, we're ticked up to 339 now in the last just moments. So we continue to go up, and this is a pretty expeditious pace. In fact, looking at the top 10 single-day increases, we're now seeing 2 days in the last 3 days that are on the top 10 single-day largest increases that we've ever witnessed. So, you hearken back to 2022, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the pace of increases is certainly very brisk, with Americans in many states seeing gas prices up 40, 50, even some metro areas up 60 and 70 cents a gallon.
How high do you think they're going to go?
Well, I think based on where we are now, the national average could rise another 15 to 25 cents. I would hope that it would stop short of $4 a gallon, but the real question is, when will vessels start transiting the Strait of Hormuz? That's really what oil prices and markets are looking most closely at, is when will the resumption of 20 million barrels of oil per day continue through the strait. Until then, gas prices likely continue advancing. Oil prices will likely keep climbing until that oil can move again.
This is the highest gas prices have been through both Trump administrations. Here is how the president typically talks about gas prices. Take a listen.
Today, right here in Corpus Christi, the price of gasoline is down to just less than, actually now, $2.30. I was in a beautiful place called Iowa 2 weeks ago. $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Gasoline is less than $2 in many places a gallon, which nobody expected to see, but I did.
Obviously, that was before the war. This week, the president told Reuters, quote, "I don't have any concern about it," meaning the gas prices. "They'll drop very rapidly when this is over, and if they rise, they rise. But this is far more important than having gasoline prices go up." What do you make of President Trump's assessment of the prices in the pump and kind of the dismissal of the importance of it?
Well, Jake, I think there's nothing more visible than gas prices, whether you need it or not. We see it on every street corner on our way to school and work, and it's a little frustrating for the president to maybe illustrate that gas prices aren't going up when many of us have seen gas prices going up every single day, or even every single time we drive by the gas station. We've seen gas stations going up 3, 4, 5 times in a single day. So, I mean, it's a very rapid pace here, as I described. And, to your point now, we continue to see gas prices going back further and further. That is, gas prices now at their highest since August of 2024. And I expect that it might get worse over the weekend before it gets any better.
Patrick DeHaan, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. She was a world-famous top executive at Facebook, and years later, Sheryl Sandberg is using her platform to get the word out about an issue she feels the whole world needs to be aware of. And she's going to be joined by a first lady affected by it. That's next.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move forward in the coming days, weeks, and potentially months.
Yeah, it does appear now that Russia is indeed a factor in this war if it's directly providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And it is important to note this comes after President Zelensky in Ukraine has actually offered to help.
A million girls under the age of 18 are forced into marriage every year. The report is titled Accelerating Efforts to End Child Marriage. It highlights the root causes of child marriage and potential strategies to end it. This is not just a faraway overseas issue entirely. Here in the United States, at least 34 states allow individuals under the age of 18 to marry with parental consent. I want to bring in 2 notable members of Colombia's Child Marriage Advisory Council, First Lady Fatima Maadbiou of Sierra Leone, and of course Sheryl Sandberg, who commissioned the report. First Lady Maadbiou, this is something personal to you because you were married at 12. So tell us, what kind of impact can child marriage have on the life of a young girl?
Well, the important thing for people to understand is that this is not child marriage at all. This is a form of legalizing rape. When we are talking about an issue as important as this, and we're talking about a young girl's life, a life that she had no consent, she cannot make any decision on how her future is supposed to be like. I think it's not just a human right abuse, but it is also using the system to legalize rape for young girls. And it is a situation where your dream, you killed your dream. You don't plan for tomorrow. You only plan for the day today. I was lucky not to be part of it 100% because we had war in Sierra Leone. So that was the only reason why, I keep saying to God, you don't want war, but the war is what saved me. Because if not, I would have been part of that circle. I knew I had been married off completely. It's just the day they were going to take me to my husband. And from the day I knew about it, I could not plan my life anymore. There was no need to think about school. There was no need to be excited about school. There was no need for me to think about, how my tomorrow is going to be like. All I was thinking about is how am I going to survive this? What I need to do to get out of this. If I get out of it, how many people is it going to affect? And I was also worried about my mother's safety because when I make a decision not to be part of the marriage, how is that going to affect my mother in her home? Because she found herself in a situation where my father was in total control of the decision that she makes. And I have younger brothers and younger sisters that I needed to protect because if I'm not there, my mother is not there, what happened to them? So it's just one situation where no child should be allowed to go through those things and then have all of that burden to make a decision on issues like this. I think it is wrong. It is a legalized form of rape. And it is also a legalized form of slavery because it's not only about going there and have sex with somebody you don't want to have sex with, but you're going to be a slave in serving that person, serving their wives because most of them don't have one wife or two. They have 3, 4 wives. And then imagine a child coming into a situation like that. You now have to look after their co-wives, look after their own children, and you are also a child.
Yeah.
What kind of life is that?
Cheryl, this is top of mind in Iran, where girls as young as 9 can be married off with their father's consent, judicial approval. What are the strategies that could help end this practice?
Yeah, let's talk about how horrific that is. 9 years old. 9 years old. 3 things. Girls' education. Girls need to get all the way through secondary school. When girls are educated, they have economic opportunities outside the home. The second thing is healthcare access for girls. And the third thing are laws against marriage under 18 and the enforcement of those laws. The First Lady has an incredible example of the laws in Sierra Leone that made it not just illegal to get married or to marry your child, but illegal to attend a wedding.
Yeah. Well, because, the president we have, who is my husband, the current president, Julius Maada Bio, he believes that these are crime against humanity. And most cases, when we come up with a solution, he implements those solutions. And when we took the bill to Parliament, we did not just take a bill for the perpetrators and the parents that are involved. It's a community thing. We are talking, they said it takes a community to look after a child. So it takes a community also to destroy a child. So everyone who is involved, if you attend the wedding, if you are the DJ at the wedding, if you are the decorator at the wedding, if you are the officiator at the wedding, you are the parent, as long as you are involved in that wedding and you did not ask the age of that child, and if we find out that that child is underage and the child happened to go to the police station, all of you are going to be arrested. And the burden of proof is on you, not on us.
Cheryl,
because before you attend those weddings, you should have asked questions.
And Cheryl, your report points out that nearly 315,000 minors in the United States were married between 2000 and 2021. How do you end the practice here in the U.S.?
Laws. Every state needs a law that's over 18. Everyone in the world needs that law. And the other thing our report does, in addition to that, is it talks about the economic consequence of this. We estimate with the Center on Global Development that this costs the world $175 billion a year in lost GDP. That's because girls' lives are cut short, higher maternal mortality, higher child mortality, lower workforce participation. And remember, when you marry a 13-year-old, that child often has children of her own. And her body is not ready for that. When you think about the health consequences, the moral consequences, this is not an acceptable practice. And in this day of so much polarization, of nothing we agree on globally, we all think this is one thing we can all come together on.
Sheryl Sandberg.
Child marriage needs to end.
Sheryl Sandberg and First Lady Fatima Mada Biu, thank you so much. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you for having us, Jake.
Thank you for having us.
I had some tense moments when rockets near the Israeli border with Lebanon flew over the heads of a CNN crew. Jeremy Diamond has his reporting next.
What if you used aeronautical engineering and recycled materials to tackle the global challenge of waste from fast fashion? You get Pity Please.
So this garment is meant to grow as the child grows.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning, too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States and for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move forward in the coming days, weeks, and
news. Welcome to The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper, and we are following breaking news tonight. A fresh wave of attacks lit up the evening sky over Tehran today as President Trump said there will be no deal with Iran until, quote, unconditional surrender. What exactly does that mean? Well, the president just told Barak Ravid of Axios, who's also a CNN contributor, that, quote, unconditional surrender could mean the complete destruction of the regime's military capabilities, not necessarily a formal unconditional surrender. Despite the Pentagon continuing...
Hello and welcome to our viewers joining us from all around the world. I'm Jim Sciutto in Washington, and you're watching The Brief. Just ahead this hour, President Trump says there will be no deal with Iran until its unconditional surrender. U.S. crude oil has surged 35% this week, the biggest spike since futures trading began back in 1983. And Trump tells CNN that Cuba has fallen right into his lap and will fall pretty soon. President Trump says he will not accept any deal to end the war with Iran unless Tehran agrees to an unconditional surrender. Listen to the White House press secretary as she explained it.
What the president means is that when he, as commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America and the goals of Operation Epic Fury has been fully realized, then Iran will essentially be in a place of unconditional surrender. Whether they say it themselves or not, frankly, they don't have a lot of people to say that for them because the United States and the state of Israel have completely wiped out more than 50 leaders of the former terrorist regime, including the supreme leader himself.
The president tells CNN that Iran's leadership has been, quote, neutered in his terms, and that Trump wants a new leader who will treat the U.S. and allies well, even if the country does not become a democratic state. This as the U.S. and Israel have further expanded their strikes across Iran. The country's ballistic missile and drone attacks have decreased significantly. Israel claims it struck an Iranian command center in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. This as the IDF continues to target Hezbollah sites across the country. Lebanese media has reported that more than 200 people have been killed so far in this latest front in the Iran-Israel war. A humanitarian organization based in Norway says that nearly 500,000 people have been displaced now in Lebanon. Israel issued evacuation orders to Beirut's southern suburbs, as well as a large portion of southern Lebanon. Joining us now live from Tel Aviv is Nick Payton-Walsh. And Nick, listen, it seems now that if there was any doubt as to which partner in this war was more aggressive, there's really not much doubt now that, at least in the way they describe it, both U.S. and Israeli leaders are in it for the long haul, it seems.
Quite possibly, Jim, although while I think it's fair to say the Israeli assault against Hezbollah marks a slightly different chapter to the combined operation that's running with the United States against Iran. I think we'll see that probably endure longer than however the conflict with Iran continues. It's interesting you mentioned that people seem to be in this for the long haul, because you could also possibly read today some of the signals emerging from the White House that they want to retain great flexibility to essentially call an end to this any time of their choosing. President Trump's declaration of wanting unconditional surrender was immediately qualified, as Press Secretary just said, to basically say he decides that whenever he wants. And if you remember the goals we've been hearing reiterated again and again from senior US officials, destroying Iran's missiles, its navy, and preventing it from having a nuclear weapon. That was reiterated by the White House's social media accounts just today as well. They are clearly saying they've got about 90% reduction in missile and drone launches. They say they've sunk 43 naval ships of Iran's, and it's pretty clear the nuclear program, controversially on the brink of whatever it was prior to this, is significantly taking damage through clearly all these strikes as well. So it's an interesting moment, certainly, because the messaging we're hearing from US officials is one of maximum bravado and commitment to pushing forwards, demanding full surrender, while at the same time, President Trump is also discussing, too, who he'd quite like to be the next supreme leader of Iran. And that has the flavor of some kind of political discussion in the wings as well. So it's clear that we're seeing a very degraded Iran now, quite possibly because of these strikes, still trying to lash out. We just over here saw interceptions flying over our heads, actually, the second of two quite significant salvos we've seen today here. Iran's certainly not out, but it seems that frequency of these kind of attacks reduced, Jim.
No question. They have been able to hit some targets, including U.S. targets. Nick Payton-Walsh, keep yourself safe there. Thanks so much for joining. Joining us now for a look at the political implications of this, CNN senior political analyst Ron Brownstein joins me now. And Ron, you wrote that President Trump began this war already on a, quote, narrow ledge politically.
Yeah.
As we see the economic costs of the war, for instance, rising gas prices being the one that folks here in the U.S. feel most directly, is that ledge narrower?
Yeah, look, I mean, the military operation has been a tremendous success. I mean, I think everyone recognizes that. But, you know, from the beginning, you've had great doubt in the public about whether this was a mission that made sense for the country. Another poll out today with the majority saying they opposed the military strikes on Iran. Jim, you can't overstate how unique that is at the beginning of a conflict. At the beginning of a conflict, I'm not aware of a case where a majority of Americans did not support the action. And, you know, you have 85%, despite that majority disapproval, you have something like 85% of Republicans, Republican voters saying they support the action, which means that you're not going to see any real pushback from Republican elected officials, as was demonstrated this week. So he has no immediate political threat to undermine his ability to prosecute this war. But that doubt in the public, I think, without question, means that there's very little tolerance for pain out of this. He has very little cushion for reversal. And gas prices are probably the place where that is going to pinch first and hardest.
Ron, hang on there just for a moment, because President Trump has just been speaking about Iran. Let's play those comments. I want to get your thoughts on the other side.
Somebody said, how would you score it from 0 to 10? I said I'd give it a 12 to a 15. Their army is gone. They're just about, look, their navy is gone. Their communications are gone. Their leaders are gone. 2 sets of their leaders are gone. They're down to their 3rd set. Their air force is wiped out entirely. Think of it. They have 32 ships. All 32 are at the bottom of the ocean. Other than that, they're doing very well, Coach. Very well. We're doing, our military is doing phenomenally. That's the big thing for this week. We seem to have a new thing every week, but the situation with a very bad and very sick group of leaders who were killing a lot of people. A lot of our people were being killed. They were being maimed. They were being destroyed with their bombs all over the place, planted in roads, and we call them the roadside bombs. Walking around without legs, without arms, face blasted, killed many, many people. And we had a choice. We could take it and go on like that for years or do something about it. And we did something about it. And people are very impressed with our military, and they admire our military with what happened in Venezuela and what's happening now, what's happened with the B-2 bombers before this, where they took out the nuclear capability or potential of Iran. I think we're right now we're a country that's more respected than we've ever been respected before. I saw what was happening with college sports, and it doesn't sound very important compared to what's happening in Iran and other places, but it is very important to me. And if I can get it done, I'll get it done. Through a bad system. It's a bad system. through a bad legal system. You want to know the truth? We have a situation that is almost unsolvable, and we'll see if we can solve it. And, you know, Peter, the fact is we're talking about colleges that are going to go out of business by many colleges are going to be out of business. This isn't just about student athletes. This is about our whole educational system is going to go out.
Now, interestingly, Trump was giving an update on the war while he was talking about college athletics as it happened today. But Ron, it's been noted that this is, I think, arguably the first time a president has taken the country to war without public support and without really an effort at building public support. Because, of course, even George W. Bush, prior to the Iraq invasion, they spent months, and, of course, some of that case was built on a shoddy foundation of false intelligence about Iraqi weapons of mass destruction. But they thought they needed some public support and some international kind of seal of approval. Trump just forging ahead. I mean, it's a gamble.
It's very revealing. Yeah. I think it's the way he has gone to war is as revealing as that he has gone to war at all. I mean, he has made the most cursory effort to try to persuade either the public or an international audience why this is the right thing to do. His reasons keep evolving. And I think it does show his conception of the presidency and how little how untethered he feels from the traditional restraints of democratic accountability. He really is not acting as though he needs the consent of the governed to launch a war in their name. Now, as I said, as long as the costs seem low, I don't think this becomes an unsolvable problem for him. But there is an opportunity cost here, Jim. I mean, the biggest problem Trump faces 7-8 months before the election is that most Americans do not believe he has made progress on the biggest problem they elected him to solve, which is their cost of living. And they, as CNN polling shows, 2/3 of them don't believe he is focusing enough on it. And this really becomes, I think, just at this point, to most of the public, just more evidence that he is focusing on almost anything else, tearing down the East Wing, cutting health benefits, enriching himself and his allies, and undertaking these wars of choice around the world. So the public, I think, can simultaneously be very impressed by the performance of the military and yet still question whether the cost of this, the actual financial cost to the Treasury or the cost to them in terms of higher prices really are worth the benefits that they see out of it.
Yeah. Well, and in terms of higher prices, at least one commodity is already going higher, that being gasoline.
Yeah.
Ron Brownstein, thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
Now to new CNN reporting brought to you by myself and my colleagues Natasha Bertrand and Zachary Cohen, for the first time indicating Russian involvement in this war with Iran. Multiple sources familiar with the intelligence say that Russia is now giving Iran intelligence on U.S. military targets, including the locations and movements of U.S. troops, ships, and aircraft. One person said much of that intelligence consists of Russian satellite imagery. They have better capabilities than Iran does. CNN has asked the Kremlin and the Russian embassy for comment. The state news agency TASS reports that President Putin spoke with his Iranian counterpart on Friday, and during that call, they, quote, agreed to continue contacts. Joining me now, retired U.S. Army Colonel Peter Mansour, now chair of military history at Ohio State University. Peter, good to have you on.
Great to be on, Jim.
So this is Russia giving Iran, arguably, the most sensitive intelligence when it comes to America's interests, in that it affects the location of U.S. forces in the region and therefore impacts their safety. Tell us the significance of that, of Russia taking that step to become involved in this war.
Well, my first thought is, but of course they are. I mean, this is payback for the United States providing Ukraine intelligence on the position of Russian forces and assets in the vicinity of Ukraine. So I would be astonished if Russia didn't do this. So quite frankly, this is an expected development. And like I said, it's tit for tat because we're doing the same thing in the European theater.
Well, to see the White House response to this, one might imagine a president or a White House press secretary at least taking issue with that support. But when Carolyn Leavitt was asked about it, she said it doesn't matter. Her reasoning being that the U.S. is doing so well, it doesn't matter that Russia is providing such intelligence. But we did see that U.S. forces were at least vulnerable. You had that Iranian drone strike that killed 6 U.S. service members. I mean, should the U.S. President, should the U.S. Defense Secretary more definitively call out Russia for this kind of help?
Sure. I mean, absolutely, you should demarche Russia, give them a diplomatic protest, and make public your concern about their involvement in the war. But like I said, it would be hard. It would be hypocritical of us to say that. Russia, I'm sorry, you can't support your allies when we're doing the same thing with Ukraine. In terms of what advantage it gives Iran, it gives them targeting information, and that could be useful if they have the assets necessary to strike those targets. It's going to be hard to parse out whether any particular strike was made possible by Russian intelligence, but we can probably assume that they were.
Yeah. Given your experience under David Petraeus in Iraq, as you look at these first days of this war and the performance of the U.S. military, do you see parallels between Iraq, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, arguably? Because in the early stages of both those wars, the world was amazed at U.S. military capabilities. And they performed quite well and hit their targets. And the issue, of course, was the next chapter and the chapter after that. Are you concerned that the White House and is too concerned on the first step and not on the succeeding ones?
Yes, this has parallels to how we approached Operation Iraqi Freedom. A lot of emphasis on phase 3. The ones here in Iran are actually going better than they did in Iraq in 2003. And not a lot of surprises so far, unlike the march up to Baghdad. But almost no emphasis on what comes after. You don't see any sort of strategy or plan or even hint of a plan from the White House about what to do if the Iranian government. What do we do if it continues to fight, even though we say the war is over? The Iranian regime might not believe it's over, and they're going to continue to fight. So the second and third order effects and the branch plans and the sequels, none of those have been discussed, at least publicly. And it appears that this is kind of a replay of 2003, where the combat operations are wildly successful, but then what comes next?
From a military perspective, does public support, I ask this because it seems that the president's view is he didn't need public support and that it'll come along, right? That folks will be so amazed by the successes that they'll come to see this war as different from Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere, and back it up kind of retroactively. From a military perspective, not in terms of hitting targets, right, today, but does it matter for the military to have the public informed and behind the war?
It matters in two ways. One, as a soldier in uniform or a sailor, Marine, airman, you want to know that the American people are supporting you. And even though the American people largely don't support this war, they still support the people in uniform and the people on the sharp end. So I believe that isn't really coming into play here. More importantly, and this only affects the operation in the longer term, through the representatives in Congress, the people can influence whether the war is funded for the long term. Right now, Congress is on the sidelines. They don't want to go on record either for or against the war. But if it starts turning south and things start going wrong, and the American people start seeing, super high gas prices and the air corridors through the Middle East continue to be shut down, the Straits of Hormuz continue to be shut down, and all these other things continue to happen, as that swings the public against the conflict, then Congress might act and then intervene. And so that's where public support matters.
Colonel Peter Mansour, good to have you on.
Thank you, Jim.
Still ahead, the Iran crisis, as we've been discussing, is fast becoming an economic crisis. Oil keeps rising, stocks sinking. New numbers show the U.S. jobs market in trouble as well.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command.
The widening war in Iran and dismal new U.S. job numbers both weighed on sentiment. In the energy markets, both Brent and U.S. crude, the two benchmarks, finished the week above $90 a barrel. U.S. crude spiked 12% just today and rose 35% over the course of the week. Brent crude is trading at levels now not seen since 2023. The head of one energy firm told CNN, quote, investors have gone from complacency to the edge of panic, and we're about to have a panic moment. The war only worsening the U.S. affordability crisis as well. AAA says the national average for a gallon of gas hit $3.32 a gallon on Friday. That's the highest price in a year and a half. It might, if things continue this way, get worse. The energy minister of Qatar told the FT that Gulf oil producers will halt energy exports within days if there is no action to open up the Strait of Hormuz. He says that could lead to oil reaching as high as $150 a barrel and warns the war could, quote, bring down the economies of the world. It's quite a warning. The U.S. Energy Secretary says it's too early to begin efforts to reopen the strait.
Right now, all the U.S. military assets, and God bless the men and women in the United States military, all of their focus right now is to suppress Iran's ability to wreak havoc on their neighbors and on Americans in the area. So first, we got to get their ability to cause trouble way down. And then as soon as it's reasonable to do it, we'll escort ships through the straits and get the energy moving again.
The U.S. agency is offering $20 billion in reinsurance to help take away some of the insurance concerns and get traffic moving through the strait. In another move that could ease oil prices, the U.S. is offering Indian oil refiners a 30-day waiver to buy what? Russian oil without repercussions. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the Kremlin will not benefit because the waiver only pertains to oil already at sea. However, he says further sanctions on Russian oil could also be eased soon. All this coming amid new signs of weakness in the U.S. economy. The latest U.S. employment report shows the country lost 92,000 jobs last month. It had been expected to gain 60,000. The unemployment rate ticked higher as well. The U.S. has now lost jobs in 5 of the last 12 months. It's a big concern for the Fed, which meets later this month to discuss interest rates. Anthony Chan joins me now, Global Chief Economist for Chan Economics, former Managing Director and Chief Economist for J.P. Morgan Chase. Anthony, good to have you on.
Good to be on.
So it seemed earlier in the week that the oil markets in particular were thinking, you know what? Oh, there he is. We might, this war might not go on for long. The markets could probably take it. All will be okay. Doesn't quite look like that anymore. Is this a breaking point?
I don't think we've reached the breaking point, but we're certainly closer to that breaking point than we were a few days ago. I think that right now we're going to be watching those oil prices. But one thing to keep in mind is that if you look at the futures prices of oil, say 6, 9, 12 months from now, they're much lower than the front month contract that we are quoting here with regard to oil prices. But nonetheless, when you look at oil prices, for every $10 increase in the price of oil, the WTI, that subtracts about 0.1% off real GDP, and it increases personal consumption deflator, the Fed's preferred inflation indicator, by about 0.3, according to the estimates that I've done. So that suggests to me that we have a barrel of trouble ahead of us if this lasts for an extended period of time.
I want to get to how the Fed sees this, but before we do, President Trump has said he has, quote, already figured out the Strait of Hormuz problem. And I know he's brought up two things, that reinsurance, kind of back up the insurance markets, and also this discussion, at least, of escorting ships in there hasn't started yet. And it's not clear which ships would do it, right? Because so many U.S. military assets are tied up. Do the markets believe that President Trump has figured out the Strait of Hormuz problem?
I don't think so, because the reality is it's nice to have insurance, nice to have escorts. And of course, we claim that we have control of the air, both the U.S. and Israel, but we don't have control of the drones. Drones can still attack these ships. And of course, you see that Iran has the capability to produce as many as 10,000 drones per month. And they also have the capability of setting out anywhere from 5,000 to 6,000 mines right on the sea. So even though escort is nice and the insurance is nice, do you really want to ride the seas when you think that your life is at stake, even though it could be money good? There may be some people that may not be so sure they want to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Those 80 ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz every day may think twice about it.
Yeah, understood. The crews too. So this is a dilemma for the Fed, right? Because the Fed has a weaker economy on one hand. Job market does not look good over the last several months. So that might lead them to want to cut interest rates. But new inflationary pressures with the rising price of oil, therefore rising price of gas. How do they balance that out?
Well, it's pretty straightforward. The Fed chair, Jerome Powell, has told us that they have two mandates, but when they're moving in the wrong direction, they pay closer attention to the one that's deviating the most. So if the unemployment rate, namely the labor market, is getting weaker relative to inflation, getting worse, but not as worse as the labor market, then they go ahead and cut rates. Right now, this employment report had really good support for people that thought the labor market's getting weaker and some that think it's getting stronger. Those that think that it's getting stronger will tell you, well, there were 30,000 strikers. If you look at the 3-month average, it's still positive. Private payrolls are still 18,000, much better than the 92,000. And they tell you that the reality is that these numbers will start getting better. The people that believe it's very weak, they'll tell you, well, the unemployment rate ticked up a little bit higher. And that makes me a little bit nervous. But I'm actually very objective, and I don't have a preconceived notion. And what I do is I look at the overall report, and I see the underbelly of the report. I look at the unemployment rates of African Americans, that went up much sharper than the regular unemployment rate. I look at the unemployment rate of Hispanics, that went up a lot faster than the underlying unemployment rate. Even the Asian unemployment rate that usually does okay actually also went up. National unemployment rate. That tells me that there is weakness in this employment report moving forward. Now, is the economy in danger of a recession? Not yet. The Atlanta Federal Reserve, which is pretty reliable, is forecasting 2.1% growth for the first quarter. And of course, the betting markets, like Polymarket, they're still telling you that the odds of a recession are less than 25%. So I'm not worried yet, but certainly things are, in fact, moving in the wrong direction.
Anthony Chan, we'll keep watching. Thanks so much. Straight ahead, Trump now says Cuba will fall as the island nation is struggling with major power outages. We're going to have more on what Trump actually means and maybe what Cuba thinks about it after the break.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, that we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial.
President Donald Trump is now signaling Cuba is next on his agenda after the war with Iran. He told CNN in a phone interview that, quote, Cuba is going to fall pretty soon. He added, quote, they may want to make a deal, and so I'm going to put Marco over there and we'll see how that works out. At a reference to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Trump's comments follow the killing of Iran's supreme leader and the arrest of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Cuba already grappling with severe challenges, including the longstanding U.S. embargo, but also now the loss of oil imports from Venezuela, leading to power outages. Patrick Ottman joins me now from Havana. Patrick, you've been in Cuba for a long time. You've covered it for years. The president says Cuba is about to fall. From where you're sitting, is Cuba about to fall?
Listen, Jim, this would sound like so much bluster we've heard over the years from U.S. presidents who claim that the Castros, communism will not outlast them, and somehow the government here, the revolution, continues on. This time feels different. It feels different to me. More importantly, it feels different to Cubans who are suffering from this oil embargo on a daily basis. We are talking about blackouts that before lasted hours, now last days. There are almost no cars on the road. Before when I came in, I had to sort of calculate if I had enough gas to get to the office and back home. A tank of gas on the black market here is about $300. That's more than most Cubans make in a year. So we have seen things change from bad to worse and change quite quickly in a really stunning fashion. Whatever reserves the Cuban government has of oil, because none is coming in from either Venezuela or from their allies in Mexico, is quickly running out. And so, yes, people have claimed that Castro's final hour is at hand, that the government will collapse, and people have endured so much here, and yet this really seems like a moment where even that they have to come to some kind of terms with the U.S. government, as much as they don't want to, as much as they've resisted that over the years. It is checkmate, and the government here is in a severe crisis, and they realize that they could be looking at a collapse of the government, of the country, if something doesn't turn around very soon.
Wow, collapse. Patrick Koppman in Havana, thanks so much. Well, in that same phone interview with CNN, Trump said his top priority remains Iran, and he doesn't care if the future government is religious or democratic. Trump said on Truth Social, there will be no deal except for unconditional surrender. Joining us now, Democratic Congresswoman Madeleine Dean. She's on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congresswoman, thanks so much for taking the time.
Good to be with you, Jim.
So I'm just going to begin with Cuba, if we can, since we just had that report from Havana. And given that President Trump's comments about Cuba now are quite similar to the kinds of things he was saying before Venezuela and Iran, and at the time, those comments about U.S. intervention, et cetera, were dismissed as bluster. Do you think we should be listening to him about what his plans are for Cuba?
Of course. You have to. You have to take him seriously. You have to take him literally. And you have to recognize his erratic behavior, his erratic focus. He cannot stay focused on any one thing very long. Years ago, before I was a member of Congress, I had the chance to visit beautiful Cuba. And I think of the decades of suffering they have been under, of oppression that they have been under, and now it is being added to by a war in Iran. The president sending Marco to try to solve this problem does not persuade me of very much. Mr. Rubio, the secretary, should have been moving toward peace and diplomacy before we struck Iran. Should have been talking with Congress before we struck Iran and lost 6 members of the military. If you don't mind, do you mind if I say their names? I think it's awfully important that the international audience know for their families and for this loss. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Nicole Amour, Sergeant First Class Noah Tegens, Sergeant Declan Cody, Major Jeffrey R. O'Brien, Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan. These are 6 American heroes, members of our military, who were struck and killed in the first hours of this war of choice by the president and the Secretary of Defense, a rather reckless, boyish cowboy with a bunch of war toys, Mr. Hegseth. We have to remember these heroes, and we have to do right by them in terms of ending this conflict.
I imagine that folks watching this around the world, but even in this country, as they see a president who plucked the leader of Venezuela out of his bedroom, right, took him to New York by helicopter, who has now launched this war in Iran, making threats to Greenland, threats to Cuba, et cetera. They might ask, what are the current checks on the president's power? And given that Congress, they took a swing, right, at restricting his war powers with Iran and failed, are there any checks on his power to wield force abroad?
Let me go back with what you just said about Venezuela. The president went there without authorization from Congress and with a false pretense. Remember, this was all about fentanyl and drug trafficking. Of course, it was not at all. It was about oil and seizing control of oil, as he seized Mr. Maduro. In terms of Iran, they gave us absolutely no basis. And then once they were there, they gave us 6 or 7 different conflicting bases. What check does Congress have? I am very devastated, dismayed to tell you that yesterday you saw us vote on the floor of the House, and you saw the Senate the day before us vote to control this president, to remind him and to rein him in, and to say that Article 1, Section 8 says only Congress has the power to declare war. And yet we didn't have the full help of all Democrats, and we lost that war powers resolution. I'm very dismayed by that. We have to, and I call upon Republicans. I thought Republicans should have voted for it, as well as all Democrats, because the president has every right and actually obligation to come to the American people, to come to Congress, to say, here is why we must be in this armed conflict where we will lose lives, and we already have. And he didn't do it. 4 days before he began this war, and Jim, I can't even believe it. We have not been in Iran for a week yet, as you know. It's felt like a month. It's felt like 3 months. I can't imagine what it has felt like to the members of the military and their families. But 4 nights before, the President of the United States was in front of a joint session of Congress, not to mention the American people, and made no claim about why he needed to go into Iran and strike.
He seems now to be making not just a connection, but almost an equivalency between Venezuela and Iran, saying that because I was able to take Maduro out and work with the Venezuelan government, that I can take the supreme leader of Iran out and many of his lieutenants and somehow work with someone who rises from the ashes, literally. They're obviously 2 very different systems, governments, you name it. Is that a dangerous equivalency in your view?
It's a false equivalency. It's an illogical one. It's an ill-advised one. It shows ignorance, sadly, on the part of the president and those who are speaking with him. And it's extraordinarily dangerous. I compliment the exquisite nature of our military, both in Venezuela and, of course, in Iran. But in many ways, we got in Venezuela. And, of course, we have not made a difference to the good in terms of the people of Venezuela. The president has seized upon oil. It's always about the money. It's always about the assets. It's always about the deal. And when you talk about Iran, your reporting and CNN's reporting has been about the broad nature of this spider of a conflict, and what a conflagration it can be. Lebanon, Iraq, and so many other countries. You know, we had a classified briefing, a joint classified briefing this week, and my question to the Secretary Rubio, and also General Kane, but they wouldn't allow General Kane to speak with me. My secretary was, what preparation was made for Americans in the region, in the 14 nations region? Because I've heard from them in my own constituent office, trying to get home, trying to get out, grounded where they were. And the secretary said something absurd like, well, since the conflict, we've heard from about 1,535 Americans hoping to get home. Well, the reporting is we've already gotten 20,000 home. And the answer was they hadn't prepared for stranding American citizens in the region. This is a really dangerous and reckless way to go about armed conflict where American lives, civilian and military, are at risk, and we've lost 6. God bless those members of the military. God bless their families.
Indeed. Congresswoman Madeleine Dean, we appreciate you coming on.
Thank you, Jim. Night.
And we'll be right back.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, that we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concern.
After a strike killed scores of students in Iran's Minab, it seems more and more likely that the US was responsible. A new satellite image shows an Iranian Revolutionary Guards base and an elementary school in southern Iran. Here you see craters in several of the buildings, including the school. They were hit in their exact centers, suggesting precision strikes, experts say. A wall separates the school and the base. Satellite images from December show dozens of people in what appears to be a handball court at the school. Reuters now reports that US military investigators believe US forces were responsible, though they haven't yet reached a final conclusion.
It paints a picture of multiple simultaneous or near simultaneous strikes. It looks like these were delivered with explosive munitions, probably air delivered. I think the most likely scenario in this case is that it's a US or Israeli airstrike gone awry. It's probably a targeting failure somewhere in the targeting cycle, an intelligence failure.
The Israeli military say they weren't operating in the area.
To date, we've hit over 2,000 targets.
American military officials say they carried out extensive strikes in this area and released this map showing strikes in southern Iran. The base and the school in Minab are located here.
We, of course, never target civilian targets, but we're taking a look and investigating that.
The damage we've seen to the building is quite significant, and it's unlikely it was something like an air defense missile fired by the Iranians, for example.
When we try to assess who is responsible for airstrikes, we typically try to examine the weaponry fragments left behind. But in this instance, there's an internet blackout in Iran. It's been really difficult to obtain that. And so this investigation is still. Isabel Young, CNN, London.
Coming up just after the break, alliances between Arab Gulf states and the United States tested by the ongoing war in the region and Iran's attacks. We're going to take a closer look at the potential consequences next.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an...
And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bekaa, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first...
Repercussions of the ongoing war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran are reverberating across the Arab Gulf states. We have new reporting that suggests President Trump's regional allies are their investments in the U.S. as the conflict threatens their economies. Iran has killed U.S. soldiers, struck U.S. bases, injured dozens of civilians as well in the region. It's also paralyzed the region's tourism industry, targeting luxury hotels, international airports. Nearly 14,000 flights have been canceled in the region. Iranian attacks have also knocked out some oil and gas facilities. My next guest believes there is growing frustration that the U.S. and Israel have dragged the region into a war that none of them wanted, and perhaps they don't know, the U.S. and Israel, how long it's going to last. Mohammed Sirji is editor of Semaphore Gulf, which provides specialized news briefings. Mohammed, thanks so much for joining.
Thanks for having me, Jim.
So help me understand the thinking here. Last year, as you note, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar collectively pledged to invest $3 trillion in the U.S. economy. They're rethinking those investments now?
I don't think the reporting gets us that far as rethinking or how they're going to deploy them. But there's a simple math that is involved here. Gulf states have to have surplus revenue from oil and gas exports, and then what they spend internally. And basically the delta between that's what they invest abroad. As their expenses increase and their revenue decreases based on this war, and this is only a few days in, they obviously will not have as much surplus to recycle through the U.S. and other economies. But the frustration, I would say, right now is still early days, and we're seeing it more from business people and former government officials rather than the current governments. The current governments, or the current government officials, they're defending themselves, and they see the U.S. alliance as core to their security architecture of the region.
Is there any frustration with the moving target as to exactly what this war is about and how long it's going to last, right? Because I know that the government officials, at least publicly, are very much on board, but I imagine there are a lot of questions floating out there.
I think that's the main issue here is just by geography itself, Gulf states will always be a neighbor to Iran, and really it doesn't really have to be the Islamic Republic or not, just that territory itself. So if the U.S. and Israeli war doesn't meet the objectives of maybe like a Venezuela plus, or finding some sort of stability going forward with a new type of regime, there could be a failed state, fracturing, and long-term instability there. That if Iran itself, or basically IRGC and other groups within it are stripped of their offensive weapons, missiles, to some extent drones, and nuclear program is basically destroyed. Israeli security could be much better off than they are now. So that serves their interests. The U.S. could live with that, but then all the other repercussions would fall onto the Gulf, and that's something that they've been worried about for a long time.
I mean, the essential gambit is, if it works, and they're happy. But if it doesn't, there's going to be problems.
Exactly, and that's really the fear here, and that's why they have been arguing for a really long time to de-escalate, to find a negotiated settlement, to exhaust all avenues of diplomacy, because Iran is a very large country, 90 million people, and Iran ethnically, to some extent, looks similar to other countries that have fractured. So they're not all Persian. They're Azeris, Baluchis, Kurds, some Arabs, others, and they could be armed at different points. And we've seen this happen in where my family's from, Syria. Like things can spiral very quickly, and that is their fear that they have, because the Gulf states have, as you know, spent trillions of dollars, not just on U.S. assets and trophy real estate in London, but on their own domestic economies. So that's really crucial to them to continue to develop.
Mohammed Sergi, thanks so much for joining, and thanks so much to all of you. I'm Jim Sciutto in Washington. You've been watching the Brief. We hope you have a good weekend. Please do stay with CNN.
Tokyo at night is Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told the information and the intelligence that's been shared in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here, as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move forward in the coming days, weeks, and potentially months.
Yeah, it does appear now that Russia is indeed a factor in this war if it's directly providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And it is important to note.
We're live from Tel Aviv on this Friday. Breaking news in Iran. Video just into CNN showing massive fires at Tehran's airport after a wave of strikes just hit the city. And tonight we're going to go live to Iran. Plus, the Dubai billionaire slamming Trump, his 500-word message for the president that asks, who gave you the authority to drag our region into war? He's our guest. And former President Obama honoring Reverend Jesse Jackson today, also taking a thinly veiled sweep at Trump, warning of greed and bigotry. Let's go out front. And good evening and welcome to a special edition of Out Front, the war with Iran. I'm Erin Burnett, live in Tel Aviv on this Friday, and we begin with the breaking news. The U.S. and Israel stepping up attacks as we speak across Iran and also Lebanon. Trump demanding tonight, quote, unconditional surrender from Iran. The United Nations with a dire warning. They say that the situation could spiral beyond anyone's control. And those are their exact words. We'll show you just the scene here in Tel Aviv before we came on the air tonight. The sky was filled with interceptor missiles. The sky was filled, those are the interceptors and some of the missile interceptions. Loud bangs and sirens were heard afterwards, obviously well after midnight on what is now Saturday morning here. And on the other side of those missiles in Tehran, a massive fire seen at Mehrabad Airport, a major airport in the capital city of Tehran, as Israel is launching in that direction a new wave of strikes against Iran. It comes after a massive barrage of attacks overnight. People there are telling CNN it was, quote, the worst night since this war started. That's what we're hearing from our teams on the ground. They also said it was more intense than anything I felt before. And then people were panicking. Some of the now eyewitnesses on the ground CNN is talking to. New satellite images just into CNN tonight do show some of the damage on the ground. And you can see there damaged aircraft on the ground. That's Shiraz Air Base that you're looking at right there. Israel also releasing video of what it says is the destruction of the Ayatollah's secret underground bunker in central Tehran. That's where they did the strike, obviously, Saturday. They say this is the underground bunker now. We're going to go live to the ground in Tehran coming up. And tonight, we are learning that Russia is helping Iran fight this war. Sources are telling CNN that Putin's Russia is providing Iran with specific intelligence about the locations and movements of American troops, ships, and aircraft. Now, according to Iranian state media, Iran's president held a call today with the Russian President Vladimir Putin as well. Now, its Gulf allies.
Now you've got UAE and Qatar and Bahrain and Saudi and Kuwait and others saying, hey, we're with you. We'll shoot with you. We'll fly with you. We'll defend with you. We'll allow you more basing.
As for those Gulf countries, you know, a senior leader and one of them telling me today, we'll do whatever we need to do to protect ourselves as a response to that. None of the Gulf nations have publicly said anything about flying with or bombing or providing more basing. But I spoke to a prominent Dubai billionaire businessman today. He is speaking out against President Trump, saying that Trump is dragging his country into war.
It is good to say that it is wake-up call. Wake-up call. You cannot take everything by force. You cannot take everything by war or to destroy countries.
And already the world is seeing major economic impact of the war. Oil prices have surged by 36% this week. It's a massive increase. It is the biggest gain in futures for oil in oil trading history. The Dow, meantime, fell 3% this week, its worst week since Trump's tariffs rocked the markets last April. And the Qatari energy minister said something that was picked up around the world in anybody dealing with the markets. He said he expects all Gulf energy producers to shut down exports within weeks. It's a stunning statement. It is causing massive worldwide shock. And a shipping CEO today told me, quote, Trump is trapped and does not have any other option but to open Hormuz, referring to the strait, something that, of course, has not yet happened. We've got all the angles of this story covered around the world tonight, from here in Israel to Iran, Iraq, and Washington. I want to start, though, with Jeremy Diamond, because he's here with me in Tel Aviv. And Jeremy, I know you just returned from the border with Lebanon, and, you know, we talk about these strikes, these back and forths tonight between Israel and Iran. But in Lebanon, an unprecedented war that is only intensifying, and you saw it for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, over the course of this week, we've seen Israel carry out hundreds of strikes inside of Lebanon, and today seems to have been one of the most intense days, not only in terms of Israeli strikes, but also in terms of what Hezbollah was firing towards northern Israel. And I was along that border, literally, you know, a half a mile away from the border, looking straight into Lebanon, when my team and I saw two projectiles fly right over us and explode inside of northern Israel, as we saw a real intensification of the new front in this war. I want to show you a look at what my team and I saw today.
Okay, so we're gonna put our vests on now because we just saw not one but two projectiles coming in. Still not clear exactly what that was, but we're now starting to hear the outgoing Israeli fire responding to it. And now, okay.
He's so used to it.
And that wasn't hitting the same spot. Yeah, getting very active here now.
And so on one end, we have Israeli airstrikes and artillery fire going into Lebanon. My team saw and heard those. And then Hezbollah firing drones and missiles into northern Israel. Those attacks continued throughout the day. In fact, 5 Israeli soldiers were seriously wounded in one Hezbollah attack that happened around the same time as we were up along the border there. We're also witnessing Israel carrying out intense airstrikes in the Lebanese capital of Beirut after they ordered hundreds of thousands of people living in that southern suburbs known as the to evacuate from that area. Another note is that my team and I saw some massing of troops along the border as well, and residents told me that they were seeing the military pushing up to the border. We saw tanks there as well. And we know that the Israeli military already controls several positions in southern Lebanon. The question now, are they going to push deeper into Lebanon? The Israeli military has called up tens of thousands of reservists who could potentially serve that purpose. So we'll have to see whether that's the next step in this game plan.
Important to think about the impact of a country here at war now for years and just calling up those reservists. It's not a small thing. All right,
Absolutely.
Jeremy, thank you very much. And I want to go to Fred Pleitgen as promised. He and photojournalist Claudia Otto were the first American journalists to get on the ground in Tehran for CNN, which operates in Iran only with government permission. This is his first live report from inside the country. And Fred, we weren't even sure if we were going to be able to fully get this up, but there you are. I see you. An incredible thing to me to be in Tel Aviv, you to be in Tehran. And we are colleagues. What is the latest you're seeing there tonight?
Hi, Erin. Yeah, you're absolutely at our first live shot. Obviously, a lot of connectivity and internet issues here on the ground in Iran. At the same time, as you catch us right now, we seem to be in the middle of a massive waves of airstrikes coming down on the Iranian capital. We've been hearing a lot of explosions, a lot of thuds. I would say for the past hour, maybe hour and a half. So it's certainly been a sustained wave of blasts that we've been hearing. From what we've heard, apparently a lot of it is coming from the east of Tehran, also from the central sort of southern part of Tehran as well. And we did see that the Mehrabad airport, which is a sort of second major airport here in Tehran, appears to have been hit, or the vicinity of that airport seems to have been hit. There's some video coming out on social media showing flames coming from the vicinity of that airport. So it seems as though that might be one of the main targets. But really throughout the course of the day, Aaron, as we've been on the ground here in Tehran, time and again, we've heard major airstrikes. In fact, earlier today, we were at a hospital that was hit, that was damaged when there was an airstrike in the vicinity. And while we were on the ground filming there, we heard more airstrikes not too far away from us. So it is a pretty constant thing here on the ground in Tehran. Also major strikes, of course, overnight happening last night as well. And you can feel that the city here is a lot emptier, obviously, than it would normally be. A lot of people have decided to leave the city simply because it appears to be so dangerous. Of course, while a lot of targets have been struck here, a lot of civilians have also been wounded. Some civilians have been killed on the ground here as well. The authorities today telling us, I was speaking to the head of the Iranian Red Crescent, saying that many people have been wounded and have been killed as these strikes have been going on. So this is clearly something for a lot of folks here on the ground, obviously very concerned about the situation, and you can really hear the thuds of those incoming strikes almost constantly.
Fred, I know you've had a chance to speak to some people, you know, and to the extent that you've been able to have conversations with them, what are they telling you?
Yeah, we've been going around the city here for the better part of the day. And obviously, there's a lot of people who say that they're very defiant. We were at the Friday prayers, which obviously, as you know, Aaron, also having been here, it's usually religious conservatives who are their supporters of Iran's government who are there. They say that they are going to be defiant. But there's also a lot of people who are obviously very concerned about the situation, very concerned about the strikes, very concerned about also the stability of the situation here on the ground. And really, to them, it's unclear what exactly the future could hold. So for a lot of those people right now, they really are living in limbo here in Tehran, sort of hoping that greater instability doesn't break out. Many of them, of course, trying to carry on with their lives. One of the interesting things that we've seen is that grocery shops, for instance, are open, not as they would usually be, but open at least for a couple of hours during the daytime. Also, gas stations are open as well. So people certainly trying to carry on, trying to get some semblance of daily life. Of course, today is Friday. It's the main weekend day here in Iran. Tomorrow is supposed to be a weekday. It's still actually a holiday here in Iran, but we do expect that more stores are going to open then. But at the same time, the combat situation here in Iran is something that is definitely ever present. You notice it the entire time as you're going around the city. You constantly hear that there's airstrikes going on and that military campaign is continuing, Aaron.
All right. Well, Fred, I have to say it is really important that you are there and your bravery in being there, your commitment to being there. And as you and I are on this screen, Tehran and Tel Aviv, two friends doing this together, it is good to see you. And thank you so much. Stay safe. And Jim Sciutto, Nazila Fathi, and retired Army Colonel Peter Mansour are all here with us tonight. Nazila, I want to start with you just because we just listening to what Fred had to say on the ground. I know you are talking as much as you can because obviously there are such serious internet blockages and connectivity issues. But what is the very latest that you are hearing from people you're talking to on the ground?
Pretty much what Fred was saying. I'm hearing that the bombardment is extremely intense, not just in Tehran. I also heard from somebody in the religious city of Qom, and he was telling me that they can see the Israeli bombers overhead. It is truly a heartbreaking situation, Aaron, because Iranians are trapped between a conflict that they have not chosen and then the atrocities that they have seen from their own regime. People are telling me that Tehran, which is this large, sprawling city, it is as if the entire city has exploded. And when I was coming here, I was getting notification on my phone, I think about an hour ago, and I think it is exactly what Fred was saying, that Tehran is under intense bombardment again. A lot of people have been injured. The images are on social media. It's truly heartbreaking. And these people don't have agency. They don't have a political outlet. And their own regime is treating them as collateral.
Jim, I mentioned your new reporting at the top of this program, and I want to just share it again because it is hugely significant and the amount of conversation about it is overwhelming. Russia providing Iran with intelligence about the locations and movements of American troops, ships, and aircraft, and in very important ways that aren't just publicly available with public tracking. So obviously significant. You know, tell us what this means, Jim, and what exactly you understand is happening.
Well, listen, it's arguably some of the most significant intelligence that Russia could supply to Iran, because it involves U.S. forces in the region, on ships, aircraft, and on the ground. And we saw the danger that they're facing right in the very first days of this war, because an Iranian drone struck a base and killed 6 U.S. service members and injured several more. So it's quite a direct Russian involvement in this war to supply that kind of information to Iran. And our understanding in particular, it was satellite information. Russia has quite significant satellite capabilities, and Iran does not to that degree. And by the way, Iran has been losing other capabilities as a result of U.S. and Israeli bombing. So Russia giving Iran what it needs now to strike back against the U.S., which is really the only answer it has now. And those, we've seen those strikes diminish over time as their capabilities have been struck, but not disappear entirely. They maintain some capability to do so.
Yeah. Colonel Mansour, you know, what is your view of the significance of this information, of this targeting? I mean, in terms of what it could mean, you know, when it says targeting U.S. troops and ships, as opposed to what, you know, would be available on anything public tracking, right? They're getting this intelligence from Russia. What are the possible implications for the United States?
Well, tactically, it's significant information. It's targetable information that Iranians can use to vector in drones and missiles on specific targets and kill people and destroy installations and so forth. So this is a really critical development. But let's look at it at a different level. We're providing the same sort of information to Ukraine about Russian forces in their conflict. And so from the Russian point of view, they're just repaying the favor. This should be a sign to President Trump that Vladimir Putin cannot be trusted, that he's not your friend, and that he is out to get the United States, and that you need to support Ukraine in its war while you're defending U.S. assets and prosecuting this war in the Middle East.
Nazila, Donald Trump, President Trump called Dana Bash today, my colleague, and he told her that picking a new leader in Iran, and the words he said to her are, quote, "It's going to work very easily. It's going to work like it did in Venezuela." Go ahead and tell me what you think of that.
I don't think that's going to work in Iran. And I don't think the ones who are in power in Iran right now are going to appreciate this kind of language. First of all, they have repeatedly shown that they don't respond to language of threats. This is a system that is still following the doctrine of Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader who was just killed. And he was the man who kept on saying that don't show weakness, compromise is a sign of defeat, don't trust the United States. And these people are doing exactly the same thing, except they are very well aware that they're fighting on two fronts. They are fighting in this conflict, and they know if they outlive it, they are fighting for their survival. Then they have to face the wrath of their own people inside the country. They are hoping that the system that they have in place, which was built for resilience, is going to help them stay in power. So they are not going to respond to language like that.
Colonel Mansour, we hear Trump is demanding unconditional surrender from Iran. A senior Israeli official today told me there's still work to do, but the achievements are epic. Obviously, the use of the word epic was purposeful given the U.S. name of the operation. So what, Colonel, is unconditional surrender? Do you view that as a completely subjective term for the president?
Oh, absolutely not. It is that the enemy gives total control over its future to you. The last time we demanded unconditional surrender was in January 1943. President Roosevelt announced that as Allied policy at the Casablanca conference. It took 2 years and 4 months of hard fighting to bring that about with Nazi Germany, and 2 years and 7 months of hard fighting with Japan. This is not an idle statement. If the president wants to go down this route, it will mean U.S. boots on the ground, and lots of them in Iran.
Jim, are you hearing anything about that?
Well, listen, what I hear when I speak to people close to the president is that they believe they're winning, right? They believe they've had fantastic success in the first days of this war, and that has, if anything, grown the ambitions, right? Grown their ambitions for exactly what kind of control they might be able to exercise over Iran whenever the hostilities end, but also grown President Trump's own sense of his ability to shape things there, right? Right up to having a voice in choosing the next leader of Iran, which is a fairly remarkable ambition to have. I mean, given Venezuela was one thing. The Iranian regime is a messianic regime, right? They believe that they have God's power behind them, right? And they're, you know, the idea that they would bend the way Delcy Rodriguez has is, I think, quite a leap to make logically.
Yeah, when you add theocracy on top of kleptocracy is quite a different thing on the other end. Thank you all very much. I am grateful to you for your time on this Friday. And next, a CNN investigation revealing just how close U.S. and Israeli strikes are coming to schools and hospitals inside Iran. We have new satellite images, and this is important for everyone to see. Plus, more urgent breaking news, a drone exploding near Erbil in Iraqi Kurdistan as Clarissa Ward is on the ground, and she's got new images of the aftermath of an Iranian missile strike on the base of Iranian militias who are there in Kurdistan. And the Dubai billionaire who is speaking out publicly and taking on President Trump over the war with Iran. His blistering 500-word critique going viral with 11 million views. And tonight, he has a lot more to say here to us out front.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper.
Bill Rodriguez-Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in in the region. As you mentioned, that we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here, as two longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning, too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran, as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move forward in the coming days, weeks, and potentially months.
Yeah, it does appear now that Russia is indeed a factor in this war if it's directly providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And it is important to note this comes after a president
out front war with Iran on this Friday night. Now, we have some breaking news of new video, and this is new video into Outfront. And what you're going to look at is airplanes on fire after airstrikes hit Tehran's Mehrabad airport, which we understand has just happened here overnight. We just spoke to Fred Pleitgen. That was his first live report that you have seen from Tehran. And he said that right now, as he's there, there's a massive ongoing wave of airstrikes hitting Tehran with sustained bombing lasting more than an hour. And that the bombing has been going on there for much of the day, according to Fred. This is a new CNN investigation uncovers just how close U.S.-Israeli strikes have come to hitting civilian sites like schools and hospitals inside Iran. Katie Polglaze is out front.
A city under attack. It's also home to millions of people. The US and Israeli bombing campaign of Tehran has been targeting intelligence complexes, police stations and state broadcasters, but we verified videos and analysed satellite imagery and found the impact is going beyond that, due to the densely packed nature of the city and the large-scale weapons involved. Take a look at this satellite image. This crater is at least 40 foot wide. That means it was likely caused by a 2,000-pound bomb. The target, Iran's state broadcaster, the IRIB. The strike wiped out its communications mast. These bombs used by both the US and Israel are capable of killing or wounding people more than 1,000 feet away. And just 100 feet away is the Gandhi Hospital, one of the biggest in Tehran. Glass shattered, walls collapsed, and patients, including babies, being rushed out. As more videos like this one began to emerge, we started verifying them, pinpointing the hospital where each one was filmed. Then we cross-referenced with satellite imagery to see the damage caused by US and Israeli strikes. Like here, you can see the blown-out windows of the Gandhi Hospital from space. Over in another central part of Tehran is the Motahari Hospital. And just behind it is the Iranian police headquarters. In fact, you can see a police helicopter pad down here. This image is from just before it was struck, and this is after. Entire buildings flattened. The Motahari Hospital is still standing, but we verified this video showing substantial damage inside. It's not the only hospital in the area affected. Over here is the Khatam Hospital. Glass windows shattered, and medical staff are seen running out. Further down the same street is the Iranian Red Crescent Society. Smoke billowing from behind the building. Again, people are fleeing. Across Iran as a whole, more incidents like these are emerging. We geolocated this video to the Persian Gulf Hospital in the city of Bekaa. You can see newborn babies being carried out amid the rubble. It's unclear what the target was, but it's close to an airport and military airbase. But it's not just hospitals. Other civilian sites are also bearing the brunt of these strikes. This school in southern Iran was directly hit, resulting in the deaths of over 160 students and staff, according to Iranian state media. Neither the US nor Israel have acknowledged they caused the strike. It was just 200 feet from an Iranian military base. You can see multiple of their buildings hit, as well as damage to the school. Another strike hit this gym in Fars, southern Iran. There were reportedly 20 volleyball players inside at the time, Iranian media said. It was also right next to a police station. As strikes continue, access to safe medical facilities will be crucial, but the civilian toll is mounting. The human rights activist news agency now reporting over 1,000 dead. Katie Poglaze, CNN, London.
Incredibly important work, as hard as it may be to see that. CNN has reached out to U.S. Central Command and the Israeli military for comment on these strikes and any steps they're taking to prevent civilian harm. Out front now, Leon Panetta, the former CIA Director and Secretary of Defense. And Secretary Panetta, I just want to give you a chance to respond to what we just saw there from Katie Poglaze, this powerful investigation. In some of those situations, which she shows a bomb that was dropped with the ability to be lethal with 1,000 feet in a hospital, I believe she said only 100, 200 feet away. And then also talking about other hospitals, the gym, and that unbelievable tragedy for any human being to think about of those girls. Is this a reality of war, that war is a horrific thing and that this is going to happen? Or could the United States make sure this doesn't happen?
Well, look, there is no question, Aaron, that war is horrific. War is horrific. And when you're dropping as many bombs as we're dropping, when as many missiles are being fired, as we've seen, both by the United States and Israel, I'm sure these kinds of things can happen. But the hope is that the principal mission that we're engaged in is to destroy Iran's war-making capability. And that means going after military targets. It means going after missiles. It means going after radar sites. It means going after those targets that are military. And if you're starting to hit hospitals and schools, what will happen is that the very effort to get the Iranian people to rise up and basically go after their regime, what that's going to do is basically undermine that kind of effort. So I would hope that they would stick to military targets.
Trump has talked today, Secretary Panetta, about unconditional surrender for Iran and said that he wants to approve, essentially, who their next leader is. This is a situation, Iran, that you dealt with through your entire career, Defense Secretary, CIA Chief. Is any of that realistic?
I think one of the problems that we've seen is that the president keeps changing the objective that's involved here. Look, when I was Secretary of Defense, the most serious responsibility you have is to deploy our men and women in uniform into harm's way. That's the most serious responsibility. And they have to have a clear objective, they've got to have a clear strategy, and they've got to have an end game. And the problem is that when the president keeps changing the objective here, I mean, it began as regime change. The Secretary of Defense said, no, it's not regime change. It's going after nuclear and missiles. And then Secretary Rubio provided an explanation that involved an attack by Israel and trying to respond to that. There's just too many different versions. And so when the president says that now that it's about unconditional surrender, and it's about him being able to name a leader for Iran. That's the kind of unrealistic commentary that very frankly undermines our focus on the main mission and what the military is all about, which is to destroy their war-making capability. That should be the mission. That should be what the president's talking about, speculating about these various things that just are never going to happen.
Secretary Leon Panetta, I'm grateful for your time. Thank you very much.
Good to be with
And
you.
next we have breaking news. Hotels in northern Iraq under attack. You heard me, hotels. A drone just exploding near a hotel in Erbil moments after the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad warned of a similar type of attack. Our Clarissa Ward is on the ground there. And a Dubai billionaire taking direct aim at President Trump is out front tonight. His scathing pose, who gave you the authority to drag us into war, as he posed the question, has now been viewed more than 11 million times, and he's coming up next.
Rodriguez-Zain is
If you take a trip to the northwest of Namibia, an arid region of southern Africa where sandy desert and rocky mountains dominate the landscape, you may come across an unexpected sight. These desert-adapted elephants are actually African savanna elephants that have developed distinct skills to help them live here. They are only one of 2 desert-dwelling populations in the world. In this part of the country, there are 22 elephants from 3 different herds that roam freely. This according to Herman Casaana, an elephant guardian.
Rodriguez-Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here as two long-standing partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran as
Edition of Out Front, war with Iran. Tonight, northern Iraq is under attack. A drone just exploding near a hotel in Erbil. Erbil is the capital of Iraqi Kurdistan. Now, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad in Iraq had just issued an urgent warning about explosions at hotels. And then after there was that drone at a hotel, a pro-Iranian militant group in Iraq now is claiming responsibility for the drone attacks and warning American troops and contractors that it would continue to target hotels across the country. Stunning, frightening, and also a sense of the chaos unfolding. I want to go now to Clarissa Ward. She is out front in Erbil, Iraq. And Clarissa, those drones targeting hotels, how much are attacks intensifying where you are in Erbil in Iraqi Kurdistan tonight?
Well, Aaron, this was about 4 or 5 hours ago that we saw this notification basically telling people to be aware that hotels with foreigners staying in them could be under attack from Iranian-backed Iraqi militias. It's important to remember, Aaron, that there are a lot of contractors, a lot of American contractors who were working on U.S. bases until recently and who have been moved to hotels since this war began. Not literally 2 hours after that alert and warning went out, 4 drones were fired into central Erbil. Most of them were exploded next to a Rotana hotel in the center of town. And this really sending a chill down a lot of people's spines here, because it's the first time here in Erbil, or northern Iraq, that we have seen a civilian target attacked like this. And now the sense is what to do with all these, not just contractors, business people who are in this area, who are obviously staying in hotels, and for many who have yet to find a clear and obvious way out, Aaron.
Yes. All right. Now, you were also, Clarissa, at the site of where a missile landed. So we'll show everyone the footage there, take a look at the impact. I mean, tell us what happened there and what you're learning now.
So earlier today, Iran basically warning the whole of Kurdistan that if any of these Iranian Kurdish groups launch attacks or launch some kind of a ground offensive into Iran, that all facilities in this region will be targeted. And we actually went to one of those Iranian Kurdish bases and saw for ourselves what that kind of damage looks like, because these camps have been coming under regular attack. Take a look.
Unfortunately, 2 days ago, the Iranian regime's attack here with the ballistic missiles. This is a hospital. No military forces here, nobody's, no one's. But absolutely, after the start this war, we have some fighter just for guard and save our people in.
So do you see this as a warning from Iran of what will happen if you get involved in this?
You know, it's not first time. Before is the start the war between the Iran and Israel and United States, we under the attack. The Iranian regime is our enemy. It's not first time, and we are sure it's not the last.
And Aaron, as if to punctuate his point, less than an hour after we left that camp, that group's bases came under attack. 2 missiles, 3 drones, including one right in the very place where we had been filming. Fortunately, there were no casualties reported, Aaron.
Clarissa, thank you very much in Erbil tonight. And next, I'm going to speak to the Dubai billionaire businessman who is taking Trump on for his war in Iran. The first, and so far only to do so, telling Trump, quote, "You can't take everything by force." And former President Obama with a powerful message and a thinly veiled target.
Everywhere we see greed and bigotry being celebrated
and bullying and mockery masquerading as strength.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here as 2 longstanding partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move forward in the coming days, weeks, and potentially months.
Yeah, it does appear now that Russia is indeed a factor in this war if it's directly providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And it is important to note this comes after President Zelensky in Ukraine has actually offered to help and other Western allies in Europe in turn.
500-plus word post on X that's gone viral with 11 million views. Khalaf Ahmad Al Habtoor is a billionaire developer and the founder and chairman of the Al Habtoor Group, which runs dozens of hotels in the region, in addition to things like car companies. And he writes, and I quote, His Excellency, President Donald Trump, a direct question. Who gave you the authority to drag our region into a war with Iran? And on what basis did you make this dangerous decision? Did you calculate the collateral damage before pulling the trigger? And did you consider that the first to suffer from this escalation will be the countries of the region itself? Al-Habtoor goes on to say, true leadership is not measured by war decisions, but by wisdom, respect for others, and pushing towards achieving peace. Well, I talked to Khalaf earlier today for an exclusive interview about his viral post. Khalaf, I appreciate your time tonight. So this is a very powerful post that you wrote. You wrote it obviously personally directly at President Trump. What made you decide to do it?
It is good to say that it is wake-up call. Wake-up call. You cannot take everything by force. You cannot take everything by war or to destroy countries. Of course, I'm against Iran, 100%. 100% I'm against Iran. But I mean, I will not do this because what's happened to Iran, it damaged every country, even Turkey, Pakistan, everywhere in the world. I mean, the decision wasn't well calculated, maybe he's not listening to anybody, he's not consulting anybody. But, you know, I mean, really, I felt to speak and to say something, to pass a message. Maybe the President of the United States of America will consider my advice as something fruitful.
And what reaction have you received since you posted it?
Well, a lot of positive action, a lot of things, a lot of happening. I got so many calls from the United States of America, from senior people, from important people, from businessmen all over. And, you know, I made the post not because I need somebody to call me or to tell me, thank you very much, or that's good or bad. I'm doing it, this is an advice, a suggestion. We don't want war. We hate war. Creating war without calculating, I mean, should be, you have to, when you build something, you have to make all the alternative scenarios.
You know, you also called out President Trump on something very specific I wanted to share, Khalaf. That's the Board of Peace. You wrote, for before the ink is dried on the Board of Peace initiative that you announced in the name of peace and stability, we find ourselves facing a military escalation that endangers the entire region. So where did these initiatives go? And now I know, Khalaf, you know Trump. He says this war is to let the Iranian people rise up. His words actually, specifically, Khalaf, are to have a prosperous and glorious future. Do you think he understands the situation?
I mean, he is a builder. He knows about construction. He knows a lot. I mean, we calculated so many scenarios before we dig a hole into the ground, and he knows that. I mean, we have to be very careful from any steps we take forward, because what happened damaged a lot of relationships. Now he should really solve the problem.
So governments I know in the Gulf didn't want the strike. Khalaf, you're not alone in that. They didn't want the strike and they didn't want the war. But then it happened, and some tell me once it started, it has to be finished. You know, I guess it's sort of like you can't be half pregnant. You know, that Iran, now that this has started, must lose its ability to hit your region and to hit your country. Do you see the merit in that argument?
Well, I mean, Iran is, no doubt with this regime is worrying since very long time. I mean, but also the decision has been taken by the pressure of Netanyahu and his government to the President Trump and his team is giving also negative result with the approach, because we are the people who is suffered. All the GCC and other places as well, I mean, they are hitting left and right.
So President Trump has said this war is going to last as long as it needs to last, right? Khalaf, you know that. But specifically, he said at least a month. What does the world look like in a month if this goes on that long?
Well, if it goes a month, I think all the country, my advice to them, to claim financial claim from United States of America, and America should be responsible to pay everybody suffered in the area, and this will be equal to trillions and trillions of dollars.
Well, thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate it.
Anand, thank you very much. It's great to see you, and hope to see you again.
And out front next, Obama honors the life and legacy of Reverend Jesse Jackson with some of his strongest words yet about Trump.
These are drone attacks again in Kuwait. They are targeting the air bases, and the Iranians, are you willing to buy this? So we can hear the same Shahid drone. Oh, these are the sirens.
That's the sirens. It's sirens.
Now, is that a missile or is it again UAV?
Hard to say from here.
Yeah, but they have targeted yet another U.S. airbase
with missiles, yes, as well.
With missiles as well.
It's moving very slowly, or relatively slowly, perhaps too slowly for.
No, that's an interception that's happened. These are pictures.
Oh, it was a SAM that was hitting something. Yeah.
The SAM that was hitting something. But I want to understand when it is targeting these air bases, Iran. We'll call up the graphic of where all Iran has attacked so far, and we put that out here. But understand from Tom, what is Iran's strategy here? Is it going to continue to focus only on the US
disruption, guerrilla, missile guerrilla, and the resulting disruption. This is exactly like strike on Ben Gurion, or attempted strike on Ben Gurion, trying to disturb the Israeli Air Force operations. In this case, trying to disturb Kuwaiti operations, whether military or oil export, or normal life, actually. It's similar in Bahrain, Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. The local economy in Emirates is at standstill. Nothing is going on. Nobody works. Everybody is in shelter or hiding somewhere, hunkering. So this is what Iranians want to cause. Or precisely the IRGC wants to cause, because as a punishment for these countries enabling US and Israeli strikes, or supporting them in one way or the other, or housing US military facilities.
If US and Israel claim they have 80% control of the Iranian airspace,
yes,
how is it that the Iranians are able to come back and strike almost at will? Or is it that out of 10 attempts, only one is succeeding? How do you read
It's a mix of both of this.
Okay.
The claim we are controlling 80% of Iranian airspace, this is a pipe dream. Iran has a huge airspace, and with what the Americans have, whether in the Gulf of Oman or at air bases in Jordan and in Eastern Mediterranean and so on, is simply too little to exercise really effective 1000% control of even 20% of Iranian airspace.
Right.
So what they are doing is to circle around, to fly lots of UAVs and try to control what is going on with them.
Right.
Of course, sometimes this is effective, other times not. It is simply a matter of nature, how things work.
Right.
So issuing such big claims, yeah, nice and fine, but this is not indicative of the reality on the ground.
Right. Now, there are other claims. Al Jazeera is saying 2 drones destroyed in Loristan and near Tehran. So the pounding of Tehran continues by the Israelis. We'll shift focus, Tom, again. And then
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news.
Welcome back to this special edition of Out Front, the war with Iran. Back in the United States, President Obama delivering a thinly veiled swipe at President Trump. He did not, though, mention him directly by name. Former Presidents Biden and Clinton, along with former Vice President Kamala Harris, all paid tribute to the late Reverend Jesse Jackson today. Obama recalling Jackson's inspiring life with a message of hope. He also said that is something desperately needed now.
Each day we're told by those in high office to fear each other and to turn on each other, and that some Americans count more than others, and that some don't even count at all. Everywhere we see greed and bigotry being celebrated, and bullying and mockery masquerading as strength.
Obama adding, every day you wake up to things you just didn't think were possible. Well, thank you all so very much for joining us as our special coverage continues here from the Middle East. AC 360 begins right now.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Starting off our CNN Global War coverage tonight, a new progress report from U.S. Central Command 7 days into the fighting. According to CENTCOM, American forces have now hit more than 3,000 targets across Iran. This is new video of a strike on Tehran. And this video, also new to us, shows one of the capital's 2 airports on fire after the strikes. Iranian state media tonight reporting explosions from one end of Tehran to the other, some of it likely from Israel, which says it launched a new wave of its own airstrikes on the city. And in the last couple hours, there were new Iranian missiles for Israeli air defenses to deal with. CENTCOM also said that 43 Iranian ships have been damaged or destroyed since the war began, including this drone carrier in the Persian Gulf. Unclear, though, exactly when it was hit. And though Iran's capacity to strike back has certainly been degraded, it has not been eliminated. New video from Basra in southern Iraq. Security forces there telling Reuters that Iranian drones hit an office and warehouse compound belonging to an American logistics and petroleum services company, both Halliburton and KBR. No word yet if anyone was hurt, but Iranian attacks on the world's oil supply over the last 7 days have pushed prices sharply higher, up more than 12% today alone, the steepest one-day gain since 2020. Also today, CNN learned from multiple sources that Russia is providing Iran with intelligence, much of it satellite imagery, about the locations and movements of American troops, ships, and aircraft, which Iran is targeting with missiles like these.
We don't comment on intelligence reports that are leaked to the press. Whether or not this happened, frankly, it does not really matter.
That is what White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said when asked about it today. So there's a lot to get to into this hour. As you might imagine, that last bit about it not mattering drew questions, including from CNN's Kristen Holmes.
You just said on Fox that it doesn't really matter if Russia is giving Iran information about military assets. Why doesn't it matter if U.S. military is being put in danger by Russia? And is that what the president believes as well? What I meant, Kristen, and thank you for giving me a chance to make it very clear, is that it clearly is not making a difference with respect to the military operations in Iran, because we are completely decimating them.
Well, a short time later at a White House meeting on college sports, the president was asked directly about what he said. He answered, quote, "What a stupid question it is to be asking at this time. We're talking about something else." Carolyn Leavitt was also asked about this post from the president, quoting him now, "There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender."
What the president means is that when he, as commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America and the goals of Operation Epic Fury has been fully realized, then Iran will essentially be in a place of unconditional surrender, whether they say it themselves or not.
So in addition to that, there was more to try and make sense of from the president. Speaking with Time magazine, he appeared sanguine about potential Iranian reprisals in the form of terror attacks on American soil. quoting now from Time, quote, asked whether Americans should be worried about retaliatory attacks at home, Trump acknowledges the possibility. I guess, he says, but I think they're worried about that all the time. We think about it all the time. We plan for it. But yeah, you know, we expect some things. Like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die. The president also spoke by phone with CNN's Dana Bash today, telling her that he's involved in picking a new leader for Iran and saying, quote, it's going to work very easily. It's going to work like it did in Venezuela. Dana will join us shortly. We've got CNN correspondents across the region tonight. Clarissa Ward is in Erbil, Iraq, where a hotel was hit by drone debris. And for the first time since the war began, we have live reporting from Tehran. Fred Pleitgen is there for us. I want to go first to Clarissa Ward. Clarissa, we mentioned there was an incident at a hotel in Erbil. What happened?
So this was earlier on in the evening, Anderson. The U.S. Embassy in Baghdad issued an alert warning people that effectively they believed there was a high risk of attacks on hotels in the Kurdistan area where high concentrations of foreigners are staying. Literally 2 hours after receiving this notification, 4 drones attacked central Erbil. They were all intercepted, but one of them did explode next to a Rotana hotel in the center of town. This obviously is making a lot of people very nervous, Anderson, because here in northern Iraq, this is the first time that we have seen a civilian target attacked in this way, and it's certainly the first time we have seen groups, and these are believed to be Iran-backed militias in Iraq, explicitly saying that they are going to attack these hotels. Now, the reason that they're giving for going after these hotels, Anderson, is that there is a large number of American contractors and other contractors as well who, up until this war began, were working on bases around this area, but who have subsequently been moved into hotels temporarily.
And we lost the feed there from Clarissa Ward. We're joined now by retired U.S. Army Brigadier General Mark Kimmett and retired Navy Rear Admiral John Kirby, who previously served as Pentagon Press Secretary under President Biden and spokesperson for the State Department under President Obama. General Kimmett, when the president says unconditional surrender, that's what he's looking for. What does that actually mean?
I think you read his book, The Art of the Deal. That's a typical negotiating style of Donald Trump. Start off with a maximalist demand, then go to other somewhat tough positions. We haven't had unconditional surrender demanded since World War II. Right. And so I just think it's a rhetorical flourish on his part.
You don't think there will be an unconditional surrender like happened with the Japanese?
No.
In World War II?
Not at all. They're very proud people. We can go into the religious aspect of their version of Shia. They're called Twelvers, and they actually believe suicide or martyrdom is the highest form of religious duty. So they're not going to surrender, and candidly, nor should they.
Admiral Kirby, do you take that phrase, unconditional surrender, as a military objective, a political statement, a bargaining position, or some combination of?
Well, if it's something serious and not a bargaining position, then it would connote an entirely different set of mission objectives for the U.S. military. I mean, by design, unconditional surrender means that the vanquished has to submit to the victor in every regard, politically, economically, militarily, even socially. So if he's serious about that, and we'll see what he says tomorrow, then certainly you would expect that the military will be getting different guidance and different structures and different orders to conduct the operations that they're now conducting, because originally it was couched from Secretary Hegseth and the chairman as a limited set of objectives. You say unconditional surrender. If you're serious about it, then the military has to then adjust the way it's conducting operations.
Because if, in your estimation, if it's unconditional surrender, I mean, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of, armed Revolutionary Guard Corps members, militia members. All weapons would have to be laid down in that sort of a surrender.
Exactly. I mean, you're talking about the enemy literally laying down arms and stopping the fighting. It also means that you're going to take control of post-conflict governance. You're going to actually rehabilitate a government to your liking. And that requires a whole lot more effort than just bombs dropping from the air. That requires perhaps boots on the ground. Certainly it's going to require a diplomatic effort that's more extensive and more complete. As General Kimmett said, we haven't done this since World War II. This is a huge undertaking if, in fact, he's serious about it and it's not some sort of negotiating tactic.
Yeah. General, as we said, sources are telling CNN that the Russians are giving intelligence information, potential targeting information, essentially on troop movements by the U.S. and positions. How serious is that?
Well, it's pretty serious, but it's probably the least surprising thing I've heard in this war so far. We've been given intelligence information to Ukraine since the beginning of the war. Why wouldn't Russia be doing the same thing with Iran? By the way, one other point, and John made it. Occupations take a lot of troops. It would take hundreds of thousands of American troops on the ground to conduct a post-surrender governance of that country.
And certainly, I mean, there doesn't seem to be any, there's certainly not a lot of appetite for that in the country. We haven't heard any appetite of that from this administration thus far.
No, in fact, quite the opposite from this administration. They said, we don't believe in forever wars. This would be a forever occupation.
Admiral, there has been a lot of focus on the Strait of Hormuz as oil prices have risen across the globe. President Trump has talked about military escorts by the U.S. Navy to ensure tankers, cargo ships, can cross safely. How large an operation would that be, given the hundreds of ships that are waiting to cross right now?
It's a very resource-intensive operation. As you know, we did this back in the late 80s under President Reagan during the tanker war. I myself, my first deployment in the Navy was to escort tankers in and out of the Gulf. It takes a lot of ships, a lot of time. I'm not saying the Navy couldn't do it, but it wouldn't be cost-free. It would extract naval capabilities from elsewhere around the world and other missions to be able to do it. I would hope, if he's serious about doing this, that some of our allied and partner navies in the region and beyond would be willing to contribute some ships to that effort, but it's not cost-free, it's not risk-free, it's potentially pretty dangerous.
General, do you think this is essentially, the strategy as of now is essentially kind of another version of Venezuela? Do whatever military attacks, deplete resources, deplete their capabilities of being offensive, conducting offensive operations, nuclear operations, whatever the administration wants, and then leave some sort of whoever was going to rule?
Possibly so, but what really is concerning me is the military operations now. What is concerning me is not their operations, they're doing brilliantly, but we're starting to do scorecards. You and I both remember body counts from Vietnam. Right. That doesn't lead to victory.
And body counts were famously faked in Vietnam, at a certain point.
Right, but I don't think we're faking the number of missiles that we're hitting, the number of silkworms we're hitting. But if we somehow think that the cumulative addition of broken stuff on the battlefield is going to lead to strategic victory, we're wrong. Plus, it's the wrong war to fight. That's attrition warfare. Attrition warfare says he who runs out of stuff first loses. This is a battle of wills, not an attrition warfare. In this case, it's more like Ukraine, where it's not really important what's happening on the battlefield. That war's not going to end until either Putin or Zelensky gives up. And we need to realize that this war isn't over until either President Trump or the leadership of Iran gives up, or we kill all the senior leaders.
I'm rereading Dispatches by Michael Hare, one of the great books of, I think, the greatest war book ever written, certainly about the Vietnam War. And Admiral, I'm sure you know that book. He talks a lot about body counts, and you would go out and people, you'd get captains saying, here's the body count for this operation, here's the body count, and on paper, supposedly everybody had been decimated, and yet suddenly an entire division would rise up out of nowhere and attack a position.
Yeah, look, the IRGC is an extensive paramilitary force in addition to the Iranian military, the state military, and they're not a monolith. They don't all think the same. They don't all act the same, and there's probably ongoing fights inside the IRGC about what this war means, what the end's going to be for them, and who's going to lead at the end of it. But they are still very, very much in control, and it's going to the general's point. It's not just about breaking things and destroying things, and we're doing a great job of that. It is about breaking the will of the resistance of the Iranian military and the IRGC, and that's a whole other task altogether.
And that, I mean, that's an incredibly complex task. I mean, it sounds almost impossible given the extremist positions of a lot of these Revolutionary Guard Corps members.
Look, all of these Revolutionary Guard were born and grew up in the vast majority, and their first words were death to America, death to Israel. They've been ideologically managed for so long, they're not going to give up. And there's one other thing we need to worry about. Okay, so everybody surrenders. We now come in there. Who's in control? And what I'm most concerned about is who's in control of those 400 kilograms of enriched uranium. Some crackpot revolutionary group like the PJAC. There is virtue in having control, organic control in a country until something better happens. And you and I both saw that in Iraq.
General Kim, I appreciate you being here. Thank you, Admiral Kirby, as well. Coming up next, more on what the president said today about the war, and to General Kim's point, the aftermath. CNN's Dana Bash, who spoke with him, joins us as our CNN Global coverage of the war continues.
Rodriguez Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, and we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianna, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians. But again, a concerning development here, as two long-standing partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning, too, Bianna, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran, as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China weighing providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move forward in the coming days, weeks, and potentially months.
Yeah, it does appear now that Russia is indeed a factor in this war if it's directly providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And it is important to note this comes after President Zelensky in Ukraine has actually offered to help and other Western allies in Europe in terms of bringing down some of these Shahed drones that they've come so familiar with, tragically, over the course of these.
Some of the latest wave of U.S. and Israeli strikes now hitting Iran. Tehran's Mehrabad airport on fire. It appears to have been a punishing day 7 of the war in Iran. Now, the day began with the president suggesting he's not worried about what this is doing about gasoline prices or whether or not Iran's next government is democratic. That's just some of what he told CNN's chief political correspondent, Dana Bash, who joins us now. So what did the president say about the war, Dana?
True to form, Anderson, he was incredibly enthusiastic about the success so far. In fact, he said if you're grading on a scale of 10, he thinks it's a 12 to 15 so far. He said, quote, Iran is not the same country it was a week ago. A week ago, they were powerful, and now they've been indeed neutered. You mentioned the whole question of who's going to run Iran, which is such a core question. When I asked him about it, as he has done within the past week several times, he connected it and made an analogy to Venezuela, saying, oh, it'll be like Venezuela, where we have Delcy Rodriguez there and she's doing a great job. And I said, well, it's a different kind of thing. There is a religious government there. And would you be okay with that continuing? And he said, well, I may, yeah. I mean, it depends on who the person is. I don't mind religious leaders. I deal with a lot of religious leaders, and they're fantastic. And then I asked about whether or not that means that it doesn't have to be a democratic leader. And he said, I'm saying there has to be a leader that's going to be fair and just, do a great job, treat the United States and Israel well, and treat other countries in the Middle East, Anderson.
So gas prices are up 34 cents a gallon since the start of the war. Did the president sound concerned about that?
He didn't sound concerned. I pressed him on that. And we know that the president has been very fixated on gas prices when they are low, as a part of his argument that the economy is doing better. He talked about it all the time. When I did tell him that they are up, he said that maybe a little bit, but it's going to be just a short-term thing and they'll go back down. He insisted that's going to happen and did not give any hint of concern, at least today when we talked.
I also understand he brought up Cuba.
It was really interesting, Anderson. I didn't ask him about it. He did it unsolicited when he was talking about Iran. He kind of veered off and said, by the way, Cuba is going to fall pretty soon. That's a quote. And then he said, they want to make a deal so badly. They want to make a deal. And so I'm going to put Marco Rubio over there and we'll see how that works out. We're really focused on this one right now, meaning Iran. We've got plenty of time, but Cuba's ready after 50 years. We know that the United States government has been squeezing Cuba for a very long time, but particularly since the president arrested Maduro, brought him back to the U.S., put Delcy Rodriguez in, and has encouraged and pressed Venezuela, which has been, up until now, a very big source of energy, of oil, of economic help for Cuba, to not do that. And, our Patrick Oppenheim, who is there, and others are saying that they are really feeling it there. Who knows how far along this conversation with Cuba actually is, but the fact that it was on his mind was noteworthy, Anderson.
Dana Bash, thanks so much. Appreciate it. More now on the tone and tenor of what the president is saying about the war and the message it sends to the American public. Joining us, CNN chief political analyst and former senior advisor to President Obama, David Axelrod. So, David, to hear Dana talk about her conversations, does the president seem overly confident to you in terms of where the war is going and who's going to lead Iran?
This is the second or third time, Anderson, first of all, that he's said, well, it's war, we're going to lose people, even as some of his acolytes are arguing that it's not war for their own purposes. Speaker of the House, there's just so much confusion about what the mission is and what the end game is and so on. But yeah, the idea that people are just going to bend to his will, I think is so overwrought. And I've said to you many times, I've said many times elsewhere, that the thing you learn when you're in the White House very quickly is the words the president speaks are deadly serious. They can send armies marching and markets tumbling. And this president doesn't seem to think that way. He throws these words out, and it's almost without meaning. He's posturing in the moment, but it's not really clear what the plan is. The military discussion you had at the front end of your show speaks to that. Nobody in the military would hear what the president said to Dana and feel particularly comforted by that.
I want to read again what the president said to Time magazine and asked whether Americans should be worried about retaliatory attacks at home. Time wrote, Trump acknowledges the possibility. I guess, he says, but I think they're worried about that all the time. We think about it all the time. We plan for it. But yeah, we expect some things. Like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die. How do you read that tone?
Well, that's the reference that I made before. I find it shocking, and I think everyone whose son and daughter is over manning this mission, fighting this war, has to be shocked by that. And I think those who've lost loved ones to acts of terrorism have to feel shocked by that. You want a president to understand the sobriety of the decisions that he's making and the potential outcomes of them, and have the empathy to understand that every life that is lost is a tragedy for the family involved. So you don't want to be offhanded about it. Overnight they merged video game scenes and cartoon scenes with battle scenes.
And welcome back. More breaking news coming in. This is concerning the threat of the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan inside the nation of Pakistan. Sources are telling CNN News 18. Now, these are top intelligence sources getting us these inputs from our investigations editor Manoj Gupta, that the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan has announced a new spring offensive against the Pakistan security forces. The TTP is calling this Operation Khyber. The Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan has vowed, and I quote, all martyrdoms will be avenged from the Pakistan security forces, is the pitch that's come in from the TTP. I'm joined by my colleague Greha Atul on the broadcast. So Greha, not just the situation along the Durand line, even inside Pakistan, the TTP vowing revenge and threatening to punish the Pakistan security forces.
Yes, Ayushman, and this seems to be a yearly phenomena when it is about the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan. This time they are going on to announce their new spring offensive against Pakistan security forces, vowing that they are going to be avenging the killing of any kind of operations that have been started by the Pakistan security forces. We're also, in fact, learning that they have decided to name this offensive as Operation Khyber for this year, that is 2026. And the fact that this announcement has come in on the 17th day of the fasting season, fasting month of Ramadan, that's also significant, Ayushman, because they seem to have made this announcement today. And after that, we also are in fact learning of a suicide attack at the Chashma Sarabandi checkpost there, which is in North Waziristan. So right on the day when they have launched this offensive, when they have said that they are in fact starting their new spring offensive and called it Operation Khyber, we learn of a suicide attack as well. So this is rather significant, and would like to in fact bring
Hello and welcome. You are watching CNN News 18 with me, Hajtat, and our continuous coverage on the West Asia war continues. But before we get to that, let's take a look at the top headlines. Now, a big statement from the US Energy Secretary Chris Wright says US has reached out to India for help to reduce oil prices. We have reached out to our friends in India to buy stored Russian oil that pulls out Indian refineries and releases pressure on other global refineries as well. Now, Marco Rubio says US not officially seeking regime change in Iran, but US wants different leadership. War could now last several more weeks. The Middle East is in free fall as the IDF releases footage of 50 fighter jets dismantling Ali Khomeini's underground bunker in Tehran. Now, as the war escalates, US military says it has struck over 3,000 targets in Iran so far. Now, getting to our main story, the Middle East is in free fall as the IDF releases footage of 50 fighter jets dismantling Ali Khomeini's underground bunker in Tehran. Now, with reports that a new supreme leader will be named within days, Donald Trump is demanding unconditional surrender, promising a future he calls MEGA, which means Make Iran Great Again. But the cost of this escalation is staggering. Qatar warns that a total Gulf energy shutdown could bring down the global economy, sending oil to a staggering $150 a barrel. Now, the UN describes the crisis as spreading like wildfire, while China officially slammed the US-Israel strikes as a violation of international law. On the ground, the IRGC has launched its 22nd wave of missile strikes targeting Tel Aviv and US bases, while India has taken the extraordinary step of providing refuge to an Iranian warship in Kochi. Now, as Musk suspends shipping and the IDF prepares surprises for the next phase, the world is holding its breath.
टेल अवीव में हर तरफ से सायरन्स बज रही हैं क्योंकि बताया जा रहा है कि ईरान की तरफ से मिसाइल अटैक लॉन्च किया गया है। फिलहाल सायरन बज रही हैं और लोग जो हैं सेफ शेल्टर की तरफ भाग रहे हैं, जैसा मैं दिखाऊंगा आपको। लोग जा रहे हैं शेल्टर में, बॉम्ब शेल्टर्स जो जहां पे भी बने होते हैं वहां पे लोग चले जाते हैं जो ही सायरन बजती है। पहले मोबाइल फ़ोन पे सायरन बजती है और उसके बाद हर तरफ से सायरन बजती है। और ये आप देख सकते हैं, ये समंदर का साइड है और अभी लोग जो हैं यहाँ पे जा रहे हैं। आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके का सन्नाटा रहता है यहाँ पर जब प्री सायरन बजती है, यानी पहली की सायरन जब होती है उसके बाद एक और सायरन होती है। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं, अभी हम देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे हर तरफ से सन्नाटा है। ये इस वक्त अभी धमाके हो रहे हैं, ऐसा लगता है कि कहीं पे रॉकेट जो है या तो उसको इंटरसेप्ट किया गया है या फिर कहीं पे अटैक जो है वो निशाने पे लगा है। इसराइल और ईरान के दरमियान जंग जारी है। मैं इस वक्त टेल अवीव में उस जगह पर हूं जहां पर बिल्डिंग्स को काफ़ी नुकसान पहुंचा है क्योंकि ईरान ने लगातार मिसाइल अटैक किए हैं, चाहे वो हाइफा हो, चाहे वो टेल अवीव हो या यरूशलेम हो। तो ये आप देख सकते हैं, ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन के वर्कर्स हैं और इर्द गिर्द जो ये नुकसान हुआ है, ये आप देख सकते हैं कि कितना डैमेज हुआ है इस पूरे इलाके को। अब रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की जो टीमें हैं वो यहाँ पे ये चीज़ें उठा रहे हैं। ये इसराइल में हुआ है, टेल अवीव में, क्योंकि यहाँ पर जो ईरान की तरफ से मिसाइल्स दागे गए उसके बाद की सूरत हाल है जो हम अभी देख पा रहे हैं। तो काफ़ी डैमेज है, काफ़ी बिल्डिंग्स जो हैं वो तबाह हो चुकी हैं। तो यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं अंदर से क्या तबाही हुई है। ये टेल अवीव है और ये हाल हुआ है यहाँ पे ईरान के मिसाइल अटैक से। तो उसका मतलब है कि ताबड़तोड़ हमले हो रहे हैं। ईरान लगातार बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल्स का इस्तेमाल कर रहा है और उसके नतीजे में जो टेल अवीव और इसराइल में बाकी जगहों पे डैमेज हो रहा है उसके निशान ये आप देख सकते हैं कि क्या कुछ हुआ है। अब यहाँ पे घरों का सामान जो है ये अब निकाला जा रहा है, क्योंकि ये बिल्डिंग्स जो हैं इनको अब गिरा दिया जाएगा ताकि नई बिल्डिंग्स बना सकें। तो यही हम देख रहे हैं कि इसराइल में काफ़ी जगहों पे ईरान के मिसाइल से तबाही हुई है।
The gas prices are all-time high, the crude prices are all-time high. How do you look at this situation unfolding, and where do you see this entire conflict going?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. It's great to be here in India. Taiwan and India share a deep strategic partnership, and certainly we share similar values and interests here in the region. Now, in terms of what's happening in West Asia, certainly from Taiwan's perspective, we're looking at this conflict carefully in terms of its economic impact, in terms of its impact on global energy markets. I mean, from Taiwan's perspective, we certainly hope that such a conflict ends as soon as possible. But it's true that we are facing a more complex and complicated global environment in which we operate. I think it's incumbent on every country in the world to think carefully about how we can react and how we can manage given these complexities.
Okay, how do you look at India-Taiwan economic cooperation, growing economic cooperation?
I mean, frankly speaking, it's going great. And we're seeing a lot of progress, a lot of achievements, successes between the two countries. I mean, from Taiwan's perspective, we're very pleased to see that a growing number of Taiwanese companies, over 350 companies now, have invested here in India, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs. The semiconductor industry also sees India as a very important economic partner. And we see new wafer and packaging plants coming up in India. So I do think the crux of the matter is that many Taiwanese companies see India as an oasis of stability, given the complex geopolitical realities in which we live in. And so we fully expect that there will be more cooperation economically, industrial, in terms of the high-tech industries in the years ahead.
Sir, CIA is in touch with Kurds, and they're saying that the Kurds are going to do help in the regime change.